You're listening to The Seventh Alpha's Queen, written by Dean Leo, narrated by Jessica Lee and Thomas Winters. What if your ex returned after a year of being missing, fighting to be your mate? But you know he'll lose? And what if the perfect candidate, the one everyone expects you to choose, smells like trouble wrapped in too perfect packaging? Welcome to my life. I'm Mia Lee, and until recently, I was a deadline wolf, born with all the wolf instincts, enhanced senses, and anger management issues, but couldn't shift to save my life. Literally. Of course, now that I'm the alpha of Wolf Valley, you'd think my problems would be solved. Wrong. Because apparently being in charge means the Council of Elders gets to decide it's time to pair me off with a suitable mate. And not just any mate. Oh no, they've arranged a whole mating challenge during the blood moon with 7 alpha candidates competing for the privilege of putting up with my sarcasm for eternity. 7 alphas, 1 queen, no pressure. And just when I thought this couldn't get more complicated, Jim Miracles shows up on the candidate list. The same Jim who disappeared a year ago without explanation, taking a piece of my heart with him. Then there's the 2 perfect Alpha Matthews from the Northern Pack, with his white coat and practiced charm hiding something that smells wrong. Between trying to lead a pack, navigating supernatural politics, and dealing with mysterious time slips and vampires, I'm starting to think being a deadline wolf wasn't so bad after all. But I've never been one to back down from a challenge, even if it means risking everything, my pack, my future, and my heart, to uncover the truth. This is my story. Better buckle up. It's going to be a wild ride. Oh, and there's an epilogue you won't want to miss. Don't forget to download it using the link in the description. But fair warning, it only makes sense after you finish the book, so no cheating and listening early. Hit the like button and subscribe to the channel when you are at it, so that you can find your way back here easily. Chapter 1. The wolf inside Mia Lee snarled with frustration as the teenage werewolf before her contorted his face into what had to be the least intimidating growl in the history of their species. She caught the scent of his anxiety, sharp and acrid, mingling with the earthy pine of the training clearing and the faint trace of deer that had passed through earlier. "That's not your wolf face, Danny. That's your, I forgot to do my homework face," she drawled, crossing her arms as the cool autumn breeze ruffled her dark hair. The irony of a former deadline wolf teaching shifting techniques wasn't lost on her. Try again, feel it in your core, not your facial muscles. Danny's shoulders slumped, the fabric of his worn t-shirt rustling in the silence between them. How would you know what a proper shift feels like? Everyone knows you were a deadline wolf. The words stung more than she'd admit, but Mia kept her expression neutral even as her heart rate quickened. She allowed just enough alpha energy to flow into her gaze, making her eyes flicker with golden authority. Correction. Her voice remained steady, though her lips curved into a slight smirk. I was a deadline wolf. Now I'm your alpha who's trying to keep you from embarrassing yourself at next week's pack run. She leaned forward, catching the faintest hint of perfume on his collar. Unless you'd prefer to explain to Sarah Jenkins why you're still on 2 legs while she's showing off her new silver coat. The teenager's cheeks flushed crimson, his heartbeat spiking in a way only Mia's enhanced hearing could detect. Ah, young love, the ultimate motivation. The snap of a twig pulled her attention to the clearing's edge, where Gerald appeared, his weathered boots crunching over fallen leaves. Her aging beta's usually stoic expression carried an edge that made Mia's stomach drop. The bitter taste of premonition coated her tongue as she dismissed Danny with a nod. "Let me guess," Mia said dryly, inhaling the familiar cedar and sage scent that always clung to Gerald. "The Council of Elders couldn't wait another week to bring this up?" Gerald cleared his throat, the sound rough against the backdrop of distant birdsong. "They've set the date for the mating challenge." His fingers tightened around the folder he carried. 3 weeks from now, during the blood moon. How wonderfully traditional of them. Mia's tone could have frozen hell over. She squared her shoulders, feeling the tension collect between her shoulder blades. I assume they've already started accepting applications from every available alpha within a 100-mile radius. 7 applications so far. Gerald's gaze dropped momentarily to the folder. Alpha Matthews from the Northern Pack seems particularly eager. Of course he is. Mia ran a hand through her hair, fighting the urge to growl. The wind shifted, bringing the scent of the pack house. Coffee, fresh laundry, and the comforting musk of her wolves. His pack has the largest territory, but the smallest numbers. I'm sure having our pack under his control has nothing to do with his sudden interest in me. The familiar ache in her chest, the one she'd been suppressing for months, flared up again with a sharp intensity that made her pause mid-breath. For a brief moment, she allowed herself to remember different times when she was just the quirky deadline wolf trying to merge psychology with witchcraft, and a certain someone actually saw her, not her status or her pack's potential. Gerald stepped closer, his voice softening as he placed a calloused hand on her shoulder. "You've done remarkably well as our first female alpha, Mia. The pack is stronger than ever." The scent of his concern, warm and protective, wrapped around her. And yet here we are, following the same old rules. Mia squared her shoulders, pushing away thoughts of what-ifs and might-have-beens. The rough bark of the nearby oak scraped against her palm as she leaned against it. Fine. They want a show? They'll get one. But I'm doing this my way. She was an alpha now. The deadline wolf who couldn't shift had become the leader who couldn't afford to show weakness. The irony would have been amusing if it didn't feel so much like a cage, the metal bars closing in with every beat of her heart. 3 weeks? Mia's voice cracked slightly, betraying her. That's barely enough time to plan a dinner party, let alone a circus of testosterone-fueled dominance displays. Gerald's eyes crinkled with concern, the lines around them deepening like the cracks in old porcelain. Mia. His tone carried the same careful patience he'd used when teaching her pack protocols years ago. I know that look. Whatever you're planning. What? I was just thinking of adding some party games. Maybe a nice round of pin the tail on the alpha? The joke fell flat between them, hanging in the air like the low-hanging mist that sometimes gathered in their valley. This isn't the time for innovations. Gerald stepped closer, lowering his voice despite their privacy. The scent of old grief clung to him, a haunting perfume she'd come to recognize over the years. The council is watching your every move. One misstep, one challenge to tradition, and they'll vote me out faster than a reality show contestant? Mia's attempt at humor dissolved as memories of Gerald's daughter, Sarah, surfaced. The ache of that old wound pulsed between them, a shared pain that needed no words. She remembered holding him through that grief, watching this strong man break when tradition and pride had cost him his only child. Mia's shoulders sagged, the weight of her position pressing down on her. I know, Gerald, I know what's at stake. You're the best alpha this pack has seen in decades, he said softly, the rustle of paper between his fingers punctuating his words. But you need to secure your position first, then you can change things. Fine. She threw her hands up in surrender, catching the scent of her own agitation, sharp and peppery. I'll play nice. No crazy schemes, no revolutionary changes. Just good old-fashioned mate fighting. She paused, then added with a hint of her usual snark. So tell me about these wonderful suitors. Anyone likely to bore me to death before the challenge even begins? Gerald's relief was palpable, sweetening the air between them as he pulled out a small notebook. Well, Alpha Matthews snores loud enough to wake the dead. Excellent start, do continue. And Alpha Thompson still lives with his mother. Oh, this is getting better by the second. The tension in her shoulders eased slightly, though the knot in her stomach remained. I'm kidding about Thompson's mother, of course. Gerald's expression turned serious, the lines around his mouth deepening. They're all strong alphas, Mia. At least 6 of them are the finest their regions have to offer. Would you like to review their credentials? I trust your judgment. Mia waved him off, the movement causing a nearby bird to startle from its perch. Just make sure none of them have any weird hobbies involving taxidermy or something. The moment Gerald disappeared into the tree line, his footsteps fading into the ambient forest sounds, Mia yanked out her phone. The cool metal warmed against her palm as her fingers flew over the screen. Within seconds, two familiar faces appeared in a three-way video call, the connection crackling briefly before stabilizing. "I'm being auctioned off like some prize breeding stock," Mia announced without preamble, her voice tight with controlled frustration. 3 weeks. They're giving me 3 weeks before I have to watch a bunch of alphas duke it out for my hand in marriage. Because apparently this is the medieval times, and I didn't get the memo about the time travel. Jasmine's sharp features filled one side of the screen, her vineyard's lush grounds visible behind her. The former supernatural FBI agent turned resort owner raised an eyebrow, her dark eyes assessing Mia's emotional state with practiced precision. Beatrice's concerned face dominated the other half, spell books scattered across her desk, their ancient leather bindings marking her ongoing witch studies. "And the best part?" Mia continued, pacing, the leaves crunching beneath her boots. The scent of her own frustration filled her nostrils, smoky and bitter. "If I don't play along, I might as well hand over my alpha status right now, because heaven forbid we do something crazy like, oh, I don't know, let me run my pack without a mate?" She stopped, running a hand through her hair. "Sorry, your turn. Tell me about your problems so I can feel better about mine." Her two closest friends shared a look that spoke volumes, their silent communication almost audible to Mia's heightened senses. "So, this guest?" Jasmine started, barely containing her smile, the sunlight catching the subtle red highlights in her dark hair. "Demanded a refund because our Moonlight cabin didn't actually float in the sky. Apparently, she thought elevated view meant literally elevated by magic." Beatrice jumped in, her blonde curls bouncing with enthusiasm, the faint scent of potion ingredients seeming to waft through the screen. "That's nothing. Yesterday at Pause, a wizard's familiar, this really grumpy cat, turned all our training wands into fish. Try explaining to a room full of magical pets why they're suddenly chasing mackerel instead of practicing levitation." Mia managed a weak laugh, the sound rippling through the clearing. "You two are terrible liars, but I love you for trying." "Come on," Beatrice chirped, her optimism almost tangible. "Think about it. All these powerful alphas competing for your attention, the gifts, the courtship, it's like your own supernatural version of The Bachelorette." "Bee's right," Jasmine said, but her piercing gaze cut through the screen, seeing far more than Mia wanted to reveal. "It's been a year, Mia. Are you really ready to move forward?" "Of course." The words came out too quickly, too smoothly, the lie sour on her tongue. "I'm an alpha now. Moving forward is what we do." Jasmine's eyes narrowed, and Mia felt that familiar sensation of being read like an open book. Her friend had interrogated too many supernatural criminals not to spot a lie from miles away. "I should go," Mia said, suddenly very interested in her cuticles. Alpha duties and all that. After ending the call, the silence of the forest pressed in around her, broken only by the distant calls of birds and the whisper of leaves. Mia finally allowed herself to look at the list Gerald had given her, her fingertips traced over the heavy parchment, feeling the slight indentations of the handwritten names. Her eyes traveled down the list of potential mates, powerful alphas, respected leaders, strategic alliances. Each name carried weight, history, implications. Then she reached the last entry and the world seemed to stop spinning. The familiar name blurred as her vision tunneled, her heartbeat thundering in her ears. Jim Miracles. The impossible name stared back at her, mocking her with memories of laughter, passion, and abrupt, unexplained abandonment. A string of profanity that would make a sailor blush escaped her lips, echoing through the empty clearing as her claws instinctively extended, puncturing the paper where his name was written. The man who disappeared without a word 1 year ago had returned, just in time to fight for the right to be her mate. Chapter 2. The barn door banged against the wall as Mia stormed in, sending dust motes dancing in the afternoon light. The collision of scents assaulted her heightened senses. Aged oak and fermented grapes mingled with something electric and otherworldly that made the fine hairs on her arms stand on end. Trust Jasmine to transform this space into something both practical and mysterious, a hidden sanctuary for Bertram's more unconventional clients. Ancient wine racks now housed peculiar artifacts instead of bottles, each item emanating its own subtle energy signature. In one corner, a being that looked suspiciously like a garden gnome, though she knew better than to say that aloud, was haggling with Bertram over what appeared to be a glowing mushroom. The creature's scent was earthy with hints of copper and something alien that tickled the back of her throat. Bertram didn't even look up from his negotiation. 3 minutes, Mia, he said calmly, as if her dramatic entrance was scheduled into his daily planner. The subtle scent of ozone that always accompanied him intensified slightly. Unless you'd like to discuss pack politics in front of Mr. Thornberry here? The maybe-not a gnome clutched his mushroom closer and shot Mia a suspicious glare, his tiny eyes reflecting light like polished black stones. Oh, by all means, Mia's voice dripped with sarcasm. Don't let my crisis interrupt your mushroom commerce. She paced the length of the barn, each step punctuated by the sharp click of her boots against the polished floor. The sound echoed off walls that had witnessed countless supernatural dealings, some probably more dignified than her current state of barely contained fury. With each inhale, she caught fragments of previous visitors, fey dust, vampire musk, whir hair, and something distinctly avian. When the knot gnome finally shuffled out, his footsteps oddly melodic against the wooden floor, Bertram turned to her with that infuriating, knowing smile. The one that said he'd been expecting this conversation, which only stoked her anger further. So, she said, crossing her arms as her wolf instincts registered the subtle shift in Bertram's energy, a ripple of something not quite human beneath his carefully maintained facade. Were you planning to mention that Jim Miracles is back in town, or did you think I'd enjoy the surprise of finding his name on my potential mates list? Bertram leaned against his desk, midnight blue eyes twinkling with something ancient. That particular piece of news reached you then. The scent of his amusement, like sunshine after rain, only irritated her more. Reached me? Mia let out a laugh that held no humor, the sound harsh against her own ears. More like ambushed me. 7 alpha candidates, and guess who's lucky number 7? The same wolf who disappeared without a trace last year. Her claws itched to extend, the sensation prickling beneath her skin. But you already knew that, didn't you? Best friends always keep each other's secrets. Something flickered across Bertram's face, a shadow of concern that vanished as quickly as it appeared. I hear congratulations are customary in these situations, he said, his tone carefully neutral, despite the cocktail of emotions Mia could smell emanating from him. I swear, Bertram, if you're finding this funny, not at all, he said, though his lips twitched. I'm merely appreciating the universe's sense of timing, and perhaps wondering if you've considered that this might be, if you say fate, I'm going to howl right here in your fancy supernatural speakeasy. The threat hung in the air between them, but Bertram's expression remained maddeningly serene. Of course he wasn't surprised. He probably knew before anyone else. And that realization made Mia's blood boil even more, her skin heating with anger. You two talked, didn't you? She pressed, leaning forward until she could detect the faint sweetness of honey and something elemental beneath Bertram's usual cologne. All this time, while I thought he'd vanished off the face of the earth, you knew where he was. Bertram's eyes shifted color slightly, from midnight blue to something brighter, more celestial, before returning to normal. The air around him seemed to vibrate at a frequency just beyond human perception, but Mia's wolf senses caught it. "Jim and I are connected, yes," he admitted finally, his fingers tapping a rhythm on the wooden desk that sounded like distant thunder. "But not in the way you think." He reached for an antique decanter that caught the late afternoon light streaming through the dusty windows. The liquid inside glowed amber, almost too perfect to be mundane whiskey. "There's something I should have told you long ago," Bertram continued, sliding a glass across his desk, "about myself, and perhaps about why Jim's disappearance wasn't what it seemed." Mia accepted the drink, the glass cool against her fingertips. "I'm listening." Bertram took a deep breath, and for a moment the air around him seemed to shimmer. "I'm not entirely human, Mia, or supernatural in the way you understand." "I know you're different," she said, taking a sip. The whiskey tasted of sunlight and distant stars, nothing like any spirit she'd encountered before. "But then, who isn't in this town?" "I'm what some would call a hybrid angel," he said simply, his voice resonating with a depth that made the tiny hairs on Mia's neck rise. "Not fallen, not fully celestial, somewhere in between, which gives me certain connections." The pieces clicked into place. Bertram's otherworldly knowledge, his ability to sense things before they happened, the strange comfort his presence always brought despite his frustrating cryptic nature. "When Jim disappeared," Bertram continued, pouring himself a measure, "I used those connections to look for him. I reached out through channels most wouldn't understand, searching realms beyond the physical." "And?" Mia tried to keep her voice steady, though her heart hammered against her ribs. "He wasn't there. Not in the celestial realms, not—" Bertram hesitated, a rare uncertainty crossing his features. "Not upstairs, so to speak. Whatever drove Jim away, it wasn't angelic intervention. It wasn't anything I could trace with my abilities." The admission hung between them, weighted with implications. If Bertram, with all his otherworldly connections, couldn't find Jim, where had he been? "Look at it this way," Bertram offered, his smile returning. "At least he's making his intentions clear this time." Mia snorted, but the anger had begun to fade, replaced by a hollow ache in her chest. "Clear? There's nothing clear about showing up on a mating challenge list. That's not clarity, that's ambush tactics." She took another sip, letting the smooth burn settle her nerves. The rich, complex flavor reminded her of nights spent around the Pax bonfire, back when things were simpler. Back before Jim had walked away, leaving nothing but questions and an emptiness she'd tried to fill with alpha responsibilities. "You know," Bertram mused, swirling his drink, "for someone who claims to be angry about his return, you're doing an impressive job of not asking the one question you actually want answered. And what question would that be?" Mia challenged, though her grip on the glass tightened. Why he left? The words hung in the air like smoke, heavy and unavoidable. Mia stared into her drink, watching the liquid catch the light, tiny galaxies swirling in amber. Outside, a wind chime tinkled, one of Jasmine's protective wards disguised as decoration. "Maybe I don't care why he left," she said finally, her voice softer than intended. "Maybe I care more about why he thinks he can just walk back in and what? Compete for a chance to be your mate?" Bertram's eyes held that unsettling angelic insight, now making sense given his revelation. "Or are you more worried he might actually win?" "That's not—" Mia stopped, frustrated. "You're doing that thing again. That annoying angel thing where you see right through people's bullshit." "It's a gift," he smiled, but his expression softened, the air around him warming. "Jim's changed, Mia. A year can do that to a person or a wolf." "So have I," she countered, setting down her glass with more force than necessary. "I'm not the same deadline wolf he left behind. I'm an alpha now. I have responsibilities, expectations, and feelings you never dealt with," Bertram finished quietly. which is exactly why you're here, breaking down my door instead of running through the woods trying to clear your head like you usually do." Mia opened her mouth to argue, then closed it again. The taste of defeat was bitter on her tongue. Damn him for being right. Damn Jim for coming back. And damn herself for still caring enough to be this upset about it all. "When did you last speak to him?" she asked finally, the question emerging before she could stop it. Bertram's expression shifted subtly, a heaviness entering his gaze. "3 weeks ago, he called to tell me he was coming back." The angel hybrid hesitated. "He asked about you, Mia, about how you were doing as Alpha. And you told him what exactly?" The bitter edge returned to her voice. "The truth, that you were thriving." Bertram's eyes held hers. "But that doesn't mean you weren't hurt by his absence." Mia pushed away from Bertram's desk, the celestial whiskey leaving an otherworldly warmth that contrasted with her mood. "I need to run," she announced, as if the walls of the converted barn were suddenly closing in. "Before Jasmine shows up and does her truth-telling witch thing." "You mean before she makes you confront your feelings?" Bertram's voice carried that gentle teasing tone that made him so infuriatingly likable, despite the revelation of his true nature. "Exactly that." Mia paused at the door, sunlight streaming past her shoulders and casting her shadow long across the floor. "Even if Jim comes back with some bulletproof explanation, and for some miracle," she rolled her eyes at her own pun, "I actually forgive him. It's not just about us anymore. Pack traditions aren't exactly known for their flexibility. And Jim's ranking? Lowest of the 7. He's not even a true Alpha." The words tasted like ash in her mouth, dry and choking. "He's just Jim, the time-traveling tattoo artist who got bitten and happened to fall into my life. And now he thinks he can compete against born alphas?" Bertram's knowing smile followed her out the door, along with his parting words that seemed to vibrate with more than human significance. Since when has just Jim ever been ordinary? The walk home passed in a blur of autumn colors and tumbling thoughts. The forest called to her, its scent a complex tapestry of decomposing leaves, distant water, and wild freedom. Inside her empty house, Mia stripped quickly, efficiently, letting her clothes fall where they may. The shift came easier now, no more deadline wolf struggling to find her inner beast. The transformation rippled through her body like a wave breaking against shore, bones cracking and realigning with a sensation that was more exhilarating than painful. Fur sprouted across her skin, her vision sharpening until colors faded and scents exploded into vivid clarity. Her muscles coiled with new strength, her hearing expanded until she could detect a mouse's heartbeat 50 yards away. The forest welcomed her like an old friend. Every scent told a story. Deer passed through an hour ago, rabbits nested beneath the fallen log, a fox marked its territory near the creek. Her paws carried her deeper into the woods, each stride longer than the last, until she was flying through the trees, letting the wind carry away her troubles. Until she slammed into what felt like a furry brick wall. The impact sent her stumbling backward, a growl rising in her throat before she could process what happened. Then she saw him, a white wolf, massive and magnificent, blocking her path like a ghost materialized from Moonlight. Power radiated from him in waves, the kind of raw alpha energy that made lesser wolves bare their throats in submission. His scent was unfamiliar, yet somehow perfect. Pine and snow and something metallic that hinted at danger. But Mia wasn't a lesser wolf, not anymore. She held her ground, hackles raised, meeting his ice-blue gaze with defiance. This was no ordinary alpha. This was danger incarnate, wrapped in pristine fur and ancient power. His answering growl shook the leaves from nearby branches, a sound that spoke of mountains and moonlight and challenges yet to come. In that moment, standing nose to nose with this unknown alpha, Mia realized her problems with Jim were about to become the least of her worries. Because this wolf, this perfect specimen of alpha dominance whose scent marked him clearly as Matthews from the northern pack, wasn't here for wild rabbits. He was here for her. Chapter 3. The collision sent vibrations through Mia's bones, rattling her teeth and setting off a cascade of warning signals from her wolf instincts. The white wolf towered over her, his shoulders broad as a small car, muscles rippling beneath fur that seemed to absorb the very sunlight. His scent carried notes of expensive cologne, fresh snow, and something metallic that registered as both danger and intrigue. Most wolves would have the good sense to tuck tail and run. Mia had never been accused of having good sense. She squared her stance, dirt cool beneath her paws, meeting his ice blue stare with one of her own. The electric tension between them charged the air, making the fine hairs of her coat stand on end. His growl might shake leaves from trees, but her answering snarl had once made a vampire drop his coffee. The white wolf's ears twitched, probably surprised that she wasn't already showing her belly. They circled each other, paws crunching on fallen leaves and twigs, a dance of dominance that was equal parts terrifying and absurd. Like two furry tanks doing a waltz in the forest. The scent of his power, raw and ancient, pressed against her, testing her resolve. His teeth flashed white against his pristine coat. She snapped back, the sharp click of canines echoing in the clearing. He feinted left, she dodged right, her muscles bunching and releasing with practiced precision. Neither willing to back down, neither quite ready to draw blood. After what felt like hours but was probably minutes, the tension in Mia's shoulders built to a breaking point. She tossed her head in what she hoped translated to whatever in wolf body language and turned toward her clearing. The sharp pine needles and soft moss cushioned her retreat as she trotted away with deliberate nonchalance. Let him have this patch of woods. She had better things to do than play chicken with a furry freight train. Back at her spot, the familiar sense of home, her clothes, the wild strawberries that grew nearby, the faint trace of deer that passed through at dawn, welcomed her like an embrace. She shifted, bones cracking and reshaping with a sensation like stretching after a long nap. As her fur receded and human skin returned, the cool afternoon air raised goosebumps along her arms. She reached for her clothes, only to freeze at the sound of another transformation behind her, the unmistakable pop and crackle of shifting bones. She turned, ready to tell off whoever had the nerve to follow her, and oh, there he stood in all his glory, and she meant all of it. Every sculpted muscle, every perfect proportion, illuminated by dappled sunlight, filtering through the forest canopy. Apparently, this wolf hadn't gotten the memo about stashing clothes nearby. Either that, or he was making a very bold statement about confidence in the workplace. Alpha Matthews, he introduced himself, as casually as if they were meeting at a coffee shop rather than standing in a forest with him wearing nothing but shadows and a smile. His voice carried the same resonant power as his growl had, deep, commanding, and irritatingly pleasant to the ear. I believe we have a challenge to discuss. Mia kept her eyes firmly fixed on his face, thanking whatever deity was listening that she'd managed to get her shirt on. The cotton felt rough against her sensitized skin. You know, most people start with a handshake, or clothes. His laugh was rich and warm, completely at odds with the terrifying wolf from moments ago. The sound disturbed a nearby bird that took flight with an indignant flutter of wings. Where's the fun in that? There's a perfectly good bush right there, Mia pointed out, tossing her jacket in his general direction, while steadfastly examining a fascinating tree branch overhead. The afternoon sun cast long shadows through the leaves, creating patterns that suddenly seemed absolutely worthy of intense study. I'd hate for any passing hikers to need therapy. He caught the jacket with effortless grace, the fabric whispering through the air before landing in his hands. He wrapped it around his waist, the material straining against its new purpose. It barely covered what it needed to, But at least now they could have a conversation without her questioning her life choices. "My apologies," he said, not sounding sorry in the slightest. His scent shifted subtly, still carrying that metallic note, but now mixed with something like satisfaction. "I was merely scouting the territory. Didn't expect to run into the Alpha herself." "Scouting?" Mia arched an eyebrow, finally risking direct eye contact now that the essentials were covered. "You mean calculating square footage to determine if I'm worth the effort? Your pack holds impressive lands." He gestured at the surrounding forest, managing to look regal despite wearing her jacket like a makeshift sarong. A shaft of sunlight caught his white blonde hair, turning it almost silver. "But I assure you, my interest isn't in real estate." "No?" The bark of the tree she leaned against pressed into her shoulder blades, rough and grounding. "Because there are plenty of eligible Lunas out there who'd be thrilled to catch your attention. I hear the wait list is somewhere between here and Canada." Matthews smiled, the kind of smile that belonged in luxury car commercials. Perfect white teeth, just the right amount of charm without seeming insincere. "Ah, but they're not you." "Flattery will get you everywhere," Mia drawled, ignoring the uncomfortable flutter in her stomach. "Except it won't. So why don't we skip the charm offensive and get to the point?" He leaned against a tree trunk, somehow making the casual pose look like a fashion shoot. A light breeze carried his scent toward her again, that strange metallic undertone briefly intensifying before settling back to normal. For a split second, it had smelled almost like... But no, that couldn't be right. "I enjoy challenges, Alpha Lee," he said, his eyes never leaving hers. "And I believe in fair play. My pack's resources match yours. This isn't about acquisition." His voice dropped slightly, gaining an intimate quality that would have been seductive if Mia wasn't so busy being suspicious. "It's about finding a partner who won't just nod and agree with everything I say. Well, you're in luck. I haven't agreed with anything you've said so far." His laugh echoed through the trees, startling a squirrel that chattered its disapproval from a nearby branch. Exactly my point. Everything about him was perfect. The way he carried himself with fluid grace, his diplomatic responses that revealed nothing while seeming transparent, even how he made her jacket look like designer wear. On paper, he was the ideal candidate. In person, he was even better, and that was exactly what bothered her. It was like looking at a masterpiece painting and finding one brushstroke slightly off. She couldn't put her finger on what felt wrong, but something in her gut, her wolf instincts, said this man was too perfect. Like a diamond so flawless it had to be synthetic. That brief scent shift nagged at her, a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit. "You know," he continued, his fingertips drumming a light rhythm against the tree bark, "most alphas would be flattered by my interest. Most alphas haven't spent their lives being suspicious of things that seem too good to be true." Mia crossed her arms, the fabric of her shirt soft against her skin. "But don't worry, I'm sure you'll have plenty of chances to prove me wrong during the challenges." "Looking forward to it." He pushed off from the tree, muscles shifting beneath his skin with predatory grace. His smile remained in place, perfect and unwavering. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I should find my clothes. Unless you'd prefer I keep your jacket." "Keep it," Mia said dryly. "I'll bill your pack for therapy." As she watched him disappear into the trees, moving with fluid purpose despite his improvised clothing, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that she just entered a game where she didn't know all the rules. The lingering scent of him, that brief metallic shift that had seemed almost like blood, troubled her more than his cockiness or his perfect smile. And Alpha Matthews? He looked like someone who never lost at anything. The journey back to her cabin seemed longer than usual, each step weighted with the day's revelations. First Jim's unexpected return, then Bertram's angelic confession, and now this strange encounter with Alpha Matthews. The forest around her buzzed with late afternoon activity, birds calling to each other, insects humming, the distant rustle of small animals in the underbrush. a symphony that usually calmed her but now seemed hollow against the cacophony of her thoughts. Chapter 4. Her cabin came into view through the trees, a sanctuary of river stone and timber that had been her grandmother's before her. The sight of smoke curling from the chimney stopped Mia in her tracks, her nostrils flaring as she caught a scent that couldn't belong. A scent she'd memorized, mourned, and tried to forget. Cinnamon and ink, leather and pine, with undertones of something wild and uniquely him. The ghost she'd been running from all year was sitting in her living room. The scent wrapped around her like an embrace she hadn't consented to, awakening memories her body remembered even as her mind tried to reject them. Her wolf stirred beneath her skin, a low whine building in her throat that she swallowed back with effort. Mia's heart thundered against her ribs, her palms slick with sudden sweat. Fight or flight warred within her, but neither won. Instead, she forced herself to approach her own front door, as if facing a firing squad. The wooden steps creaked beneath her weight, traders announcing her arrival. Each plank seemed to vibrate through the soles of her feet, sending tremors up her legs that matched her quivering insides. She hesitated, hand on the doorknob, feeling the cool metal against her palm. The contrast of the cold brass against her feverish skin made her shiver. His scent was stronger here, seeping through the cracks of the door frame, mingling with the wood smoke and the earthy smell of her territory. Then, with a deep breath that filled her lungs with courage she didn't feel, Mia pushed the door open. Jim Miracles sat in her favorite armchair, looking both out of place and perfectly at home. His dark hair was longer than she remembered, curling slightly at the nape of his neck. New tattoos peeked from beneath the rolled sleeves of his shirt, intricate patterns that seemed to shift if she looked too long. His familiar green eyes met hers, and the year of absence collapsed into nothing. Those eyes, forest green with flecks of gold that caught the firelight, held hers with an intensity that made her skin prickle with awareness. The room between them seemed charged with electricity, crackling with unspoken words and buried feelings that hummed just beneath the surface. Mia. Her name on his lips sounded like a prayer and an apology wrapped into one. His voice was deeper than she remembered, rougher around the edges, as if he'd spent the year howling at moons instead of speaking to people. The sound of her name in his mouth triggered something primal in her wolf, a recognition that transcended her human anger. The taste of copper filled her mouth as she bit the inside of her cheek to maintain control. The sight of him, alive, whole, and casually drinking tea in her living room sent a surge of emotion through her so powerful it manifested physically. The glasses on her coffee table shattered, her telekinetic abilities responding to the turmoil inside her before she could rein them in. The sound of breaking glass punctuated the silence between them, sharp fragments catching the firelight like scattered stars. The air in the room grew heavy with the scent of her power, ozone and wildflowers and barely contained fury. It mingled with his scent in a dangerous, intoxicating combination that made her dizzy. "You have exactly 30 seconds to explain why you're in my house," Mia said, her voice deadly calm despite the storm raging inside her. "Before I throw you through that window." Jim set down his mug carefully, as if sudden movements might trigger another telekinetic outburst. The ceramic made a soft clink against the wood, the sound unnaturally loud in the tension-filled room. She could hear his heartbeat, steady but quick, the rhythm she'd once fallen asleep to now an infuriating reminder of how alive he was when she'd spent months mourning him. "I came back." The simplicity of his words belied the complicated emotions that crossed his face, regret, determination, and something else she couldn't name. 25 seconds. Her fingers flexed at her sides, the air around them rippling slightly as her power gathered. He rose to his feet in one fluid motion, and Mia noticed immediately how different he moved. More predatory, more controlled. Whatever he'd been doing for the past year had changed him fundamentally. Power radiated from him in waves she could almost see, like heat distortion over summer asphalt. The floorboards creaked beneath his weight, but the sound was different now, more like the forest acknowledging the presence of an apex predator than the protest of old wood. "I'm here to compete in the mating challenge," he said simply. His scent shifted as he spoke, a hint of possessiveness threading through the familiar notes of his personal aroma. The bookshelf behind him wobbled dangerously as Mia's anger flared. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees, her breath visible in small clouds between them. 10 seconds before furniture starts flying. Jim took a step toward her and something in his scent shifted, not fear, but caution. The movement brought him close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from his body, a stark contrast to the chill her powers had summoned. The proximity made her wolf pace anxiously beneath her skin, torn between lunging forward to tear at his throat and pressing against him to reclaim what had been hers. "I never stopped loving you, Mia." His voice dropped to a whisper that seemed to bypass her ears entirely and resonate directly in her chest. The confession hung in the air between them, almost visible in the tension-thickened atmosphere. "Time's up." Her voice cracked on the words, betraying the emotion she was fighting to contain. The armchair he'd been sitting in slid violently across the floor, crashing into the wall with enough force to crack the plaster. Dust and small fragments rained down, the scent of old wood and disturbed memories filling her nostrils. Jim moved with impossible speed, avoiding it by inches. He was faster than she remembered, stronger too. When he'd left, he'd been newly turned, still learning what it meant to be a wolf. Now he moved like someone born to it. "I deserved that," he acknowledged, straightening a picture frame that had fallen in the chaos. His fingers lingered on the photo, them together at the lake last spring, before everything fell apart. The glass over their smiling faces was now cracked down the middle, a fitting metaphor. "You deserve a lot more than that," Mia growled, her voice dropping to a register that wasn't entirely human. The vibration of it seemed to travel through the floorboards, making the remaining glasses tremble. "You disappeared for a year. No note, no call, nothing. Just gone, like you never existed. And now you think you can waltz back in and what? Pick up where we left off? Compete to be my mate?" The room temperature seemed to drop as her control slipped further. Another glass shattered on the mantelpiece, sending shards skittering across the hardwood floor. The sound of tiny crystals sliding across wood punctuated her words like exclamation points. Jim didn't flinch. The only indication of his reaction was the subtle flare of his nostrils and the way his pupils dilated slightly, his wolf responding to the challenge in her tone. "I had my reasons." "Oh, well, that explains everything." Mia's laugh held no humor, sharp as the glass fragments that littered her floor. "Mystery solved. Closure achieved. Thank you for your detailed explanation." He stepped closer, and this time Mia caught something else in his scent, a trace of something ancient and unfamiliar. It reminded her of Bertram's otherworldly aura, but different. Older somehow, like the forgotten corners of her territory where even her wolves wouldn't patrol, places that smelled of time itself. "I left to protect you," he said quietly. The warmth of his breath disturbed the curls that had escaped her hasty ponytail, sending a traitorous shiver down her spine. From what? Your inability to communicate like an adult? She could feel the heat of him now, bare inches away. Close enough that her body remembered the comfort of his proximity, even as her mind rebelled against it. From things you weren't ready to understand. His gaze dropped briefly to her lips before meeting her eyes again, the momentary lapse in his focus more intimate than a touch. The lamp beside her flew off its table, but Jim's hand shot out with preternatural speed, catching it mid-air. The display of reflexes would have been impressive if Mia wasn't so focused on not burning her house down with the force of her rage. His fingers wrapped around the ceramic base, strong and capable, triggering an unwanted memory of those same hands mapping the contours of her body. "Try me," she challenged, crossing her arms to keep from reaching for his throat, or worse, reaching for him. Her claws pricked at her palms, threatening to emerge. "I've spent a year becoming something I never thought possible. You'd be surprised what I'm ready to understand." Jim set the lamp down carefully, his movements deliberate and controlled. The scent of his skin intensified as he moved. Earth after rain, the forest at midnight. Something dangerous and enticing that made her wolf howl silently in recognition. "I will explain everything, I promise, but not like this." He gestured to the destruction around them. "Not when you're ready to tear the place apart." "Then when?" Mia demanded, hating how her voice cracked on the question. The sound betrayed a vulnerability she'd sworn he would never witness again. "After you've lost the challenge and disappeared again?" Something flashed in his eyes. Determination, perhaps, or a touch of his old stubbornness. His jaw clenched, the muscle there jumping in a way that had once fascinated her. "I'm not going to lose." The audacity of his confidence pushed her over the edge. "You're not even a real alpha. You're a turned wolf competing against born leaders. This isn't some fairy tale where the underdog triumphs through the power of love." "No," Jim agreed, his gaze never leaving hers. A sudden gust from the chimney brought his scent to her in a wave that made her knees weak with unwanted longing. "It's much more complicated than that." Before Mia could respond, a howl pierced the air, the distinct call of her beta, Gerald. An emergency council meeting, because today clearly needed more complications. The sound vibrated through her bones, calling to her duty, her responsibility, her escape. "I have to go," she said, already turning toward the door. The cool metal of the handle grounded her, pulling her back from the edge of emotions she couldn't afford to feel. "I'll be here when you get back," Jim promised, and something in his tone, absolute certainty, made her pause. The weight of his words settled between her shoulder blades like a physical touch. "Don't make promises you can't keep," Mia said softly, refusing to look back at him. "You've already used up your allowance of those." Her voice barely rose above a whisper, but she knew his enhanced hearing would catch every syllable, every hidden tremor. She closed the door behind her more gently than she felt, the click of the latch final as a period at the end of a sentence. Outside, the forest waited, constant, unchanging, unlike everything else in her life. The crisp air filled her lungs, cleansing her of his scent, though not his presence in her mind. As she shifted and ran toward the council grounds, her bones cracking and reforming with familiar pain that was almost a comfort compared to the ache in her chest, Mia couldn't shake the image of Jim standing in her living room, changed yet familiar, a stranger with her heartbeat. Her paws dug into the soft earth, sending up the scent of loam and decay and renewal, the cycle that continued regardless of human or wolf drama. The man who'd broken her heart had returned, stronger and more mysterious than before. And whether she liked it or not, he was now part of a competition that would determine her future and the future of her pack. The thought made her wolf howl into the gathering dusk, a sound of frustration and something else, a note of yearning that echoed through the trees and back to the cabin where he waited. Chapter 5. The late afternoon sun painted golden streaks across the private dining room at Vines and Soul, the warm light catching in the crystal decanters that lined Jasmine's shelves. Mia slumped in her chair, inhaling the complex bouquet of the Vineyard, ripe grapes, sun-warmed earth, and the subtle thrum of protective magic that Jasmine had woven into the very foundations of the resort. She watched as Jasmine uncorked a bottle of her special reserve, the one she usually saved for supernatural emergencies. The rich, velvety aroma of aged berries and oak filled the air, tickling Mia's enhanced senses. Given the events of the past 24 hours, this definitely qualified as a crisis worthy of the good stuff. "So," Beatrice said, accepting a generous pour of wine, her blonde curls catching the fading light as she leaned forward. The scent of potion ingredients clung to her skin, lavender, sage, and a hint of something that sparked with magical residue. 7 alphas, 7, and one of them is your time-traveling ex who mysteriously vanished for a year. She took a sip, leaving a faint lipstick mark on the crystal rim. "Did I miss anything?" "He's not my ex," Mia muttered, though her wolf growled in disagreement, the sensation rumbling through her chest like distant thunder. "And yes, you missed the part where he broke into my house and critiqued my furniture while I tried to kill him with a lamp." Jasmine paused mid-pour, the wine gurgling to silence. The sharp scent of her concern cut through the bouquet of the wine. "Please tell me you didn't destroy the vintage coffee table." "I might have redecorated a bit." Mia traced her finger along the polished wooden table, feeling the grain catch against her skin. Translation: "Her living room looks like a supernatural tornado hit it," Beatrice supplied helpfully, her voice lilting with barely suppressed amusement. Jasmine settled into her chair, her movements precise and controlled, the fabric of her silk blouse whispering against the leather seat. Her expression remained carefully neutral in that way that meant she was processing something important, the same look Mia had seen her wear during complex supernatural negotiations. "And you said he's stronger now? Different?" Jasmine asked, her fingers tapping a silent rhythm against her glass, the subtle tap, tap, tap carrying through the room. "Everything about him is different." Mia traced the rim of her wine glass, feeling the cool, smooth surface against her fingertip. The wine's aroma wafted up, black cherries, spice, and something earthy that grounded her racing thoughts. The way he moves, his scent, his power level. It's like... She struggled to find the words, the taste of frustration bitter on her tongue. Like he went away as a wolf cub and came back an apex predator. "That's concerning," Jasmine said slowly, her heartbeat quickening just enough for Mia's wolf hearing to detect the subtle change in rhythm. "Which part? The mysterious power upgrade or the fact that he's still an insufferable smartass?" Beatrice asked, the scent of her curiosity mingling with the spark of her newly developing magical aura. "Both." Jasmine leaned forward, her chair creaking softly beneath the shift in weight. The subtle scent of her perfume, something with notes of sandalwood and vanilla, intensified with her movement. Time travel isn't just difficult, it's regulated by the Tri-Realm enforcement. If Jim's been messing with time, he could be in serious trouble, Mia finished, her stomach nodding with an unwelcome surge of concern. The wine turned sour in her mouth despite its quality. But why? What was so important that he'd risk breaking supernatural law? "Maybe he really did go furniture shopping in the future," Beatrice suggested, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "Considering what you did to his favorite chair." Despite herself, Mia cracked a smile, feeling the tension in her jaw ease slightly. "You're not helping." "I'm absolutely helping. I've got wine and I'm making you smile instead of brooding about Mr. Mysteriously Muscular." Beatrice wiggled her eyebrows, the motion catching a beam of fading sunlight that highlighted the flecks of gold in her blue eyes. "The challenge starts tomorrow," Jasmine cut in, her tone growing serious, the shift in her voice cooling the atmosphere like a sudden breeze. "Whatever Jim's reasons, you need to focus on what's coming. 7 alphas, 7 tests, and every supernatural eye in the region will be watching." Mia's wineglass cracked slightly under her grip, the sound sharp in the quiet room. A drop of ruby liquid escaped, staining her fingertip like blood. No pressure or anything. "Hey." Beatrice reached across the table, squeezing her hand. Her skin was warm, smelling faintly of the rosemary soap she favored and the residual energy of recently cast spells. "You've got us, and if any of those alphas try anything shady—" She wiggled her fingers, which sparked with newly learned magic, the scent of ozone briefly flaring in the air. "Please don't set anyone on fire," Jasmine sighed, the sound weary with the memory of past incidents. "The paperwork is horrible." "That was one time," Beatrice protested, her indignation carrying the scent of burnt sugar. The laughter that followed eased some of the tension in Mia's shoulders, the knots loosening beneath her skin. But her wolf remained restless, pacing the confines of her mind, thinking of autumn leaves and morning frost, and the way Jim's eyes had sparked with secrets he wouldn't share. The memory carried his scent with it, cinnamon and ink, leather and pine, making her nostrils flare involuntarily. "You know," Jasmine said, swirling her wine thoughtfully, the liquid catching the light in hypnotic patterns against the crystal, "there's something about these challenges that the elders conveniently forgot to mention." Mia looked up from her glass, catching the subtle shift in Jasmine's posture, the same stance she'd adopted during her supernatural FBI days when revealing crucial information. "Please tell me it doesn't involve ritual sacrifice. I've had enough surprises this week. Actually, it might work in your favor." Jasmine set her glass down with a soft clink against the polished table, slipping into what Beatrice called her agent mode. The scent of her determination, sharp and metallic like a freshly drawn blade, cut through the wine-soaked air. "As the current pack leader, you have the right to veto the challenge results." "I what?" Mia straightened, her spine pressing against the chair's wooden back. Her heartbeat quickened, pounding in her ears like distant drums. "Why hasn't anyone mentioned this before?" "Because the old guard likes to pretend these laws don't exist." Jasmine's lips curved into a knowing smile, her eyes glinting with the satisfaction of someone who'd spent years mastering supernatural legalities. "But I spent enough years enforcing supernatural law to know better. It's your get-out-of-mate-free card. One time, use only." Beatrice leaned forward, nearly knocking over her wine, the liquid sloshing dangerously close to the rim. The scent of her excitement rose like fresh citrus. "Wait, so she can just say no thanks to whoever wins?" "It's not quite that simple," Jasmine cautioned, her finger tracing a pattern on the table that mirrored the complicated hierarchy of pack politics. "The pack has to support your decision. If they don't—" She shrugged, the silk of her blouse rustling softly. "Well, that's when you take it to the Supernatural Law Enforcement Council. And trust me, they always side with the pack leader in these cases. It's about protecting the integrity of leadership." Mia absorbed this, her wolf suddenly more alert, the sensation like a rush of adrenaline warming her blood. "So even if Matthews, or Jim," Beatrice coughed into her wine, the liquid catching in her throat with a gurgling sound, "or anyone else wins, I'm not automatically bound by the result." "Exactly." Jasmine nodded, her dark hair catching the last rays of sunlight streaming through the windows. "Though I'd keep that information close to your chest for now. No need to show all your cards before the game begins." "Speaking of cards," Beatrice rummaged in her bag, the contents clinking and rustling against each other. The scent of various potions and herbs wafted from the depths, mint, chamomile, something distinctly magical that made Mia's nose tingle. Finally, Beatrice produced a small violet vial that seemed to shimmer in the fading light, catching and reflecting it like liquid starlight. "I've been working on something that might help. You know, for dealing with mysteriously powered-up ex-boyfriends who won't explain themselves." "Still not my ex," Mia muttered, though the protest lacked conviction even to her own ears. "Whatever helps you sleep at night, honey?" Beatrice placed the vial on the table with a delicate tink of glass against wood. The potion inside swirled hypnotically, seemingly of its own accord. "It's a truth potion." "Well, sort of. It's more like a clarity enhancer. Makes it harder for people to dance around the truth without technically lying. Jasmine eyed the potion warily, her nostrils flaring slightly as she caught its scent, something like honeysuckle with undertones of lightning. Please tell me this has been properly tested. Define properly. At Jasmine's look, Beatrice held up her hands, her rings catching the light with tiny rainbow refractions. It's perfectly safe, mostly. I mean, the worst side effect was that time my test subject could only speak in rhymes for a few hours. Rhymes? Mia picked up the vial, feeling its surprising weight in her palm. The glass was warm, as if the liquid inside generated its own heat. She watched the potion swirl like captured starlight, tiny motes of something luminescent dancing within. It was actually pretty entertaining. Beatrice grinned, her teeth flashing white against her pink lips. But I fixed that issue. Probably. Just maybe don't use it during any official pack business, or around anyone who might report us to whatever supernatural FDA exists. You're getting better at potions, Jasmine observed, though she still eyed the vial like it might start singing at any moment, her fingers twitching slightly as if ready to contain any magical mishaps. Thanks, I had a great teacher. Beatrice beamed at Jasmine, the scent of her pride warm and sweet like fresh-baked cookies. She turned back to Mia, her expression growing more serious, though the excited sparkle never left her eyes. Just 3 drops in their drink. Effects last about an hour. And if anyone asks, you definitely didn't get it from me. Mia tucked the vial into her pocket, feeling its subtle warmth against her thigh through the fabric. Warmth spread through her chest that had nothing to do with wine. Here she was, caught between tradition and transformation, and somehow she'd found friends willing to break a few supernatural laws to help her through it. "You two are terrible influences," she said fondly, the words carrying the rich scent of her affection. "Says the woman who destroyed perfectly good furniture," Jasmine replied, the corner of her mouth lifting in a rare, unguarded smile. That table had it coming. Mia took another sip of wine, letting the complex flavors roll across her tongue. Outside, the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the vineyard. Tomorrow would bring challenges she couldn't predict, but for now, in this moment, she had wine, friends, and maybe, just maybe, a fighting chance. Chapter 6. The clearing behind the pack house had been transformed overnight. Wooden bleachers curved in a half-moon around a massive circular arena, marked with glowing runes that pulsed with ancient magic. The scent of fresh-cut timber mingled with morning dew, and the anticipation of hundreds of werewolves gathered to witness the spectacle. Pack members filled the seats, their excited chatter carrying across the morning air like the buzzing of a hive, each voice distinct to Mia's heightened hearing. Mia stood at the edge of the alpha platform, the rough wood sturdy beneath her boots. The morning breeze carried a kaleidoscope of scents, the collected musk of her pack, the earthy aroma of the forest beyond, and the distinct individual signatures of the 7 alphas who'd come to compete for her hand. Matthews, of course, stood front and center in tailored clothes that probably cost more than her monthly salary, looking like he'd stepped out of a supernatural GQ magazine. His scent was controlled, perfect. Pine and snow, and that subtle metallic undertone that still bothered her wolf. Jim lounged against a post at the far end, deliberately casual in worn jeans and a leather jacket, his posture relaxed, but his eyes never stopping their scan of the crowd. His scent reached her even at this distance, familiar yet changed, with that ancient note she couldn't identify. Between them stood the others, Thompson, the tactical genius from the Eastern Packs, his scarred face a testament to battles won, smelling of cedar and gunpowder. The Blackwood twins, Victor and Nikolai, mirror images of dangerous grace, their matching scents, so similar only a born wolf could distinguish the subtle differences, one carrying notes of cardamom, the other of cloves. And finally, Otto Reyes, whose reputation for diplomatic solutions was as well known as his impressive pack alliances, his scent warm and steady like sun-baked stone. Quite the collection of power, isn't it? Mia turned to find Elder Willow approaching, her silver hair gleaming in the morning sun. The old wolf's scent was like a well-loved book, parchment and wisdom and the faintest trace of the herbs she used for healing. Her eyes crinkled with knowing amusement as she took in Mia's expression. They're all so impressive, intimidating, incredibly full of themselves. Despite her nerves, Mia laughed, the sound releasing some of the tension that had gathered between her shoulder blades. I was going to say intense, but yours work too. Elder Willow hummed thoughtfully, the sound vibrating in her chest like a purr. 7 alphas, 7 trials. By sunset today, we'll see the first true measure of their worth. She patted Mia's arm, her touch warm and dry like autumn leaves. The question is, what will you be looking for? Before Mia could answer, a horn sounded across the clearing, its deep bass note reverberating in her chest. The crowd fell silent, the sudden absence of noise almost as startling as a shout. Elder Marcus, the head of the council, stepped into the center of the arena. The runes flared brighter at his presence, casting his weathered face in otherworldly blue light that made his eyes glow like sapphires. The time has come. His voice carried across the suddenly silent crowd, each word weighted with ceremonial significance. Let the trials begin. Mia's wolf stirred restlessly as the 7 alphas moved forward, the leather of their boots creaking against the packed earth of the arena. Jim's eyes caught hers for just a moment, that infuriating half-smile playing at his lips. The memory of his scent intensified, as if her mind was replaying their confrontation from yesterday. Whatever game he was playing, whatever secrets he was keeping, she was about to see exactly what a year's absence had made of him. The first trial was about to begin. The first trial, Elder Marcus announced, his voice carrying to the furthest bleachers without effort. Tests not just strength, but strategy. He gestured to the arena, where the runes shifted and rose, forming translucent walls of light that hummed with energy Mia could feel vibrating against her skin, even from a distance. Each alpha must retrieve their token from the center while protecting their own territory. Last one standing with both their token and territory intact wins. The crowd murmured, the collective sound like rushing water. 7 pedestals emerged from the ground with a grinding of stone against stone, each bearing a small crystal that pulsed with different colors: azure, crimson, amber, emerald, violet, silver, and a deep, smoky black. The arena divided itself into 7 equal sections, the magical barriers creating a complex maze-like pattern that shifted subtly, like a living thing. That's it? Victor Blackwood's voice carried a hint of disdain, the scent of his arrogance sharp and peppery. Capture the flag with fancy lights? Elder Marcus's smile held no warmth, the expression never reaching his eyes. The barriers are spelled to respond to both physical and magical attacks. And of course, he paused for effect, letting the tension build in the air like an approaching storm, you'll be in wolf form, all of you. Mia's breath caught, the sound audible in the sudden hush that fell over the crowd. Wolf forms meant pure instinct, raw power, the animal side dominant over human calculation. It also meant, Jim can't possibly win this, Matthews said loudly enough for everyone to hear, his perfect white teeth flashing in the morning sun. A turned wolf against pure bloods? This'll be over in seconds. Jim's only response was to shrug off his jacket, the leather rustling as it fell to the ground. That maddening smile never left his face, though something dangerous flashed in his eyes, a knowledge that seemed out of place, as if he'd seen this all before. We'll see. The alphas took their positions, each at the outer edge of their designated territory. The barriers hummed louder, the magical energy making Mia's skin prickle with goosebumps. One by one, They shifted, the air crackling with power as human forms gave way to wolf. The sound of bones realigning, the rustle of fur emerging, the collective intake of breath from the audience, all created a symphony of transformation that resonated deep in Mia's chest. Victor and Nikolai emerged as massive black wolves, their fur gleaming like polished onyx in the morning light. Thompson's gray coat bore the same scars as his human form, white lines cutting through the darker fur like lightning across a stormy sky. Otto's russet fur rippled over muscles built for endurance, each movement fluid and economical. Matthews, predictably, transformed into a wolf of pure white, pristine and perfect, his coat almost blinding in the sunlight. Then Jim shifted, and Mia's wolf nearly broke free in response, clawing at her control with sudden desperate need. Gone was the lean wolf she remembered. In his place stood a creature of shadow and storm, his fur a mix of deep reds and blacks that seemed to absorb the light around him. He was smaller than the others, yes, but something in the way he moved, the way his power rippled through the air, like heat distortion over summer asphalt. Impossible! Matthews growled through the pack link that connected all participants, his mental voice vibrating with barely controlled fury. "Begin!" Elder Marcus commanded, bringing his staff down against the ground with a resonant boom that echoed across the clearing. The wolves launched forward, except Jim, who simply sat down, his haunches settling into the dirt as calmly as if he were watching clouds pass overhead. His amber eyes studied the arena with unnatural focus, his head tilted slightly as if listening to something no one else could hear. "What is he doing?" Beatrice whispered from beside Mia, her breath warm against Mia's ear, carrying the scent of the cinnamon pastry she'd eaten for breakfast. Mia shook her head, unable to take her eyes off the scene. The other wolves were charging through the barriers, their fur standing on end as they encountered the magical resistance. Some tried to muscle through, their powerful bodies throwing themselves against the walls of light. Others attempted to find paths around, darting through the maze with calculated precision. Victor and Nikolai had already engaged in a brutal fight over a shared boundary, their snarls and growls rising above the hum of magic. Matthews was systematically working his way toward the center, his white fur unmarked, despite the chaos swirling around him, each movement precise and deliberate. Jim hadn't moved. Then Mia saw it. With each collision, each attack, the magical barriers were shifting, changing, responding to the pressure in patterns that seemed random at first glance, but held an underlying rhythm. And Jim was watching the pattern, his head tilted slightly, as if listening to music only he could hear. "Oh," she breathed, understanding dawning like the first rays of sun breaking through night. The scent of her realization was sharp, like sudden insight. "Oh, he's—" Jim moved. One moment he was sitting calmly at the edge of his territory. The next he was a blur of shadow, dancing through gaps in the barriers that shouldn't exist. He wove through the maze like water, finding the path of least resistance, each step perfectly timed to the shifting patterns of light. His paws barely seemed to touch the ground, his movements holding a certainty that spoke of foreknowledge rather than instinct. He reached the center just as Matthews broke through the final barrier, the white wolf's massive form crashing through the wall of light with brute force. Their eyes met across the pedestals, amber against ice blue, challenge against confidence. And then Jim did something that made Mia's heart stop, the momentary pause in its rhythm like a physical jolt. Instead of grabbing his own crystal, he smiled. A wolf shouldn't be able to smile like that, all-knowing predator, and placed his paw on the pedestal bearing Matthew's token. The silver crystal pulsed beneath his touch, responding to the challenge. The white wolf's eyes widened in horror, the scent of his shock reaching even the spectator's stands. He wouldn't. Beatrice gasped, her fingers digging into Mia's arm with sudden tension. But Mia knew, with sudden certainty that settled in her gut like a stone, that he absolutely would. Jim's paw lifted, hovering over the crystal that would guarantee Matthew's elimination from the trial. The air seemed to still, the entire arena holding its breath in collective anticipation. And that's when the barriers exploded. The magical walls detonated with a sound like thunder, cracking overhead, sending shards of light flying in all directions. The concussive force knocked wolves and spectators alike to the ground, a wave of power that carried the scent of something darker than the protection magic that had formed the barriers. Mia's ears rang with the aftermath, her vision blurring momentarily as she struggled to make sense of the chaos that had erupted in a heartbeat. Through the smoke and magical residue, she caught a glimpse of Jim, not retreating but moving with purpose toward the fallen Matthews, his paw extended not in attack but in assistance. Whatever had just happened, whatever had caused the carefully constructed, magical arena to shatter like glass, Mia knew with absolute certainty that the game had changed. This was no longer about mating challenges and pack tradition. This was something far more dangerous. Chapter 7. Chaos erupted in a cacophony of snarls, screams, and the acrid stench of burned magic. The explosion had knocked Mia back several feet, her ears ringing with a high-pitched whine that made her wince. Every inhale carried the sharp tang of ozone and something darker, a coppery, rotten sweetness that didn't belong among werewolf magic. Her palms stung where she'd caught herself on the rough ground, tiny pebbles embedding in her skin. Through the swirling dust and magical residue, she saw pack members rushing to help those closest to the blast. The barriers had shattered outward like shrapnel, leaving glittering fragments of magic that faded even as they fell. The scent of fear pulsed through the clearing in waves, mingling with the metallic tang of blood where spectators had suffered minor cuts from the explosion. "Mia!" Gerald's voice cut through the din, his familiar cedar and sage scent approaching from her left. "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," she managed, pushing herself to her feet, ignoring the tremor in her legs. Her wolf surged forward, demanding she check on her pack, assess the damage, protect what was hers. The contestants... "Some are injured," Gerald confirmed, his weathered face tight with concern. "Matthews is demanding an investigation, claims it was sabotage." "Of course he was." Mia's eyes scanned the arena, catching sight of the white wolf. He had shifted back to human form, already dressed. How did he manage that so quickly? And was gesturing angrily toward Jim, his perfect features twisted with righteous indignation. The twins were circling the perimeter in wolf form, sniffing at the magical residue, while Thompson and Otto tended to injured spectators. And Jim. Mia's breath caught. Jim hadn't shifted back. His dark form moved with purpose through the chaos, herding confused pack members away from unstable sections of the arena where residual magic still sparked dangerously. He nudged a child back toward her mother, positioned himself between a collapsing wooden beam and an elder who hadn't moved quickly enough. Each movement was deliberate, efficient, not the actions of someone who had caused this destruction, but of someone trying to contain it. "He's good in a crisis," Beatrice observed, appearing beside Mia. Dust coated her blonde curls, giving her an oddly ghostly appearance. The scent of her worry carried undertones of the herbs she'd been working with earlier, lavender and something astringent. "Better than I would have expected from someone who hasn't been here in a year." "Where's Jasmine?" Mia asked, her eyes still tracking Jim as he used his body to shield a fallen elder from a shower of magical sparks. "Doing what she does best," Beatrice said, nodding toward the center of the arena. Jasmine knelt in the dirt, her fingers moving in complex patterns over the remnants of the central pedestals. Her face was a mask of concentration, eyes narrowed as she traced patterns invisible to anyone without her training. Even from this distance, Mia could see the subtle shift in Jasmine's posture, the straightening of her spine, the sudden stillness of her hands that indicated she'd found something significant. "Elder Marcus!" Matthew's voice carried across the clearing, pitched perfectly to draw maximum attention. "I demand an investigation into this sabotage." This was clearly a calculated attack, designed to disrupt the challenge before I could claim victory. His scent carried outrage and something sharper, satisfaction, as if the chaos served him somehow. Mia frowned, watching as he strode toward the council platform, managing to look both commanding and victimized simultaneously. His white shirt remained pristine, despite the dust that coated everyone else. "You speak of sabotage?" Elder Marcus replied, his ancient voice cutting through the noise. "These are serious accusations, Alpha Matthews." "The evidence is clear." Matthews gestured toward Jim, who had finally shifted back to human form and was pulling on his jeans, his torso still bare and streaked with dirt. A turned wolf with no chance of winning, sabotaging the trial rather than facing certain defeat. "I suggest we disqualify him immediately." The murmurs that spread through the crowd carried mixed sense: uncertainty, agreement, suspicion. Mia felt her claws extend involuntarily, the sharp pinprick of them against her palms centering her. Pack politics demanded she remain neutral, but everything in her rebelled against Matthew's smooth accusations. "That's quite a leap." Jim's voice was calm, almost amused as he approached. The late morning sun highlighted the new scars that mapped his shoulders, telling stories Mia didn't know. "Especially since I was about to win." Matthew's scoff held genuine disbelief. "You? Win? Against pure-blooded alphas?" "I was at the center while you were still fighting the barriers," Jim pointed out, his tone reasonable, but his posture subtly dominant, shoulders back, chin up, feet planted firmly. If anyone had motivation to disrupt the trial, it would be the wolf who was about to lose. The gathered crowd shifted, their collective scent wavering between suspicion and consideration. Mia caught Gerald's eye, noting the slight nod he gave, approval of Jim's strategic response. Accuse the accuser, remind everyone what they'd actually witnessed before the explosion. "This petty bickering solves nothing," Elder Willow interjected, stepping between the two men with the authority only age and wisdom could confer. Her silver hair caught the light, creating a momentary halo effect that reminded Mia of why some pack members whispered the old wolf had fey blood. "Our first priority is the injured. Then we can determine what happened." "I may have some insight into that," Jasmine called, rising from her examination of the pedestals. She held something between her fingers, something that glinted darkly in the sunlight. "If I may approach the council?" Elder Marcus nodded, his gaze sharp despite his advanced years. Jasmine moved with the practiced grace of someone accustomed to presenting evidence, her back straight, her steps measured. Mia followed, the gravel of the disrupted arena crunching beneath her boots, catching the subtle change in Jasmine's scent, the sharp edge of discovery tinged with concern. "What have you found, Ms. Keene?" Elder Marcus asked, his tone formal in acknowledgement of Jasmine's former status with supernatural law enforcement. Jasmine extended her hand, revealing a small medallion no larger than a coin. Even from where she stood, Mia could smell the wrongness of it, that same rotten sweet copper scent that had tainted the explosion. "This is vampire magic," Jasmine said, her voice carrying just far enough for the council and closest bystanders to hear. "Old magic, specifically designed to corrupt protective wards." A collective intake of breath rippled through those close enough to hear, carrying the sharp tang of shock and fear. Vampires and werewolves maintained an uneasy truce at best, open hostility at worst. The presence of vampire magic at a pack ceremony was unprecedented and deeply troubling. "Ridiculous," Matthews interjected, stepping closer. "Vampires have no interest in werewolf mating challenges. This is clearly a manufactured distraction." Jasmine's expression remained neutral, but Mia caught the subtle eye roll that said more than words ever could. The residual magic signature is unmistakable, and the placement suggests it was inserted beneath the central pedestal, designed to detonate when specific pressure was applied. Such as someone attempting to take another's token? Jim asked, his voice casual but his eyes intent. Jasmine nodded, her gaze flicking briefly to Matthews before returning to Elder Marcus. That would be consistent with the blast pattern, yes. This proves nothing, Matthews insisted, though his scent had shifted subtly, the metallic edge more prominent now. Anyone could have planted such a device. Perhaps our time-traveling friend brought it back from one of his mysterious journeys. Jim's lips twitched, not quite a smile. Always nice to have fans of my work. Enough. Elder Marcus held up a gnarled hand. Ms. Keene, please secure this evidence. We will convene a full investigation. And the challenge? Matthews demanded, his perfect features arranged in an expression of righteous concern. Surely we can't allow sabotage to disrupt our sacred traditions. Elder Marcus exchanged glances with the other council members, their silent communication practiced over decades of collaboration. After a moment, he nodded. The challenge will continue. However, in light of today's events, we will award this first trial to Jim Miracles, Elder Willow interjected, her voice soft but carrying the weight of authority. He reached the center first, as witnessed by all present. Tradition dictates the winner is determined by achievement, not completion. Matthew's face darkened, the tendons in his neck standing out as he controlled his reaction. This is unprecedented. So is vampire magic at a werewolf ceremony, Elder Willow countered, her ancient eyes holding a sharpness that belied her gentle demeanor. Would you have us compound one disruption with another? For a moment, it seemed Matthews might challenge the ruling outright. His scent spiked with anger, hot and peppery, before smoothing into something more controlled. With visible effort, he inclined his head in a gesture just short of respectful. As the council wishes, he said, each word precisely measured. I look forward to proving my worth in the remaining trials. His gaze shifted to Jim, the perfect smile never reaching his eyes. Without interruption, he turned and walked away, his movements fluid and controlled, despite the tension Mia could see in his shoulders. The twins fell into step beside him, their matched gaits creating an eerily synchronized retreat. The gathered pack members parted before them, conversations resuming in hushed tones, once Matthews was beyond earshot. Well, Beatrice muttered beside Mia, he took that graciously. And by graciously, I mean he looked like he was fantasizing about ripping out someone's throat. Probably Jim's, Mia replied, watching as Jim helped an elder clear debris from a collapsed section of stands. Or mine for existing. I don't trust him, Jasmine said, rejoining them, the medallion now wrapped in a silk cloth that dampened its magical signature. Matthews is too perfect, too smooth, and his reaction to the vampire evidence was suspiciously dismissive, Mia finished, the thought that had been nagging at her finally taking shape. Almost as if he expected it. Or planted it, Beatrice suggested, her voice dropping to a whisper that only their small circle could hear. The possibility hung between them, too serious to dismiss, yet too dangerous to voice loudly. If Matthews was somehow involved with vampires, working with them perhaps, it would be more than scandal. It would be treason against werewolf kind. We need proof, Jasmine said finally, tucking the wrapped medallion into an inside pocket of her jacket. I'll examine this more thoroughly at my lab, see if I can trace its origins. And Jim? Mia asked, unable to keep her gaze from drifting back to him. He worked alongside pack members who had months to form opinions about their alpha, yet they followed his lead without question in the crisis, responding to the natural authority he projected. Jim has secrets, Jasmine acknowledged, her tone measured. but whatever his reasons for returning, I don't believe sabotage is among them." "He wouldn't risk the pack," Beatrice agreed, absently brushing dust from her skirt. "Whatever else he might be, he's not reckless with others' safety." Mia wanted to argue, to point out that abandoning her without explanation hadn't exactly demonstrated concern for her well-being. But the evidence before her eyes, Jim efficiently organizing cleanup, prioritizing the injured, and diffusing tensions with his calm presence, made such arguments feel hollow. "The second trial is tomorrow," Elder Marcus announced, his voice carrying across the clearing. "A test of leadership and diplomacy. All contestants should report at dawn for preparation." The crowd began to disperse, pack members moving toward their homes with the subdued energy that followed unexpected danger. The sense of shock and fear were fading, replaced by the more familiar notes of determination and resilience that characterized their pack. Werewolves were nothing if not adaptable. "I should help with the injured," Beatrice said, already moving toward a group of elders who were treating minor wounds. Her natural affinity with healing herbs made her a valuable asset in such situations. "And I need to examine this evidence before the magical signature fades," Jasmine added, her fingers tapping the pocket where the medallion rested. "Vampire magic decays quickly once activated." Mia nodded, suddenly aware of the weight of responsibility settling back onto her shoulders. "I'll coordinate the cleanup, make sure everyone gets home safely." As her friends departed, Mia found herself standing alone at the edge of the disrupted arena. The scent of pack and home mingled with the lingering traces of vampire magic and destruction, creating a discordant note that made her wolf bristle with unease. A movement caught her eye. Jim helping a young pack member retrieve a toy that had fallen beneath the collapsed stands. He extracted the stuffed wolf with careful precision, brushing it off before returning it to the child with a smile that transformed his face from guarded to open in an instant. For a brief moment, he looked exactly like the Jim she'd known, the one who'd spent hours sketching ancient symbols, explaining their meanings with animated gestures. The one who'd fallen asleep beside her on full moon nights, his breathing synced perfectly with hers. Then he straightened, his gaze meeting hers across the distance, and the mask returned. The careful control, the secrets in his eyes, the subtle wariness that spoke of battles fought alone. This was the new Jim, shaped by whatever forces had taken him away for a year. And whether Mia liked it or not, this Jim had just won the first challenge in a competition for her hand. Chapter 8. The sweet scent of roasted meat and mulled wine wafted through Jasmine's Vines and Soul resort, mingling with laughter and the low hum of conversation. Mia stood at the edge of the celebration, watching the remaining alpha candidates mingle with pack members beneath strings of fairy lights that Beatrice had insisted would add ambiance. Her wolf senses picked up dozens of distinct conversations, heartbeats, and the underlying pack bonds that connected everyone, except Matthew's. His scent was off. Not quite wolf, not quite anything she recognized. When she tried to sense him through the pack bonds, there was only a hollow emptiness. "Your face is doing that thing again," Jasmine murmured, appearing at her side with 2 glasses of dark red wine. The liquid caught the light like blood as she passed one to Mia. "What thing?" Mia accepted the glass, the cool crystal a welcome distraction against her fingertips. That "I'm overthinking everything while trying to look casual" thing. Jasmine's expression remained neutral, but the corner of her mouth twitched. "Your left eyebrow gets all twitchy." A sharp, unwelcome heat rushed to Mia's cheeks. She took a sip of wine to hide her reaction, the rich berry notes hitting her tongue with an explosion of flavor that her heightened senses magnified tenfold. "I'm just keeping an eye on the competition." Her gaze drifted to where Jim stood with a small group of pack elders, his posture relaxed but alert. Even after a year's absence, he still fit into the pack dynamics like he'd never left, and that bothered her more than she cared to admit. Jim glanced up, catching her stare across the room. The connection zinged between them, electric and uncomfortable, before she deliberately looked away. Jasmine followed her gaze and sighed. "He hasn't taken his eyes off you all night, you know." "I know." The words came out more bitter than intended. "Werewolf, remember? I can feel his attention like an itch between my shoulder blades." The music shifted to something with a heavier beat that vibrated through the wooden floor beneath her feet. The scent of nervous excitement permeated the room as pack members started to dance, their movements becoming more uninhibited as the celebration progressed. Matthews chose that moment to approach, his gait perfectly balanced, his smile practiced and precise. 2 glasses of amber liquid were balanced in his hands, and the artificial citrus scent of the concoction couldn't quite mask something metallic underneath. "Alpha Mia," Matthews inclined his head with just the right amount of deference. "I thought you might enjoy our Northern Pack's special blend. It's quite invigorating." Before Mia could respond, Jim appeared at her elbow as if materialized from thin air. His presence brought the scent of pine and something ancient, like old paper and leather. "I've always found Southern hospitality beats Northern formality," Jim said, his tone light but his eyes sharp. There was something dangerous in the casual way he positioned himself between Mia and Matthews. Matthews' perfect smile flickered. For just a moment, so brief Mia almost missed it, his canines extended past what was normal for even an alpha werewolf. A flash of fang that vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Jim's hand brushed against Matthews, ostensibly reaching for one of the glasses. The movement seemed clumsy for someone with Jim's grace, and the glass tipped, amber liquid splashing across the front of Matthews' immaculate suit. "My apologies," Jim said, not sounding remotely sorry. "Let me help you with that." The temperature between the 2 men dropped to freezing. Matthew's jaw tightened to granite as he dabbed at the spreading stain with a handkerchief that appeared from nowhere. "No need," Matthews said, each word precisely clipped. "Though I wonder if your clumsiness will affect your performance in the final challenges." "I'm more concerned with what might be affecting yours," Jim replied, his voice dropping to a register that triggered Mia's instincts to be on alert. "Not looking quite yourself tonight, Matthews." Across the room, Mia caught sight of Beatrice hurriedly emptying a small vial into a fresh glass before turning toward them with a too bright smile. The scent of her truth potion was distinctive, honey and lavender with an undercurrent of something sharper. "Gentlemen," Beatrice called, weaving through the crowd with the grace of someone who'd had exactly 1 glass of wine too many. "You simply must try Jasmine's special reserve." She thrust the doctored glass toward Matthews. What happened next unfolded in chaotic sequence. Matthews stepped back to avoid Beatrice's approach, bumping into a passing server. The server stumbled, Beatrice tripped forward, and the potion-laced drink splashed directly into Jim's open mouth as he was mid-retort. Jim coughed, sputtering as the liquid went down his throat. His eyes widened in recognition of the taste. "That was—" he began before clamping his mouth shut with visible effort. Mia's stomach dropped. The truth potion. Shit. Across the room, Jasmine's eyes went wide. She made a subtle gesture toward the back of the resort. "Jim needs some air," Mia announced loudly, grabbing his arm. His skin felt fever-hot beneath her fingers, the muscles rigid with tension. "I feel perfectly fine," Jim said, then looked horrified at his own honesty. "Actually, that's not true. I feel like my insides are being pulled inside out, and everything I've ever wanted to say is trying to claw its way up my throat." Matthew's expression shifted from annoyance to keen interest. What an unusual reaction. Perhaps he's allergic to the wine. "Nothing so mundane," Jim bit out, sweat beading on his forehead. "I want to tell you exactly what I think of your false alpha posturing and whatever vampire deal you've—" Mia slapped her hand over Jim's mouth. The stubble of his jaw prickled against her palm, and she could feel his lips moving against her skin, still trying to form words. "Food poisoning," she said firmly. "He had bad sushi." "I've never eaten sushi in my life," Jim mumbled against her palm. "I think raw fish is disgusting and We're going," Mia said, tightening her grip and physically steering him toward the back exit. Beatrice quickly fell into step beside them, her face a mask of contrition, while Jasmine moved to intercept Matthews, smoothly engaging him in conversation. The cool night air hit Mia's face as they burst through the back door, the sudden absence of music and voices a blessed relief for her overloaded senses. Jim was trembling now, his jaw clenched so tightly she could hear his teeth grinding. "I'm so sorry," Beatrice whispered, shutting the door behind them. "It was meant for Matthews. The timing was just catastrophic," Mia finished for her. Jim was now physically restraining himself, one hand clamped over his own mouth. His eyes, normally a warm brown, had lightened to an amber that bordered on gold, a sign his wolf was rising in response to the stress. "How long does it last?" Mia demanded, steering Jim toward a secluded storage shed behind the kitchen gardens. Beatrice grimaced. "An hour? Maybe 2? It depends on his metabolism and willpower." She fumbled with the lock on the shed, her usually steady hands clumsy with nerves. "I didn't exactly have time to measure the dosage precisely." The shed door swung open, revealing a cluttered space filled with gardening tools and wine crates. Mia shoved Jim inside and followed, with Beatrice close behind. Jim staggered against a stack of empty wine crates, knocking several to the floor with a clatter that made Mia wince. His breathing was ragged, and when he finally looked up, the naked emotion in his eyes made her take an involuntary step back. "I missed you," he blurted out, the words rushing together. "Every day I was gone, every single day I missed you like a physical ache, like something vital had been carved out of my chest." Heat rushed to Mia's face. This wasn't what she had expected. Anger, accusations, secrets about Matthews, not this raw, unfiltered emotion. "Jim," she began, but he cut her off. "I left because I had to, not because I wanted to." The words tumbled out now, unstoppable. "I saw you die, Mia, over and over. I watched you bleed out in my arms in a dozen different futures, and I couldn't—" He broke off, visibly struggling against the potion's effects. "I couldn't be the reason you died." The air in the shed seemed to thicken, making it difficult to breathe. Outside, crickets chirped in the darkness, oblivious to the storm breaking within the small wooden structure. "What do you mean you saw me die?" Mia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The scent of Jim's distress filled the confined space, sweat and anguish and something else, something old and strange that raised the hair on the back of her neck. "Time slips," Jim gasped, sliding down against the wall until he sat hunched on the floor. "I see things. Past, present, future. After I was turned, it started happening. At first, just fragments, glimpses, then full visions." His fingers dug into his thighs hard enough to leave bruises. "I thought I was losing my mind." Beatrice edged closer, scientific curiosity overtaking her earlier embarrassment. "That's why you left? Because of these visions?" Jim nodded, his expression haunted. "I saw Matthews kill her during the challenge. I saw vampire hunters tracking me to Wolf Valley. I saw too many paths leading to her death, and most of them led back to me." His voice broke. "So I left, tracked the source of the threat. Ended up in Eastern Europe following vampire bloodlines and—" He stopped abruptly, his face contorting in pain. Mia knelt in front of him, close enough to see the pulse pounding in his throat. "And what, Jim?" When he looked up, there was genuine fear in his eyes. "Something's wrong. The potion's reacting with—" He gasped, doubling over. "Can't talk about Charlotte, about the vampires. There's a blood oath." Beneath his skin, something strange was happening. Faint blue lines appeared, tracing patterns across his forearms like luminescent tattoos, pulsing with an unnatural light. "What the hell?" Mia breathed, reaching out instinctively. Jim's hand shot out to stop her. "Don't touch!" But it was too late. Her fingers brushed against the glowing marks, and the world around them fractured. For one terrifying moment, Mia saw double, the cramped shed and simultaneously a stone chamber filled with hooded figures. Jim was there in both places, modern clothes in the shed, ancient robes in the chamber. The markings on his skin burned brighter, connecting the two realities. Then the vision collapsed, and Jim cried out in agony as the markings faded beneath his skin once more. "Beatrice!" Mia barked, her alpha authority surfacing through her shock. "Get Jasmine. Now!" Beatrice nodded and slipped out the door, leaving Mia alone with Jim. The only sound was his labored breathing and the distant murmur of the celebration continuing unaware. "Jim." She hesitated, then placed her hand on his shoulder. The muscle beneath her palm was rigid with tension. What just happened? He looked up at her, pain etched in every line of his face, but there was something else there too. Relief, as if a great weight had been partially lifted. "The truth is coming out one way or another," he said with a weak attempt at his usual smile. "I'm just not sure either of us is ready for it." Before she could press further, the door swung open, revealing Jasmine's concerned face. "Matthews is asking questions," she said without preamble. "I can't keep him distracted much longer." Her sharp gaze took in Jim's condition, and her expression hardened. "What happened?" "The potion's interacting with something else," Mia explained, not taking her eyes off Jim. "Something to do with a blood oath." Jasmine cursed under her breath. "Blood magic. That complicates things." Jim leaned his head back against the wall, his eyes closed. "You have no idea," he whispered. The metallic tang of blood filled the air as a thin trickle ran from his nose. The truth potion was still working its way through his system, fighting against whatever other magic bound him to silence. "We need to get him somewhere safe," Mia decided. "My cabin. It's the most protected place in the territory." Jasmine nodded. "I'll create a diversion. Food poisoning stories should work. I'll have Beatrice mention exotic mushrooms in the appetizers. That'll keep everyone distracted with worry about their own stomachs." Despite his condition, Jim managed a pained laugh. "Always tactical, Jasmine." "Someone has to be," she replied, but her voice had softened. "Can you walk?" Jim nodded, struggling to his feet with Mia's help. The contact sent another jolt through her system, the ghost of that strange double vision, like looking through a fractured window into another time. "Matthews can't know about this," Jim said urgently. "Whatever you do, don't let him suspect anything about the potion or my condition." "I'm more concerned about your immediate health than Matthew's suspicions," Mia retorted. But the worry gnawing at her insides belied her sharp tone. "That's because you don't know what he's really planning," Jim said, his voice dropping to something barely above a whisper. "But you will, once this damned potion either reveals everything or kills me trying." The certainty in his voice sent ice down Mia's spine. She'd known Jim was hiding something since his return, but the depth of his secrets was becoming apparent, and far more dangerous than she'd imagined. As they prepared to slip out through the kitchen gardens to avoid the main celebration, Mia caught a glimpse of Matthews through the window. He was watching the back entrance, his perfect posture and practiced smile still in place, but his eyes were cold and calculating. For just a moment they flashed with an unnatural light, and Mia's instinct screamed a warning that had nothing to do with wolf politics and everything to do with primal survival. Whatever game was being played here went far beyond a simple mating challenge, and Jim, infuriating, secretive Jim, was at the center of it all. Chapter 9. The journey to Mia's cabin took twice as long as it should have. Jim's condition deteriorated with each passing minute, his weight growing heavier against her side as they navigated the forest paths. The night air carried the scent of pine and wet earth, amplified by the recent rain that had left the ground soft beneath their feet. "Almost there," Mia murmured, though whether to reassure Jim or herself, she wasn't certain. Jim's only response was a grunt. his jaw clenched so tightly she could hear his teeth grinding. Beneath her palm, his skin burned with unnatural heat, where she supported him around his waist. The contrast between that fever warmth and the cool night air raised goosebumps along her arms. Her cabin appeared through the trees, a dark silhouette against the star-filled sky. No lights burned in the windows, exactly as she'd left it. The familiar scent of home washed over her, a territory marked by her presence in every fiber of the building. "Keys," she muttered, fumbling at her pocket while still supporting Jim's increasingly unstable frame. "Don't need them," Jim rasped, his voice rough with strain. He extended a trembling hand toward the lock. The air between his fingers and the door seemed to ripple, like heat waves rising from summer pavement. Something clicked, and the door swung open. Mia stared. "That's new." "Side effect," Jim managed, then stumbled forward into the darkness of the cabin. Mia followed, her night vision allowing her to navigate the familiar space without light. She eased Jim onto the couch and moved to light the fireplace. The scratch of the match against the striker sounded abnormally loud in the quiet room, and the sudden flare of light made Jim wince. As the kindling caught and flames began to dance, casting flickering shadows across the walls, Mia finally got a good look at Jim's condition. He was a wreck. Sweat plastered his dark hair to his forehead, and the veins at his temples stood out prominently against his too pale skin. But it was his eyes that truly alarmed her. They kept shifting between their normal brown and an unnatural silver that reflected the firelight like mirrors. "How bad?" she asked, kneeling in front of him. Jim attempted a smile that came out as more of a grimace. "On a scale of 1 to catastrophic?" A violent shudder ran through him. "Let's just say I've had better days. The truth potion wasn't supposed to do this." Mia reached for his wrist, checking his pulse. It raced beneath her fingertips, far too fast even for a werewolf. "It's like you're having some kind of allergic reaction." "Not allergic." Jim closed his eyes, his head falling back against the couch cushions. "Conflicting magic. Truth potion trying to make me speak. Blood oath preventing it." The scent of his distress filled the room, sweat and pain with an underlying note of something metallic, like copper pennies or old blood. It overrode even the familiar smells of her own home, setting her wolf instincts on edge. "Blood oath?" Mia repeated. "With who?" Jim's arm jerked suddenly in her grip, the muscles spasming. Beneath the skin of his forearm, the strange blue lines reappeared, tracing patterns that looked like ancient script. They pulsed with each rapid heartbeat, growing brighter. "Charlotte," he gasped, and the markings flared painfully bright. Jim curled forward with a muffled groan, his free hand clutching at his throat as if he were choking. The air in the room thickened, pressure building against Mia's eardrums. She caught the distinctive scent of ozone, like the air before a lightning strike. "Jim!" Alarm shot through her as she grabbed his shoulders. "What's happening?" His eyes snapped open, now completely silver. "The oath," he choked out. "Can't speak of. What we found. The vampire territories. The bloodlines." With each forbidden word, the markings burned brighter, spreading up his arms toward his chest. The air around them began to distort, reality rippling like the surface of a disturbed pond. Through these ripples, Mia caught fragmented glimpses of other places: stone walls, snowy forests, cobblestone streets. "Stop talking about it," she urged, tightening her grip on his shoulders. "Can't," Jim gasped. "Truth potion won't let me stop. Need to tell you everything." The conflicting magics tore at him from within, creating an almost visible battle beneath his skin. Blue lines of the blood oath crawled upward, while a golden glow, presumably the truth potion, spread from his core, meeting the blue in crackling arcs of energy where they collided. The smell of burning filled the air, though nothing in the physical world was on fire. It was magic consuming magic, and Jim was the battlefield. A particularly violent spasm ran through him, and he pitched forward into Mia's arms. The sudden contact sent a shock through her system. For an instant, she wasn't in her cabin anymore. Cold air bit at her cheeks, and the scent of snow and stones surrounded her. Hooded figures moved in her peripheral vision, chanting in a language she didn't recognize. In the center of their circle stood Jim, his face years younger, but his eyes ancient, as a woman with eyes like blood pressed a glowing blade against his forearm. Then she was back in her cabin, Jim's weight heavy against her as he struggled to breathe. "You're killing yourself," she said, fear making her voice sharper than intended. "Whatever this oath is, it's not worth your life." Jim laughed, a broken sound that held no humor. "That's the thing about blood oaths," he whispered against her shoulder. "Breaking them always costs blood." His body suddenly went rigid in her arms, back arching as if in seizure. The blue markings exploded across his skin, no longer confined to his arms, but spreading up his neck and across his face in intricate patterns. At the same time, the golden glow of the truth potion pulsed from within, pushing outward against the oath's constraints. The air around them fractured completely. Reality split into overlapping images. The cabin, then a stone chamber, then a forest clearing, then what looked like an ancient cathedral. Each shift brought different scents, different sounds, incense and blood, gunpowder and rain, old books and candle wax. Through it all, Jim remained locked in her embrace, his body the nexus point connecting these fractured realities. His heartbeat thundered against her chest, too fast, too erratic. "I need to call Jasmine," Mia said, trying to ease him back onto the couch. "She'll know what to do." Jim's hand shot out, gripping her wrist with surprising strength. "No time." His voice had changed, echoing strangely as if coming from multiple points in space. "Need to show you." Easier than telling. Before she could protest, he pressed his forehead against hers. The world exploded into fragments of memory. A medieval street, bodies piled in carts, the stench of death so thick she could taste it on her tongue. Black rats scurried between cobblestones, and a bell tolled ceaselessly in the distance. Through a grimy window, a terrified boy, unmistakably Jim, though centuries younger, watched as men in plague masks collected the dead. The date scratched on a nearby wall, 1347. The blue markings on Jim's skin flared painfully bright. He gasped, his body arching in agony but continued forcing the memories through. Unrecognizable bodies, their features twisted in death, half transformed between wolf and human. Blood pooled black in the moonlight, the scent of it acrid and wrong, corrupted somehow. A female voice whispered from the darkness. They were never meant to be mixed. "Jim, stop!" Mia urged, feeling his heart hammering against her own. The scent of burning intensified as the conflicting magics tore at him. But he couldn't stop. The truth potion drove him forward, compelling the revelations as the oath fought to silence him. His skin burned beneath her touch. A woman with eyes like fresh blood stared directly at her, a cold smile revealing the tips of fangs. "Charlotte," the memory Jim whispered, his voice thick with fear and something else, recognition. The woman reached toward him with hands stained crimson. "Your blood remembers what your mind cannot." Jim convulsed violently, the markings now spreading across his face, etching ancient symbols into his skin. Still, the memories continued, each one seeming to cause him more pain than the last. A wolf with Mia's eyes, lying motionless in a pool of black blood, silver patterns carved into its fur. The scene shifted rapidly between the wolf and Mia's human form, as if time itself couldn't decide which version was real. Jim's hands, covered in blood, reaching for her, always too late. "Stop!" Mia shouted, tearing herself away. The connection broke with an almost audible snap. "You're killing yourself!" Jim collapsed back against the couch, a terrible keening sound escaping his throat. Blood trickled from his nose and the corners of his eyes, tracing crimson paths down his face. The blue markings pulsed once more, blindingly bright, then retreated beneath his skin as his body went limp. "Jim?" Panic clawed at Mia's chest as she lunged forward, catching him before he slid to the floor. "Jim!" His heartbeat fluttered weakly beneath her fingers, his breathing shallow and uneven. The conflict between the truth potion and blood oath had pushed him beyond his limits. Mia cradled his unconscious form, the fragments of memory still burning behind her eyes. Her lungs felt scorched, as if she'd inhaled fire rather than air. Whatever Jim had been trying to show her, it had nearly destroyed him in the process. Mia pushed herself to her feet, needing distance to process what she'd seen. Her legs felt unsteady beneath her, and her head pounded with the residual echo of Jim's memories. Jim remained unconscious, his breathing shallow and uneven. The blue markings had vanished beneath his skin, but streaks of blood still marred his face, where it had seeped from his eyes and nose. The scent of it mingled with the lingering smell of burnt magic, acrid and wrong. Mia checked his pulse again, too fast then too slow, as if his heart couldn't decide on a rhythm. His skin felt cold now, the unnatural fever replaced by a chill that didn't belong on a werewolf. She needed help. Moving swiftly to the side table, she grabbed her phone and dialed Jasmine's number. "We have a problem," Mia said without preamble, her voice clipped. "Jim's collapsed. The truth potion and some kind of blood oath. They tore him apart from the inside." Jasmine's sharp intake of breath carried through the line. "Is he breathing?" "Yes, but barely. I need you here." "And Bertram, he might know something about this." "On it. Beatrice is with me. We'll grab Bertram and be there in 15 minutes. Jasmine's voice shifted to her tactical tone. "All business now. Don't move him. Don't try to wake him. If he starts convulsing again, turn him on his side." The line went dead. Mia set the phone down and returned to Jim's side, kneeling beside the couch. The fire in the hearth had died down to embers, casting the room in shadow. Outside, the wind had picked up, branches scraping against the cabin walls like skeletal fingers. Mia studied Jim's face in the dim light. Even unconscious, his features were tight with pain. Whatever secrets he carried, they were killing him from within. The blood oath prevented speech, but the truth potion had forced him to try anyway. The result was this: a broken body and fragmented glimpses into a past so impossible, she still couldn't fully process it. Minutes stretched like hours as she waited for help to arrive. The cabin creaked and settled around her. In the distance, a wolf howled, one of her pack checking in. She should respond, should let them know their alpha was all right, but she couldn't bring herself to leave Jim's side, not even for a moment. The crunch of tires on gravel finally announced Jasmine's arrival. Headlights swept across the windows, briefly illuminating Jim's pale face before plunging it back into shadow. Car doors slammed, followed by hurried footsteps on the porch. Mia rose to meet them, her legs stiff from kneeling. When she pulled open the door, Jasmine stood in front with Beatrice and Bertram close behind, all three faces grim with concern. The cool night air rushed past them, carrying the scents of pine, earth, and the sharp tang of Beatrice's herbal remedies. "He needs immediate help," Jasmine said, sweeping past Mia to kneel beside Jim. Her hands moved with practiced efficiency, checking his pulse and examining the dried blood on his face. "What happened?" "The truth potion reacted with some kind of blood oath," Mia explained, watching as Bertram joined Jasmine by the couch. "He tried to show me something. Memories, I think. Then he just collapsed." Beatrice hovered at the edge of the group, anxiety rolling off her in waves strong enough for Mia to smell. "This is my fault if I hadn't spilled the potion." "Not now," Jasmine cut her off, though not unkindly. "Bertram, what do you make of this?" Bertram's weathered face revealed nothing as he examined Jim. though his nostrils flared slightly, scenting something the others couldn't detect. "Blood oath," he confirmed, his voice grave. "Old magic. Very dangerous when combined with truth serums?" "Can you help him?" Mia asked, unable to keep the edge from her voice. Bertram straightened, his movements deliberate. "We need to get him somewhere secure. The potion will eventually work its way out of his system, but until then, he's vulnerable. Anyone could force more information from him in this state." "My cabin," Mia decided immediately. "It's isolated, protected by pack boundaries." Jasmine nodded her agreement. "Good. Fewer prying eyes, and Matthews won't dare cross onto your personal territory without permission." She glanced at Jim's unconscious form. "Can you carry him to the car?" Mia was already moving, sliding her arms beneath Jim's limp body. Despite her slight frame, her alpha strength made lifting him effortless. His head lolled against her shoulder, his skin cool against her neck. "We'll need to wait until the potion clears his system completely," Bertram said, holding the door open as Mia carried Jim out. "Then perhaps he can share what the oath will permit without killing him." The night air had gained an edge, carrying the scent of approaching rain. Overhead, clouds had begun to obscure the stars, dimming the moonlight that had guided their earlier arrival. Jim remained motionless in Mia's arms as she carried him to Jasmine's SUV, his breathing shallow but steady. As she settled him carefully into the back seat, his eyelids fluttered briefly. For just a moment she thought he might regain consciousness, but he slipped back under, the lines of pain still etched around his mouth. Whatever Jim had tried to show her, whatever secrets he carried, they would have to wait. For now, keeping him alive took priority. Mia slid into the seat beside him, instinctively placing herself between Jim and the outside world as Jasmine started the engine. The headlights cut through the darkness as they pulled away from Vines and Soul, leaving behind the sound of distant music and laughter that seemed to belong to another world entirely. Chapter 10. The sharp scent of ground cinnamon and charred sage filled Mia's nostrils as she paced the worn floorboards of her living room. The wooden planks creaked beneath her feet in a familiar rhythm that would normally soothe her nerves. Not tonight. The walls of her cabin seemed to press inward, closing in like a trap. On the couch, Jim lay curled up, sweat beading on his forehead as his muscles spasmed under the conflicting magical influences. "Can't you two hurry it up?" Mia snapped, glancing at Jasmine and Beatrice huddled over her kitchen counter. The bitter tang of worry coated her tongue. "I'd like to see you try to neutralize a truth potion while accounting for an unknown blood oath," Jasmine replied without looking up, her hands moving with practiced precision among a collection of small glass bottles. "One wrong ingredient and his brain turns to pudding." "Delicious pudding, though," Beatrice added cheerfully, carefully measuring a viscous blue liquid into a copper bowl. The liquid hissed and released a puff of lavender smoke as it contacted the metal. "Oops, that's not supposed to happen," Jim groaned from the couch. "If my brain's going to be pudding anyway, can I request chocolate?" The tight knot in Mia's chest loosened just enough to allow a breath. He hadn't lost his sense of humor, at least. She moved to perch on the armrest near his head, her fingers hovering inches above his damp hair before retreating to her lap. "Just hang on, the Wonder Twins are working on it." The scent of his pain, sharp and metallic, scraped against her senses. "How bad is it?" "Oh, you know," Jim smiled weakly, his face pale beneath his tan. "Tickles a bit, like being flayed from the inside." A crash from the kitchen drew Mia's attention. Beatrice stood frozen, a broken mason jar at her feet, its contents spreading in a glittering puddle across the tile. "That was the last of the moonflower extract," Jasmine muttered, pinching the bridge of her nose. "I have an idea," Beatrice exclaimed, eyes bright with the particular gleam that made Mia instinctively brace for chaos. The aspiring witch darted to her oversized purse, rummaging through it with the intensity of someone digging for buried treasure. "What if we substitute with dandelion root? They're both night-blooming plants with similar magical properties, just opposite effects. Jasmine stared at her. That's like saying fire and ice are similar because they both burn. Exactly. See, you get it. The two continued bickering as they cleaned up the mess, and Mia turned back to Jim. His eyes had taken on a glazed quality that sent a chill down her spine. "Jim, stay with me." She snapped her fingers in front of his face. His gaze sharpened, focusing on her with an intensity that made her skin prickle. "Always wanted to," he murmured, the words sliding out as if pulled by an invisible hook. A muscle in his jaw clenched as he fought against the potion's effects. Tried to stay away, couldn't, not forever. Heat rushed to Mia's cheeks. She glanced over her shoulder, but Jasmine and Beatrice were still engrossed in their alchemical debate. The low hum of their voices provided a semblance of privacy. "You need to be careful about what you say," Mia whispered. "The blood oath, I know." Jim grimaced, tendons standing out on his neck. "Ask me something safe. Distraction helps." Mia hesitated, then asked the question that had been burning inside her since he'd stumbled back into her life. "Did you miss me? When you were, wherever you were?" His expression softened, the pain momentarily receding. "Every day, every hour, like missing a limb." The raw honesty in his voice made her throat tighten. "Used to sketch your smile from memory. Never got it quite right." Before she could respond, Beatrice bounded over, clutching a steaming mug that smelled like overripe bananas and burnt coffee. "Drink this," she announced proudly. "We replaced the moonflower with dandelion and compensated with twice the amount of toad sweat." Jim eyed the bubbling concoction warily. "Will it help, or am I about to turn into a toad?" 50-50 chance either way. Beatrice beamed, entirely too enthusiastic about the odds. Jasmine followed behind, arms crossed. "I did my best to stabilize it, but our witch in training here insisted on improvising." "What she calls improvising, I call inspired genius." Beatrice winked, pushing the mug toward Jim. "Down the hatch!" Jim looked to Mia, a silent question in his eyes. She nodded slightly, her fingernails digging into her palms. He took the mug and downed the contents in 3 gulps, his face contorting into an expression that suggested he was drinking liquid garbage. For 5 long seconds, nothing happened. Then Jim's eyes rolled back, his body went rigid, and he collapsed against the couch cushions. "Jim!" Mia lunged forward, her heart thundering against her ribs. "It's working!" Beatrice clapped, then caught Mia's murderous glare. "I mean, it's, a normal part of the process." Jim's body convulsed once, then relaxed. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing pupils blown so wide his blue irises were nearly invisible. "Whoa," he breathed. "Everything's sparkly." "Sparkly is better than dead," Jasmine observed dryly. Jim sat up slowly, running his hands through his hair in wonder. "The pressure's gone. It's like someone turned down the volume on a screeching radio." Mia's shoulders slumped with relief. "Can you talk about things now?" "Let's find out." Jim cleared his throat. "Charlotte is—" He tensed, waiting for pain that didn't come. "Charlotte is a vampire hunter, not a romantic interest." Mia hadn't realized she was holding her breath until it escaped in a rush. "Good. That's good to know." "Jealous?" Jim grinned, some color returning to his face. "In your dreams, Miracles." "Oh, frequently." Beatrice giggled, earning another glare from Mia. "So the potion worked?" Jasmine asked, all business despite the smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Jim nodded. "I think so. I can talk around the blood oath now as long as I don't mention—" He winced, pressing a hand to his temple. "Okay, still can't mention that directly, but I can tell you that Charlotte is investigating some distribution networks for special products involving people with unique dietary requirements." "Vampire blood trafficking," Jasmine translated flatly. "Didn't say that," Jim pointed at her with a wink. "But hypothetically, if someone was running such an operation, they might be interested in certain local leadership positions. For logistical advantages." Mia's mind raced. Matthews? Jim tapped his nose but didn't confirm verbally. But why would he enter the mating challenge? Beatrice asked, perching on the arm of a nearby chair. If he's working with... She lowered her voice to a theatrical whisper. You know what's? Because of me, Mia realized, the pieces clicking into place with nauseating clarity. Or rather, my blood. Jim nodded grimly. There's something special about a deadline wolf who gained the ability to shift, extremely valuable to certain researchers. But how did you get involved in all this? Mia pressed, watching him carefully. Why did Charlotte approach you specifically? Jim hesitated, rubbing his forearm absent-mindedly. Because of something I brought with me, from before. Before what? Before now. His gaze met hers, something ancient and weary flickering behind his eyes. Way before. The cabin fell silent, the only sound the gentle tick of the grandfather clock in the corner and the soft pop of embers in the fireplace. Jim, Mia said slowly, what exactly is under your skin? Instead of answering, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing his forearm. The skin appeared normal, tanned, scattered with freckles, crisscrossed with the faint white lines of old scars. I don't see anything, Beatrice said, squinting. Jasmine stepped forward, her fingers tracing invisible patterns in the air above Jim's arm. She muttered something under her breath, a string of words in a language Mia didn't recognize. The air around Jim's arm shimmered, like heat rising from asphalt on a summer day. Then, as if emerging from beneath the surface of a pond, dark lines began to appear on his skin, intricate symbols and swirling patterns that pulsed with a faint, bluish light. Temporal anchors, Jasmine breathed, her professional composure cracking in the face of genuine awe. I've only read about these in theoretical texts. What are temporal anchors? Mia asked, unable to look away from the glowing markings. They're... Jim began, but his explanation cut off as his entire body suddenly blurred at the edges. For a heart-stopping moment, he seemed to phase in and out of existence, his form becoming translucent before snapping back to solid reality. He gasped, doubling over as if he'd been punched. Jim! Mia grabbed his shoulders, his skin cold and clammy beneath her palms. The taste of ozone filled her mouth, sharp and electric. It's happening again, he wheezed, clutching his marked arm to his chest. Just like before, when I disappeared a year ago. You didn't leave me? The question escaped before Mia could stop it, small and vulnerable. Jim's eyes, pain-glazed and distant, focused on her face with fierce clarity. Never by choice, he managed through gritted teeth. Never would. Another wave of translucency washed over him, and Mia tightened her grip, as if she could physically anchor him to this time, this place, this moment. Don't you dare disappear on me again, she growled, feeling her wolf rise to the surface, responding to the threat against what was hers. The thought jolted her. When had she started thinking of Jim as hers again? Slowly, the blurring subsided. Jim's form solidified, his breathing ragged but steadying. The markings on his arm faded back beneath his skin, invisible once more. That was close, he mumbled, sagging against her. Too close. A sharp knock at the front door cut through the tense atmosphere. All four of them froze, exchanging alarmed glances. Alpha Mia. The voice from outside was smooth, cultured, and unmistakable. I heard you were feeling unwell after the party. I've brought something to help with your headache. Matthews. Mia's blood turned to ice in her veins. Through the door, his scent reached her. Clean pine and fresh snow, too perfect, too controlled. And beneath it, something else. Something wrong. Jim straightened beside her, his expression hardening. Mia didn't want to, but they all knew she had no choice. The alpha of the Northern Pack was at her door, and protocol demanded she answer. Chapter 11. Mia's fingertips tingled with adrenaline as she moved toward the door. Every instinct screamed danger. The floorboards beneath her feet seemed to vibrate with a warning rhythm, the cabin itself sensing the predator that waited outside. "Let me handle this," she whispered, not turning back to look at the others. She didn't need to see Jim's face to feel his tension radiating across the room, a palpable wave of concern that brushed against her skin. Jasmine moved silently to the kitchen, casually placing herself near the knife block. Beatrice retreated to the shadows by the bookshelf, for once not making a sound. With a deep breath that filled her lungs with the grounding scent of pine and earth from her own home, Mia opened the door. Matthews stood on her porch, moonlight gleaming off his silver blonde hair like a halo. His tailored charcoal suit looked impossibly pristine despite the late hour, not a wrinkle in sight. In his hands he held a small wooden box inlaid with mother of pearl. "Alpha Lee," he smiled, teeth perfectly straight and white. "Too perfect. I hope I'm not intruding." His scent hit her in a concentrated wave, clean pine and winter snow, but beneath it lay something else, something metallic and sharp that made the fine hairs on her arms stand on end. Every molecule of him was calculated, controlled, and utterly wrong. "Not at all," Mia lied, keeping her body positioned to block his view of the room behind her where Jim remained on the couch. "Just having a quiet evening with friends." Matthews's glacier blue eyes flickered over her shoulder, his pupils contracting slightly, the only sign that he'd registered the other presences in the cabin. His smile never wavered. "How? Convivial. I've always admired your pack's informality. So different from the Northern Territories." The subtle condescension in his tone made Mia's jaw tighten, but she kept her expression neutral. "What brings you here at this hour, Alpha Matthews?" He lifted the wooden box slightly. "A peace offering of sorts. After the unpleasantness at the party, I wanted to ensure there were no misunderstandings between us." His voice flowed like honey, smooth and rich, designed to soothe and disarm. "May I come in? This is something of a private matter." The last thing Mia wanted was to invite him into her space, her territory, but refusing would be a diplomatic insult. She stepped aside, feeling as though she'd just invited a shark into a swimming pool. Matthews glided past her, his movements liquid and precise. Nothing wasted, nothing unintentional. His gaze swept the room in a single, assessing glance, lingering momentarily on Jim before settling back on Mia with a practiced smile. "Quite the gathering," he observed. "Miss Keene, Miss Everly, and Mr. Miracles. How unexpected." Jim pushed himself to a sitting position, his face pale but composed. "Matthews, fancy meeting you here." The air between the two men crackled with hostility, though neither moved. Predators sizing each other up, calculating weaknesses, advantages, angles of attack. "I brought a special blend," Matthews continued smoothly, opening the wooden box to reveal a crystal decanter filled with amber liquid. "From my personal collection, it's particularly effective for headaches, among other ailments." The scent that wafted from the open box made Mia's nostrils flare. Whiskey, aged and expensive, but laced with something else, something herbal and complex that her wolf recognized as dangerous even if she couldn't identify it. "That's very thoughtful," Mia said, not moving to take it, "but I'm feeling much better now." Nonetheless, Matthews placed the box on the coffee table with deliberate care. "Consider it a gift between potential mates." The word mates from his lips sent a cold shiver down Mia's spine. "I'll pour," Jim said suddenly, rising to his feet with a smoothness that belied his earlier collapse. "Seems only right since I'm already up." Before Matthews could object, Jim had moved to the box and lifted the decanter. The faint tremor in his hand would be imperceptible to most, but Mia caught it. He was still weakened from the potion and his near time slip. "No glasses?" Matthews raised an eyebrow as Jim examined the decanter. "I'll get them," Jasmine offered, her voice neutral as she moved back to the kitchen. The tiny crease between Matthew's eyebrows betrayed his annoyance at this disruption of whatever he had planned. It vanished so quickly Mia might have imagined it, replaced by that perfect mask of civility. "I must admit," Matthews said, turning his attention fully to Mia, "I was surprised to hear about your discomfort at the party. You seemed in excellent health during the first challenge." Mia maintained eye contact, refusing to be the first to look away. "Just a momentary spell, nothing serious." And Mr. Miracles seemed equally affected. Jim returned with 4 glasses, his expression unreadable. "Food allergies. Happens all the time." "Indeed." Matthew's tone remained pleasant, but his scent shifted subtly, colder, sharper. "Strange. I wasn't aware werewolves could develop allergies after turning." "There's a first time for everything," Jim replied, carefully pouring a measure of the amber liquid into each glass. He handed the first to Matthews, a gesture that appeared respectful, but that Mia recognized as strategic. Matthews would have to drink first or reveal his suspicion. Matthews accepted the glass with a slight incline of his head. "I've always found it fascinating how different packs handle their hierarchies. In the Northern Territories, we believe in strength above all, purity of bloodline, dedication to the prosperity of the pack." His gaze slid to Jim. "We would never allow a turned wolf to challenge for leadership or mating rights." The insult hung in the air like smoke. "Different philosophies," Mia said evenly. "We value contribution over circumstance of birth." "How democratic," Matthews murmured, swirling the liquid in his glass without drinking. "But one must wonder if such progressive attitudes truly serve the pack's best interests, especially when they might be influenced by—" His eyes flicked between Mia and Jim. "Personal entanglements." Mia's hackles rose. "My leadership decisions are made for the good of my pack." "Of course." Matthews nodded, his agreement too smooth to be sincere. "But even the strongest alphas can be swayed by emotion. It would be a shame if your judgment were questioned by the council." The threat was veiled but unmistakable. Jim stepped forward, tension radiating from his shoulders. "Seems to me you're awfully concerned about another pack's business." "All packs are connected," Matthews replied. "What affects one eventually ripples to others. I merely offer my perspective as someone with the pack's welfare at heart." He finally raised his glass. "To clear heads and sound judgments." The subtle emphasis on clear heads made Mia's skin prickle with suspicion. Matthews took a small sip of his drink, his eyes never leaving hers over the rim of the glass. Mia lifted her own glass but didn't drink. "To the challenges ahead," she countered. Something dangerous flashed in Matthews's eyes, cold and calculating. For a split second, his perfect composure slipped, and Mia caught a glimpse of what lurked beneath. Something ancient and hungry that had nothing to do with wolves. "The challenges, yes." Matthews set his barely touched drink down and straightened his already impeccable cuffs. "Which reminds me, the council has called for additional border patrols following reports of unusual activity near the Eastern Territory line. As the remaining candidates, we've been asked to coordinate the effort." "Unusual how?" Jasmine asked, her tone casual but her posture alert. Matthew's gaze slid to her. "Missing livestock. Strange scents. Nothing concrete, but enough to warrant caution." He turned back to Mia. "I've taken the liberty of drafting a patrol schedule. I'll have it delivered tomorrow." "That won't be necessary," Mia said firmly. "My beta handles our security protocols." "As you wish." Matthews inclined his head in a gesture of deference that didn't reach his eyes. "Though I should mention, Elder Willow specifically requested our collaboration on this matter. Something about evaluating leadership compatibility. The manipulation was so transparent, it was almost insulting." Mia forced her breathing to remain steady, careful not to let her anger show. "Then we'll collaborate. My office, tomorrow at noon." "Perfect." Matthews smiled, his satisfaction at having maneuvered her into a corner evident in the subtle relaxation of his shoulders. He stood to leave, movements fluid and precise. "I won't take up any more of your evening." As he turned toward the door, Mia caught a flash of something at his neck, dark veins spiderwebbing beneath his skin for a heartbeat before disappearing. The wrongness of his scent intensified momentarily, then snapped back to that controlled, perfect mask. "Oh, and Miss Keene." Matthews paused at the threshold, looking back at Jasmine. "I understand you have some experience with unusual magical signatures from your time with the SLE. If you notice anything peculiar during your visit here, I'd be most interested in your professional assessment." Jasmine's face remained impassive. "I'm retired." "No one truly retires from service," Matthews replied with a knowing smile. "Not completely." With that parting shot, he stepped out into the night, closing the door behind him with a soft click that somehow sounded like the snapping of a trap. The four of them remained frozen until the sound of his car engine faded into the distance. Jim moved to the window, peering through a gap in the curtains to confirm their visitor had truly departed. "He knows," Beatrice whispered, emerging from her uncharacteristic silence. "About the potion, about Jim." "He suspects," Jasmine corrected, lifting Matthew's barely touched drink and sniffing it carefully. Her nose wrinkled. "Moonshade and vervain. Subtle but effective. Would have rendered you both compliant and talkative for hours." Jim gathered all the glasses and carried them to the sink. "Down the drain. I'm not taking chances." Mia remained rooted in place, her mind racing. "Did you see it? At his neck?" Jasmine nodded grimly. "Black veins. Vampire blood. He's using." "That explains his perfect control," Jim said, returning from the kitchen. "Vampire blood enhances everything: strength, speed, sensory control, even emotional regulation. But why would an alpha werewolf risk using vampire blood?" Beatrice asked, hugging herself. "It's toxic to our kind in large doses." "Unless he's built up a tolerance," Mia said slowly. "Or unless he's not just an alpha werewolf." The implications hung heavy in the air. Jim moved to stand beside Mia, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from his body but not quite touching. "He's made his first move," Jim said quietly. "Established himself as a collaborator on border security. Gained council approval to work directly with you. And subtly threatened to expose our personal connection to undermine my leadership," Mia added, anger simmering beneath her skin. "He's positioning for something bigger," Jasmine observed, pacing the room. "The border patrols, the council's involvement. This isn't just about the mating challenge anymore." Mia's gaze fell on the wooden box Matthews had left behind. "No, it's not." She turned to face the others, her decision crystallizing. "We need to find out what he's really planning, and we need to do it before the final challenge." Jim's expression darkened. "I've seen what happens if we don't," he said, rubbing his forearm where the temporal anchors lay hidden beneath his skin. "And trust me, we don't want to let that future unfold." The clock on Mia's mantel struck midnight, each chime resonating like a countdown to something inevitable and dangerous that waited just beyond the horizon. Chapter 12. The copper tang smell of blood hit Mia's nostrils before she saw the deer. Fresh kill, still warm, deliberately placed at the exact point where her territory bordered the disputed western lands. Not a natural predator kill. No feeding marks, no struggle signs in the surrounding brush. Just a clean slash across the throat and an arrangement that screamed message, rather than meal. "This wasn't random," she said, crouching beside the carcass. The early morning air felt heavy with moisture, dew clinging to the grass and dampening the knees of her jeans. She brushed her fingers over the ground near the deer's head, feeling the indentations where someone had carefully positioned it. "Someone's sending a warning." Gerald, her beta, nodded grimly beside her. "First the disturbances at the northeast section. Now this. They're testing our perimeter response." The rest of her pack members hung back, waiting for instructions. Behind them stood the remaining mating candidates, Matthews with his perfect posture and calculating eyes, Reyes looking tense but determined, and Jim, whose gaze kept darting to specific spots in the surrounding forest as if seeing things the others couldn't. Mia straightened, wiping her hands on her thighs. "We need full perimeter coverage, now." "I've already called in the reserves," Gerald assured her. "But we're spread thin with the ongoing challenges and preparations for the blood moon. Then we'll use what we have." Mia turned to face the assembled group, her decision crystallizing. "Matthews, take 4 pack members and patrol the northern boundary. Reyes, you're on the eastern section with another 4. Both alpha candidates nodded, though Matthews' mouth tightened almost imperceptibly at being directed. "And miracles?" he asked, voice smooth but eyes sharp. "Surely our unconventional contestant deserves a section as well." "Jim will patrol the southern boundary with me," Mia stated flatly, leaving no room for debate. A knowing smile played at the corners of Matthew's mouth. "Of course. Personal supervision for the turned wolf. Very prudent." Jim tensed beside her, but said nothing, his restraint surprising given his usual quick retorts. Instead, his focus seemed elsewhere, gaze fixed on a spot 20 yards to their right, where nothing but trees stood. "Move out," Mia ordered. "Check in every 30 minutes by howl. If you encounter anything, even something that just feels wrong, call for backup immediately." The groups dispersed, melting into the forest with practiced efficiency. Only Jim remained oddly still, the muscle in his jaw working as if he were fighting some internal battle. "Jim?" Mia stepped closer, lowering her voice. "What's happening?" "It's starting again," he muttered, still staring at that same empty spot. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple despite the cool morning air. "I can feel it pulling." Understanding dawned. "A time slip? Now?" He nodded jerkily, finally looking at her. The blue of his eyes seemed to pulse, brightening then darkening like a heartbeat. "I can hold it back, but not for long. If I shift, it gets worse. The wolf energy amplifies the temporal displacement." Mia made a rapid assessment of their surroundings, noting the positions of the departing patrol groups. Matthews was already out of sight, but she caught the slight turn of his head before he disappeared into the trees. Listening. "Come with me," she said, gripping Jim's elbow and steering him south, away from curious ears and eyes. "There's a spot we can use." They moved quickly through the underbrush, Mia leading them on a winding path that would confuse anyone attempting to track them. Jim's breathing grew increasingly labored beside her, his steps sometimes faltering as if he were walking against a strong current. "Almost there," she assured him as they pushed through a stand of dense pines. The sharp scent of resin filled her nostrils, overriding all other smells. The perfect natural cover. The small clearing appeared suddenly, a hidden pocket nestled between towering rocks and ancient trees, carpeted with soft moss and sheltered from view on all sides. Mia had discovered it as a teenager, back when she'd needed her own secret place to rage against the unfairness of being a deadline wolf. "Here," she said, releasing Jim's arm. "We're hidden." Jim staggered to the center of the clearing, his entire body now trembling. The air around him seemed to waver, like heat rising from summer asphalt. "You should step back," he warned, voice strained. "I don't know what happens to things, people, too close when it takes me." Mia retreated to the edge of the clearing but refused to leave entirely. "I'm not going anywhere." A sound escaped him, half laugh, half groan. "Still stubborn as hell. Still calling it like I see it." Jim's reply died on his lips as his form suddenly blurred, edges becoming indistinct like a watercolor painting left in the rain. For 3 heartbeats, he seemed to exist in multiple places at once, ghostly afterimages trailing around him in a dizzying display. Then he vanished completely. The absence hit Mia like a physical blow, unexpected despite knowing what would happen. The clearing felt suddenly colder, emptier. She forced herself to remain calm, counting seconds in her head while scanning the space for any sign of his return. 1 minute passed, then 2. Just as panic began clawing up her throat, the air in the center of the clearing shimmered. Reality seemed to fold in on itself, creating a pocket of distortion from which Jim stumbled forward, gasping as if he'd been underwater. He looked exactly the same, and yet different. His skin was noticeably tanner, hair slightly longer, a new scar on his forearm that hadn't been there minutes before. "Jim!" Mia stepped forward cautiously. He looked up, recognition flooding his face. "Mia, thank God." He sounded relieved, as if he hadn't been certain he'd return to her. "It worked. Where did you go?" "When?" he corrected, straightening with effort. 3 months from now. Summer." He ran a hand through his hair, looking disoriented. "Time's not linear when I slip. Sometimes forward, sometimes back." Mia wanted to pepper him with questions, but the haunted look in his eyes stopped her. Instead, she asked, "Can you control it at all?" "Getting better at it." Jim rolled his shoulders, wincing. "Can sometimes choose the when, but not always the where. And coming back to the exact moment I left, that's the hardest part." His gaze met hers, serious. "I almost didn't make it back last time. When I disappeared for a year, I was trying to get back to you the entire time." Something warm and painful unfurled in Mia's chest. Before she could respond, a distant howl cut through the forest, an alert signal from one of the patrol groups. "Tanner," Mia identified immediately, recognizing her pack member's distinctive call. "Eastern section." Jim's head snapped up, eyes widening. "Tanner? The young one with the black markings on his muzzle?" "Yes." Mia frowned. "How did you—" But Jim was already moving, bursting from the clearing with surprising speed. "He's going to fall! Ravine edge!" Mia sprinted after him, confusion warring with a gut-level certainty that Jim knew exactly what he was talking about. His path through the forest wasn't random. He moved with the precision of someone following a map, veering around obstacles and choosing the most direct route to Tanner's position. The eastern boundary came into view, and with it, the narrow ravine that cut through the territory like a scar. Tanner's gray and black form was visible on the edge, his attention focused on something in the gully below. "Tanner!" Jim shouted, putting on a burst of speed. "Back away from the edge!" The young wolf's head jerked up in surprise, his weight shifting forward precariously as the ground beneath his front paws began to crumble. Everything happened at once. Jim launched himself forward in a diving tackle that collided with Tanner's midsection, throwing them both backward just as the edge of the ravine collapsed. Loose rocks and dirt cascaded downward, revealing a previously hidden hollow that would have taken Tanner with it. Mia reached them seconds later, heart hammering against her ribs. "Are you both okay?" Tanner shifted back to human form, his young face pale with shock. I don't understand. The ground was solid. I checked before I approached." "Trap," Jim said grimly, pushing himself to his feet and brushing dirt from his clothes. Someone hollowed out the supporting earth underneath, made it look stable from above. "How did you know?" Mia asked, eyes narrowing. A muscle in Jim's jaw ticked. Lucky guess. Turned wolf instinct. His gaze flicked to where Matthews was emerging from the trees, eyes cold and assessing. "Remarkable reflexes, miracles," Matthews observed, voice dripping with false admiration, almost as if you knew exactly what would happen before it did. Jim shrugged, the casualness of the gesture belied by the tension in his shoulders. "Just happened to be looking in the right direction." Reyes jogged up beside Matthews, looking between Jim and the collapsed ravine edge with open confusion. "What happened?" "Our colleague demonstrated extraordinary foresight," Matthews said smoothly. "Quite the fortunate coincidence." Mia stepped forward, positioning herself slightly between Jim and Matthews. "There's nothing coincidental about deliberate sabotage on Packlands." She gestured to the hollow beneath the collapsed section. This was intentional. Someone wanted us to have casualties today. Reyes crouched to examine the damage, his expression darkening. This is expert work, professional. Indeed, Matthews agreed, his gaze never leaving Jim. One wonders who would have both the motive and the expertise for such a precision effort. The implication hung in the air, heavy and poisonous. One wonders, Mia echoed coldly, who benefits most from discord in my territory. Matthew's perfect smile didn't reach his eyes. A question we should all consider carefully, Alpha Lee. The tension between them stretched taut as a bowstring, neither willing to back down. We should complete the patrol, Reyes suggested, clearly uncomfortable with the rising hostility. There could be more traps. Mia nodded sharply. Agreed. Jim, help Tanner back to the pack house. Reyes, continue with your section, but with extra caution. Her gaze locked with Matthews. I'll join you for the remainder of the northern boundary check. If the assignment surprised Matthews, he didn't show it. As you wish, Alpha Lee. I welcome the company. As the group separated once more, Mia caught sight of Matthews pausing by a twisted oak tree, fingers brushing over a cluster of purple flowers growing at its base. His expression shifted minutely as he plucked one of the blossoms and tucked it into his pocket, a gesture casual enough to seem meaningless unless you knew what to look for. Mia knew. Those flowers, rare temporal blooms that only grew in spots where the fabric of time had been disturbed, were growing exactly where she had taken Jim to experience his time slip. Matthew's eyes met hers across the distance, a smirk playing at his lips as he made a small toasting gesture with the flower before it disappeared into his pocket. He knew. Before Mia could process the implications, the shrill tone of her phone cut through the moment. The caller ID displayed Bertram's name. The angel detective never called unless it was absolutely critical. Bertram, she answered, tension coiling in her stomach at his uncharacteristic urgency. Vampires, he said without preamble, his usually calm voice tight with alarm. They've attacked Jasmine's vineyard. You need to get here now. The phone nearly slipped from Mia's suddenly numb fingers. On my way. She whirled to face the others, already moving toward the fastest route back to civilization. Jasmine's under attack, she called out, not caring who heard. Vampires at the vineyard. As she broke into a run, she heard footsteps pounding behind her, Jim's distinctive gait matching her pace within seconds. How bad? He asked, easily keeping up despite his recent time slip. Don't know. The fear tasted bitter on her tongue. But Bertram wouldn't call if it wasn't serious. They pushed harder, racing through the forest with supernatural speed. Trees blurred around them, branches whipping past their faces. Somewhere behind, she could hear Matthews and others following, but she didn't slow down to wait. All she could think was one desperate, repeating thought. Please let us not be too late. Not for Jasmine. Not this time. Chapter 13. The trip from the forest borders to Jasmine's vineyard felt like an eternity compressed into minutes. Mia's lungs burned as she pushed her body harder, faster, the familiar landscape blurring past in smears of green and brown. Beside her, Jim matched her pace stride for stride, his breathing controlled despite the brutal tempo. She'll be fine, Jim said between breaths, reading the tension in her posture. Jasmine didn't manage vampire cases for the SLE by being easy to kill. She's not invincible, Mia shot back, memories flashing behind her eyes. Jasmine's rare vulnerable moments, shared over late-night wine after particularly difficult cases. The stories of colleagues lost to vampire ambushes. The scars Jasmine never talked about. The tightness in Mia's chest had nothing to do with exertion. The one time Jasmine needed her, and she'd been off in the forest, playing pack politics while her friend faced real danger. They broke through the tree line, the manicured grounds of Vines and Soul Resort suddenly spreading before them. From a distance, everything looked deceptively normal. The the neat rows of grapevines stretching toward the horizon, the elegant main building with its stone facade and sweeping portico, the carefully tended gardens bursting with spring color. But Mia's senses told a different story. The air tasted wrong, metallic and crackling with residual magic. Beneath the vineyard's usual sense of earth and fruit lay something acrid and sickly, sweet, vampire. They sprinted across the parking lot to find Bertram standing at the entrance, his normally calm features tight with concern. Beatrice paced nearby, her hands moving in nervous patterns as she muttered what sounded like protection incantations under her breath. "Where is she?" Mia demanded, not slowing until she reached the angel detective. "Inside," Bertram answered, his voice steadier than his expression. "She's unharmed." The knot in Mia's chest loosened marginally. Then what? It wasn't a physical attack. Jasmine appeared in the doorway looking disheveled but intact. Her dark hair had escaped its usual perfect bun, and soot streaked one cheek. It was a message. "A message?" Jim echoed, scanning the surrounding area with narrowed eyes. His hand absently rubbed at his forearm where the temporal anchors lay hidden beneath his skin. Jasmine nodded grimly. "They left a device. Magical in nature. It's still active," Beatrice interjected, her voice higher than usual with stress. "That's the problem. We know there's going to be an explosion, but we can't pinpoint exactly where or when." Cold dread washed through Mia's veins. "An explosion? Here?" Bertram stepped forward. "The device appears to be designed to trigger a magical detonation. From what we've determined, it's powerful enough to level the entire resort." "How much time do we have?" Jim asked, already moving toward the building. "Unknown," Jasmine replied tersely. "We've been trying to trace the magical signature for the past 20 minutes. It's—" She hesitated, frustration evident in the tight line of her mouth. "It's cloaked somehow, moving or appearing to move." A low growl built in Mia's throat as her wolf stirred, responding to the threat. Without thinking, she dropped to a crouch, pressing her palms against the ground and closing her eyes. The wolf in her didn't care about magic theory or vampire tactics. It understood territory, intrusion, danger. "Mia?" Beatrice questioned. "Shh," Jim hushed her, recognition dawning on his face. "She's tracking." Mia blocked out everything, the concerned voices, the distant sounds of approaching vehicles that likely contained Matthews and the others, the fear for Jasmine that still pulsed through her system. She focused only on her senses, letting her wolf rise closer to the surface. Scents flooded her awareness. Rich earth, the tangy green of new spring growth, the complex bouquet of fermenting grapes from the cellars. She sorted through them methodically, seeking the wrongness, the corruption that didn't belong. There. A thread of something cold and ancient wove through the natural scents. It wasn't just vampire, it was older, darker. Blood magic laced with something that made her wolf recoil in instinctive revulsion. Mia's eyes snapped open. "The cellar," she said with certainty, "where the wine stock is stored." Jasmine's eyes widened. "I checked there first thing, twice." "It's masked," Mia insisted, already moving toward the side entrance that led down to the cellars. "Trust me." They followed her through the resort's main floor, past the elegant tasting room with its panoramic views of the vineyard. Mia pushed through a heavy oak door marked "Staff Only," revealing a narrow stone staircase that spiraled downward. The temperature dropped noticeably as they descended, the cool, damp air heavy with the rich smell of aging wine. Under normal circumstances, Mia would have found the scent pleasant. Now it only complicated her tracking. "Wait," Jim said suddenly, his hand closing around Mia's wrist. His grip was cold, his pupils dilated. "Let me." Before she could question him, he closed his eyes. The air around him shimmered slightly. Not a full-time slip, but something adjacent to it. When his eyes opened again, they glowed with an unnatural blue light. "Third rack from the left wall," he said with eerie certainty. Behind the 2018 reserves, there's a false panel. Jasmine didn't waste time questioning him. She moved with the swift efficiency of someone who had spent years in the field, navigating through the rows of wine racks with purpose. The others followed close behind, the tension so thick Mia could taste it. At the specified rack, Jasmine carefully moved several bottles aside. Her fingers traced the wooden backing until she found an almost imperceptible seam. "Here," she murmured, pressing firmly. The panel slid open with a soft click, revealing a small cavity. Inside sat an object that made Mia's skin crawl, a glass sphere filled with swirling crimson liquid that pulsed with sickly light. Arcane symbols had been etched into the surface, glowing faintly in the cellar's dim light. Jasmine swore under her breath, a string of technical terms that Mia didn't recognize but understood from context were very, very bad. "Blood bomb," Bertram explained for the others, his voice unnaturally calm. "Vampire assassination technology, illegal in all territories." Beatrice made a small, distressed sound. "Can you disarm it?" "Maybe," Jasmine said, studying the device without touching it. "The core spell structure is similar to ones I've encountered before, but there are modifications." The sphere's pulsing increased suddenly, the liquid inside swirling faster. A high, thin whine began to emanate from it, setting Mia's teeth on edge. "That's not good," Jim stated the obvious, tension radiating from every line of his body. Jasmine's expression hardened. "Everyone out, now!" "We're not leaving you," Mia growled. "This isn't a discussion," Jasmine snapped back. "I have the best chance of disarming it. Bertram can assist. The rest of you, go." Beatrice grabbed Mia's arm. "She's right. We'll only distract her." Mia looked at Jim, whose gaze was locked on the blood bomb. His expression had gone distant, calculating in the way she was learning to recognize. "Jim?" she prompted. He blinked, refocusing on her face. "We need to leave," he said with quiet certainty. "Trust me on this." Something in his tone made her relent. She nodded sharply to Jasmine. 2 minutes, then we're coming back for you both, whether you're done or not." Jasmine was already focused on the device, her hands hovering inches from its surface as she began to mutter incantations under her breath. Bertram positioned himself on the opposite side, his own power manifesting as a subtle shimmer in the air around them. Mia allowed herself to be pulled toward the stairs, every instinct screaming at her to stay, to protect. But Jim's grip on her arm was firm, his expression resolute as they climbed back to the main floor. Once upstairs, Jim quickly guided them through the resort and out into the open air of the courtyard. The moment they were clear of the building, he turned to Mia. "I need you to trust me right now," he said, his voice low and intense. "I have to do something, and it's going to look crazy, but it's the only way." Mia's eyes narrowed. "What are you planning?" Instead of answering, Jim stepped back, taking several deep breaths. His expression shifted to one of intense concentration, the muscles in his jaw working. "Jim," Mia began, but the words died in her throat as the air around him began to distort. Unlike his previous time slips, this one appeared intentional, controlled. The blurring of his form seemed less violent, more directed. His eyes met hers one last time, filled with determination and something that might have been fear, before he vanished completely. "Did he just—" Beatrice gasped. "Time slip," Mia confirmed, her heart hammering against her ribs. "On purpose." Seconds stretched into an agonizing minute as they waited in tense silence. Mia counted her heartbeats, fighting the urge to rush back inside. 2 minutes. She'd promised Jasmine 2 minutes. Just as she was about to break that promise, reality folded in on itself a few feet away. Jim stumbled back into existence, looking pale and drained but triumphant. "Cellar," he gasped, bent double with his hands on his knees. "They did it. Neutralized." He straightened with a grimace, running a hand through his sweat-dampened hair. "And let me tell you, watching a blood bomb disarming in reverse is not something they prepare you for in tattoo school." Mia didn't wait for further explanation. She bolted back into the building, Beatrice close behind her. They found Jasmine and Bertram emerging from the cellar staircase, both looking exhausted but unharmed. In Jasmine's hands was the sphere, now dull and lifeless, the liquid inside still. "You did it," Mia breathed, relief washing through her. "Barely," Jasmine admitted, her usual composure frayed at the edges. "It was on a hair trigger. Another few seconds and—" She shook her head, not needing to finish the thought. Bertram's gaze fixed on Jim, who had followed them back inside at a slower pace. "Thanks for the disarming sequence," he said. "Pretty neat, Jim." Jim flashed a crooked smile that didn't quite mask his exhaustion. "Don't mention it. Seriously, don't. If they had used a more complicated sequence, my centuries-old brain would have dropped half the steps. Time travel and detailed memorization don't exactly go hand in hand." He tapped his temple. "Too much history up here already." Jasmine studied him with new understanding. "You saw them, didn't you?" Jim's smile faded. I did. But I'm pretty sure that information wouldn't be admissible in supernatural court." His Irish accent slipped through stronger than usual, a tell Mia had noticed happened when he was either exhausted or emotional. Bertram nodded. "Because you violated every single time paradox rule. But I have no intention of bringing them to court. That won't stop them from doing it again in the future." His expression softened. "Your new talent, Jim. We'll find a way to make it regular." "We'll see," Jim said, "though I'm pretty sure I just aged about 5 years in the process." Bertram chuckled. "You're a wolf shifter now. 5 years is nothing to your dashing good looks." Mia said nothing, but her wolf whined in agreement with Bertram. Her spirit wolf had always been a sucker when it came to the hybrid angel. She knew now that Jim had used the time slip to go back to the past, observe the sequence of the blood bomb when it was installed, and recite that to Bertram and Jasmine. As Bertram said, it was neat. But it would be a long way before they could utilize Jim's new skill in a more sustainable way, both within pack law specifically and the general law broadly, not to legalize it, just to ensure Jim wouldn't get hurt in the process. But that was work for another day. The moment of relief was interrupted by the sound of vehicles pulling up outside, Matthews and the rest of the search party finally arriving. "Perfect timing," Mia muttered sarcastically, now that the danger's passed. As they moved toward the entrance to greet the newcomers, Jim suddenly staggered sideways. Mia caught his arm, steadying him. "You okay?" He nodded, though his complexion had taken on an ashen quality. "Just the after effects. Time slipping takes a lot out of—" His words cut off as Matthews appeared in the doorway, his perfect posture and immaculate appearance somehow more irritating than usual. The Northern Alpha's gaze swept the room, taking in the disheveled state of the group and the defused blood bomb in Jasmine's hands. "It appears we missed all the excitement," he observed smoothly, "though I'm pleased to see everyone unharmed." Something in his tone set Mia's teeth on edge. Before she could respond, Jim took a step forward, only to be yanked abruptly to the side by Matthews. The movement was so swift and unexpected that no one reacted immediately. Matthews' hand closed around Jim's upper arm, pulling him away from a decorative trellis that adorned the Vineyard's entrance hall. In the space where Jim would have been standing, a single, nearly invisible thorn gleamed on the trellis vine. "Careful," Matthews said, his voice like silk over steel. "Vampire poison thorns, rare and exceedingly deadly to our kind. You wouldn't want to brush against one accidentally." Jim stared at the thorn, then at Matthews, confusion warring with suspicion on his face. Matthews released Jim's arm and stepped back, his perfect smile never wavering. "No need to thank me. I simply want a decent competition." His gaze hardened almost imperceptibly. "I can hardly beat you if you're dead before the final challenge, can I?" The threat was so thinly veiled it barely qualified as subtext. Matthews turned away, moving to examine the neutralized blood bomb with feigned interest. but not before Mia caught the flash of something in his eyes. Calculation, assessment, and beneath it all, a cold certainty that sent a chill down her spine.
Chapter 14. Morning dew soaked through Jim's boots as he approached the gathering place, the scent of wet earth and pine heavy in his nostrils. Nervous energy thrummed around the clearing like electricity before a storm. 5 alphas remained in the competition. Matthews in his tailored jacket without a wrinkle, the twins Victor and Nikolai standing shoulder to shoulder like mirror images, Reyes with his practiced diplomatic smile, and Jim, the outsider, the turned wolf, the wild card. Jim caught the scent of sandalwood and wild honey seconds before Mia stepped into the clearing. His heart performed its usual gymnastics routine at the sight of her. Damn inconvenient, that reaction. Mia cleared her throat and the murmurs died instantly. Today tests your ability to lead. Each alpha will guide 3 pack members through the Eastern Territories to retrieve a hidden artifact. You'll navigate diplomatic situations, protect your team, and return here with your prize. First team back with the artifact wins. Her gaze swept across the alphas, lingering a half-second longer on Jim. One critical rule. She held up a finger. Lose a team member for any reason and you're immediately disqualified. The best leaders bring everyone home. Gerald stepped forward holding a wooden box. Choose your teams. Matthews, you're first. Matthews selected 3 muscle-bound wolves with military precision. No surprise there, the twins chose trackers with keen noses. Reyes picked smooth talkers with diplomatic backgrounds. When Jim's turn came, Gerald couldn't hide his surprise. Kira, Jim called. A young woman with wide eyes and choppy bangs stepped forward, fidgeting with her sleeve. She'd only completed her first shift 3 months ago. Curtis, an older man with gray hair and a pronounced limp, joined them, his eyebrows raised almost to his hairline. And Morgan, a middle-aged woman clutching a notebook, stepped up. The pack historian looked like she'd rather be anywhere else. Matthews snorted. Surrendering already, Miracles? Just evening the playing field, Jim replied with a wink. Wouldn't want you feeling inadequate when we win. Once the teams were formed, Gerald announced, teams depart at 2-minute intervals. Matthews first, then Reyes, the twins, and Jim last. As Matthews' team prepared to leave, Jim huddled with his unlikely crew. The scent of their anxiety hit him like a wall. Curtis didn't bother with subtlety. No offense, but what the hell, I can barely walk a mile without my knee giving out. And I haven't shifted in public since my first time, Kira added, her voice cracking. I still get stuck halfway sometimes. Jim grinned. Perfect, that's exactly why I chose you. Because we'll fail spectacularly? Morgan asked dryly. Because nobody expects anything from you, Jim corrected. While they're busy underestimating us, we'll actually be using our brains. Morgan crossed her arms. And what exactly can I contribute? I spend my days cataloging treaty documents. Exactly. Jim jabbed a finger in her direction. You know every supernatural agreement this pack has ever signed. Kira has the sharpest nose of anyone under 30, and Curtis. I know every inch of these territories, Curtis finished reluctantly. Been patrolling them for 30 years. And you have friends among the Fae, Jim added. The others are thinking like soldiers, we're thinking like a pack. Kira's scent shifted from anxiety to something approaching excitement. So we're going to outsmart them? That's the plan, Jim clapped her on the shoulder and hopefully embarrass Matthews in the process. When their turn came to depart, they moved at a steady pace through the forest, Curtis setting their speed with his uneven gait. The artifact could be in one of 3 places, Jim explained. The old oak at the Fae Crossing, the abandoned hunter's cabin, or the boundary stone at the river bend. Each location is guarded by a different supernatural group. How do you know that? Morgan asked. Jim tapped his nose. Overheard the elders discussing it. Plus, they use these locations for most challenge rounds. They're not exactly creative. They'd been hiking for 20 minutes when they reached a fork in the path. Jim crouched down, examining the ground. Matthews went left toward the cabin, he observed, touching the disturbed earth. The twins split up, one group toward the river, one straight ahead. Something's off about Reyes's trail, though. He sniffed deeply, then recoiled. His team watched as his expression darkened. What is it? Kira asked, her own nose wrinkling as she caught the scent. Blood, Jim said quietly. Fresh. And not just from a scratch. Curtis stepped forward, his face grim. Should we check it out? No, Jim decided after a moment. We need to focus on our task, but stay alert. They continued on, the mood considerably sobered. 10 minutes later, they encountered their first obstacle. 3 forest sprites blocking the path, their translucent bodies pulsing with irritation. Flecks of dark red spotted their leafy garments. Pack wolves trespass, the tallest sprite hissed, barely reaching Jim's knee. Pay the toll or turn back. Jim noted the fresh blood on the sprite's leaves with growing unease. Blood tribute, is it? Who paid before us? The smallest sprite giggled, the sound like breaking glass. The strong one with cold eyes, his wolves bled nicely. Matthews, of course. Well, we won't be doing that, Jim said cheerfully. He glanced at Morgan. Treaty of Willow Creek, right? Morgan straightened, slipping into lecture mode. Southern sprites cannot demand blood tribute from were-creatures in unclaimed territory as per the Treaty of 1879, established after the Greenwood conflicts when 7 sprites were— Yes, thank you, Jim interrupted. He turned back to the sprites. So, we'll just be on our way, no blood required. The lead sprite bristled, leaves standing on end. Ancient words on faded paper. Perhaps, Jim agreed, but I respect your domain enough not to want to scatter your leaves across 3 counties. We pass without tribute today. He held the sprite's gaze, letting just enough wolf into his eyes to make his point. The creature retreated a step. Pass then, it conceded with obvious reluctance. Others have left offerings ahead. More. Permanent ones. As they continued, Kira sidled up beside Jim. That was badass. Matthews just let them slice up his team? Probably saw it as the most efficient solution, Jim replied. Why negotiate when you can just bleed and keep moving? That's messed up, Kira said. That's Matthews, Jim corrected. They made good progress until they reached another junction. Jim paused, scenting the air. The metallic tang of blood now mixed with something else, a sickly sweet smell of decay. Curtis's face paled. Something's wrong, that smell. Dead body, Kira whispered, covering her nose. But not animal. Jim nodded grimly. Stay close. Morgan, any territorial disputes in this area recently? Nothing significant, she replied, voice tight with worry. The Fae have been peaceful for decades, and the vampires stick to the northern borders. They proceeded cautiously until they reached a small clearing. Jim stopped abruptly, throwing an arm out to halt the others. On the far side lay a body, one of Reyes's team members, sprawled unnaturally across the moss. His throat had been torn out with precision. Holy shit, Kira breathed. Stay behind me, Jim ordered, approaching carefully. He crouched beside the body, examining the wound. This wasn't an animal, too clean. Vampire? Morgan suggested. Jim shook his head. Wrong pattern, this was. He hesitated. This was a werewolf. Curtis swore under his breath. One of the other teams? Maybe. Jim stood, scanning the trees. But why? Eliminating competition is one thing, but this disqualifies Reyes automatically. Unless Reyes doesn't know his team member is dead, Morgan pointed out. Jim nodded slowly. We need to move now. Kira, which route smells safest? The young wolf lifted her nose, concentrating. The river. There's water and something else, but it's cleaner than the other paths. River it is, Jim decided. They traveled in tense silence, each lost in thought about what they'd seen. Jim's mind raced through possibilities, none of them good. This wasn't just competition. It was something far more sinister. As they approached the river bend, the sound of water over stones grew louder, providing welcome relief from the oppressive quiet. 3 slender figures perched atop the boundary stone, their skin shimmering like mother of pearl in the dappled light. River naiads, Morgan whispered. Jim stepped forward, hands slightly raised. Greetings to the daughters of the river. The central naiad tilted her head, water droplets cascading from her hair. A wolf with manners, rare indeed. Had a good teacher, Jim replied with a half-smile. We seek passage and perhaps knowledge. The last wolves who passed demanded rather than asked, the naiad said. They left with wet fur and bruised pride. I prefer to keep my clothes dry, thanks, Jim said. We seek an artifact for a leadership challenge. Can you help us? The naiads conferred in hushed tones that sounded like bubbling water. Finally, the leader spoke again. Not here, but answer our riddle and we shall guide you. Jim suppressed a groan. Fucking riddles, always with the riddles. What fills with voice yet never speaks, holds the past though never weak, guards the future never seen, yet breaks when truth comes between? Jim scratched his jaw, thinking. A promise, he answered finally. It's made with voices but doesn't speak itself. It holds past agreements, guards unseen futures, and breaks when truth comes between. The naiads smiled in unison, their teeth gleaming like polished river stones. Well answered, the leader said. The artifact you seek lies at the old oak, but beware. Death walks these woods today. The one who kills does so with purpose beyond your challenge. A chill ran down Jim's spine. Thank you for your warning. As they departed, Curtis spoke in a hushed voice. First the dead wolf, now cryptic warnings. What the hell is going on? Nothing good, Jim muttered. Let's get to that oak and finish this. They picked up their pace, heading toward the Fey crossing. When the massive oak came into view, its ancient trunk twisted with centuries of growth, Jim spotted a familiar figure kneeling at its base. Matthews. The Alpha's hand closed around a small wooden box nestled among the roots. He rose smoothly, unsurprised by their arrival. Well, if it isn't the Misfit Squad, Matthews called, his tone conversational. Just a moment too late, I'm afraid. Jim did a quick scan, noting Matthews was alone. Where's your team? Something flickered in Matthews's eyes. Securing our route back, efficient division of labor. Bullshit, Jim thought, but kept his expression neutral. Congratulations on finding the artifact. Race you back? Matthews smiled, the expression never reaching his eyes. If you think you can keep up. He took off into the forest at a brisk pace. Jim turned to his team. We're taking a shortcut through the Fey crossing. Curtis balked. That's crazy dangerous. The paths shift. We could end up halfway across the continent. Trust me, Jim insisted. Morgan, what's the proper protocol for requesting Fey passage? Morgan recited a verse in the old tongue, explaining the traditional offering. Perfect, Kira, find me 3 white stones as round as possible. While she searched, Jim addressed Curtis. There's a deer path that runs parallel to the main trail. If we cut through the Fey territory, we'll save at least 15 minutes. When Kira returned with the stones, Jim arranged them in a triangle at the base of the oak and recited Morgan's verse. The air shimmered like heat above asphalt, and a figure materialized. Androgynous, with features that seemed to rearrange themselves continuously. Passage is not free, the Fey announced, voice like wind chimes. I offer these stones in our respect, Jim replied. The Fey laughed. Stones we have aplenty, offer something of value. Jim hesitated. Such as? A memory, the Fey decided, eyes glittering. A first, something precious. Jim considered the request carefully. Nothing that would harm my present. Agreed, Jim nodded. Then I offer the memory of my first successful hunt. The Fey touched his forehead with a cold finger. Jim felt a specific memory. His first hunt in Ireland centuries ago, pulled away like taffy. The Fey snatched it with obvious delight. Passage granted for all 4, it announced. Follow the silver path and do not stray. A gleaming trail appeared among the trees. Jim gestured for his team to follow quickly. They emerged from the Fey crossing near the deer path Curtis had mentioned. From there they moved as quickly as his leg would allow, taking every shortcut available. As the starting point came into view, they spotted Matthews approaching from the main trail, alone. Where's his team? Kira asked between breaths. Good question, Jim replied grimly. Curtis, can you manage a final push? The older wolf grimaced. For the chance to wipe that smug look off Matthews' face, watch me. They broke into a run, Curtis gritting his teeth against the pain. Matthews saw them and his eyes widened momentarily before he accelerated. The 2 groups converged on the finish line. In the final stretch, Curtis stumbled on his bad leg. Without breaking stride, Jim grabbed his arm, supporting him as they crossed the line together, just as Matthews reached it from the other direction. Mia stood at the finish, her expression carefully controlled as she observed both arrivals. The gathered pack members murmured excitedly. Both teams have completed the challenge, Mia announced. Matthews has retrieved the artifact. Matthews's mouth curved into a self-satisfied smile as he held up the wooden box. However, Mia continued, Jim's team has demonstrated exceptional diplomatic skill and pack unity. All team members returned safely. Her gaze shifted to Matthews. Where is your team, Alpha Matthews? Matthews' smile didn't waver. Securing our territory, I ran ahead to claim our victory. Interesting, Mia replied. Because we received reports of an injured wolf near the eastern boundary. One of yours, I believe. Something dangerous flashed in Matthews' eyes, quickly concealed. The purpose of this challenge was to test leadership, Mia stated. Leadership includes resource management and, most critically, care for those under your command. She paused. After consultation with the elders, we declare this round a tie between Matthews and Jim. The crowd erupted in surprised conversation. Jim's team exchanged relieved glances while Matthews maintained his composure despite the obvious tension in his jaw. As the crowd dispersed, Jim noticed Victor and Nikolai watching Matthews with undisguised apprehension. When Matthews glanced in their direction, they quickly looked away, their scent spiking with fear. Something's not right with this whole challenge, Curtis muttered, rubbing his knee. No kidding, Jim agreed, keeping his voice low. Did you see the twins' reaction to Matthews? Like they've seen a ghost, Morgan observed. Or made a terrible discovery. Kira shuddered. What about Reyes's dead team member? Should we tell someone? I'll handle it, Jim assured her. You three did amazing today. Thank you for trusting me. As his team members departed with proud smiles, Jim watched Matthews crossing the clearing toward Mia. The Alpha moved with predatory grace, his eyes never leaving her. Jim's hackles rose instinctively. Whatever game Matthews was playing extended far beyond this competition. The dead wolf, the missing team members, the fear in the twins' eyes, all pieces of a puzzle Jim couldn't quite assemble. But one thing was crystal clear. Matthews was dangerous and Mia was his ultimate target. Jim's wolf snarled inside him. Not while I'm breathing, he thought, not ever. Chapter 15. Jim leaned against the kitchen counter in Mia's cabin, coffee mug warming his palms as dawn light filtered through the windows. Sleep had eluded him most of the night, his mind replaying the leadership challenge on loop. The dead wolf, Matthews' missing team members, the twins' frightened expressions. The front door opened and Mia strode in, her hair windblown from an early morning run. Jim's wolf stirred at her scent, pine needles, morning dew, and that unique note that was purely Mia. She'd shifted recently. The subtle afterglow of transformation clung to her skin. You look like hell, she observed, grabbing a mug from the cabinet. Good morning to you too, sunshine. Mia snorted, pouring herself coffee. Seriously, did you sleep at all? Sleep is overrated. Jim took a sip, wincing at the temperature. Besides, someone had to make sure Matthews didn't sneak in and murder us all in our beds. Dramatic much? But her expression sobered. Gerald just radioed. Victor and Nikolai have requested a meeting this morning. Jim straightened. Both of them? Yep. Something about the challenge. Mia leaned against the counter opposite him, close enough that her scent enveloped him. What do you think that's about? Nothing good. Jim recalled the twins' reactions the previous day. They saw something during the challenge, something about Matthews. The radio on Mia's belt crackled to life. Gerald's voice came through, tinny but urgent. Alpha, the twins are here, council room. Mia sighed, setting down her barely touched coffee. Duty calls. Want me to tag along? Jim offered. I can lurk menacingly in the corner. As tempting as that sounds, Mia replied with a half-smile. Might be better if I handle this officially. Alpha to alphas. Jim nodded, hiding his disappointment. I'll be here if you need me, lurking menacingly by myself. Try not to frighten the furniture. She squeezed his arm briefly, then headed for the door. Jim waited until he heard her footsteps fade before pulling out his phone, scrolling through the photos he'd taken of Matthews's tracks near the dead wolf. Something wasn't adding up, and patience had never been his strong suit.
90 minutes later, Mia returned, her face tight with tension. She kicked the door shut behind her and paced the living room like a caged animal. That bad? Jim asked, setting aside the book he'd been pretending to read. Worse. She ran both hands through her hair. Victor and Nikolai have withdrawn from the challenge. Jim sat up straight. Both of them? Yep, some bullshit about family matters requiring their immediate attention back home. Mia made air quotes, her voice dripping with skepticism. They couldn't get out of here fast enough, practically sprinted to their cars. Did they say anything else? Nothing useful. Just a lot of nervous glances and half-finished sentences. She dropped onto the couch beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. What spooks two powerful alphas enough to make them abandon a mating challenge halfway through? Jim thought back to the previous day. They were watching Matthews when the results were announced. Something about him scared the hell out of them. Victor actually flinched when I mentioned his name, Mia confirmed, and Nikolai kept looking at the exits like he expected something to burst through the walls. Jim was about to respond when his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and frowned. "It's Beatrice." He put the call on speaker. "Hey, Bea, you're on with me and Mia." Thank God, Beatrice's voice was breathless with panic. "I need help at Paws Academy right now. The animals are freaking out and I can't. Mittens, no, not the curtains. Please hurry." The call ended abruptly. Jim and Mia exchanged alarmed glances. "I'll drive," Mia said, already heading for the door. The scene at Beatrice's supernatural pet school was pure chaos. The moment they pushed open the front door, a calico cat with glowing blue eyes streaked past their ankles, followed by what appeared to be a miniature fox wreathed in green flame. Beatrice stood in the center of the main room, hair wild, wielding a spray bottle in one hand and a treat bag in the other. Behind her, Jasmine was methodically casting containment spells, her graceful hands weaving patterns in the air as translucent barriers formed around the more destructive creatures. Cages were overturned, furniture clawed, and a fine layer of multicolored fur coated everything. "Thank the goddess you're here," Beatrice exclaimed, dodging a small, scaly creature that flew past her head. "They all went crazy at once, every single animal." Jasmine finished her spell with a flick of her wrist, trapping a pair of glowing rabbits in a shimmering dome. "I've been here for an hour trying to contain this," she said, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Something triggered mass panic in every supernatural creature simultaneously. Jim ducked as a raven with silver-tipped wings dive-bombed him. "What happened?" "I don't know." Beatrice looked near tears. "I came in to feed everyone, and they were already like this, even the ones who've never had behavioral issues." "I got here about 20 minutes later," Jasmine added, deflecting a shower of sparks from a distressed fire salamander with a quick protection charm. Whatever set them off was powerful enough to break through standard wards. Mia closed her eyes, focusing. Her alpha presence filled the room, a subtle but unmistakable pressure. Several of the smaller animals froze instantly. "That won't work on all of them," Beatrice warned, gesturing toward a corner where a tiny dragon, no bigger than a house cat but with impressive wings, was methodically shredding a bookshelf. "Half of these creatures don't respond to wolf energy." The front door opened again as Bertram arrived, his calm presence a stark contrast to the pandemonium. "I came as soon as I got your message," he said, his eyes taking in the destruction. "What do you need?" Before Beatrice could answer, the little dragon let out a screech and launched itself toward the ceiling, wings flapping erratically. It crashed into a light fixture, sending glass showering down. "That's Felix," Beatrice explained frantically. "He's never flown before. His wings aren't developed enough." Bertram's eyes tracked the panicked creature's flight path. With fluid grace, he shrugged off his jacket and suddenly, impossibly, enormous wings unfurled from his back, iridescent white feathers catching the light. Jim froze, momentarily stunned. He'd known Bertram wasn't human, but seeing the evidence was something else entirely. In one powerful movement, Bertram launched himself upward, catching the tiny dragon mid-air. His wings extended to their full span, nearly touching the walls on either side of the room. The other animals went still, mesmerized by the display. "Show off," Jim muttered, but couldn't help being impressed. "Says the man who bragged about outrunning a hellhound last week," Jasmine commented dryly, moving to help Bertram as he landed. Bertram descended lightly, cradling the now docile dragon against his chest. His wings folded neatly against his back, then seemed to vanish entirely. "Study room," Beatrice directed, leading them down a hallway. It's the most secure. They filed into a small classroom setup with bookshelves and cushioned mats on the floor. Bertram gently set Felix on a cushion, where the dragon curled up, trembling. Jasmine immediately began tracing protection sigils in the air around the doorway. "I've never seen anything like this," Beatrice said, shutting the door against the continued chaos outside. "It's like they all sensed something terrifying at once." "Or someone," Jim suggested. He crouched beside the dragon, noting its dilated pupils and racing heartbeat. "Animals always know when something's wrong before we do." Mia knelt beside him, her hand hovering over the dragon without touching. He's terrified. Not angry or defensive, genuinely terrified. "Whatever affected them disrupted my wards too," Jasmine added, frowning at her phone. "I'm getting reports of similar disturbances at the Vineyard. The grapes are withering on the vines." A chill ran down Jim's spine as he registered a new scent in the room. Sweet, slightly metallic with an undertone of decay. He'd caught traces of it during the challenge, near the dead wolf. He wasn't the only one who noticed. Mia's head snapped up, her nostrils flaring. Bertram went completely still, his expression hardening. "Well, isn't this cozy?" said a female voice from the corner of the room. Jim whirled around. A woman stood in what had definitely been an empty space seconds before. Tall, with bone-white skin and hair so black it seemed to absorb the light around it. Her eyes were the deep red of arterial blood, and she wore a tailored suit that couldn't quite disguise the predatory grace of her movements. "Charlotte," Jim breathed, tension coiling through his body. Mia's eyes narrowed in recognition. "So you're real after all." The vampire hunter's perfect eyebrows arched slightly. "You've heard of me? How flattering." "I saw you in Jim's visions," Mia replied, stepping forward. Her posture was pure alpha, but Jim caught the slight tremor in her fingers, a flash of vulnerability that Charlotte would surely notice too. "You're the one who yanked him through time." Charlotte's lips curved into a smile that never reached her eyes. "Guilty as charged, and you're the reason he fought so hard to come back." Her gaze raked over Mia, assessing. "I expected someone taller." Jim moved between them. "What do you want, Charlotte?" "What I've always wanted, darling, your unique talents." Charlotte leaned against a bookshelf as if she owned the place, utterly unconcerned by the room full of supernatural beings watching her. "We need to talk." "Anything you have to say to Jim, you can say in front of all of us," Mia challenged, eyes flashing gold. Charlotte hesitated, then shrugged. "Very well. I need information that only someone with Jim's temporal flexibility can provide. The vampires I've been tracking have accelerated their timetable. They're in Wolf Valley now. Within 3 days, this will be everyone's problem, not just mine." "What exactly do you want me to do?" Jim asked warily. "I need you to time slip. Forward, not back. Find out where they're establishing their foothold so I can cut them off before they gain traction." Jim shook his head. "Whatever you're hunting has nothing to do with Wolf Valley. This is pack territory." A visible wave of pain crashed over him mid-sentence. He doubled over, hands going to his throat as the blood oath constricted like a vice, punishing him for nearly revealing what Charlotte hunted. "Jim!" Mia was at his side instantly, her hand on his shoulder. "The blood oath," Beatrice whispered, watching with wide eyes. "Don't speak about it," Mia told Jim urgently. "Just breathe." The pressure eased slightly as Jim stopped fighting the magical constraint. Jasmine stepped forward, her expression calculating. "These vampires? Do they specialize in explosive magic? Particularly delayed reaction combustion potions?" Charlotte's eyes narrowed. "How did you know that?" "Because someone planted one at my vineyard last week," Jasmine replied coolly, "which means your vampire problem is already my problem." Charlotte studied Jasmine with new interest. "You have vine-based wards with a counterclockwise energy signature, only one witch I know uses that particular style." Her eyes widened slightly. "You're JK, aren't you? the supernatural law enforcement's vampire specialist. Jasmine's expression didn't change, but her posture shifted subtly. I left that life behind. Holy shit, Charlotte breathed, actually looking impressed for the first time. I studied your case files. You're a legend. Watch your language when speaking to my wife, Bertram said quietly, stepping to Jasmine's side. Charlotte's attention pivoted to him, her eyes widening further. And you're Bertram Hayes, the hybrid angel. She let out a low whistle. The power couple that dismantled the Crimson Network. The rumors were true. Former agent, Jasmine corrected. Current Vineyard owner with a low tolerance for vampires planting explosives on my property. Charlotte clapped her hands together once. This is perfect. With your expertise and Jim's time hopping, we could shut down this operation before it spreads. You're forgetting something, Mia interrupted, her voice hard. Jim isn't yours to command. He has obligations here. A blood oath is an obligation, Charlotte countered. Then release him from it, Mia challenged. If you want our help, all of our help, that's the price. Jim works with us, not for you. Charlotte's eyes narrowed dangerously. You have no idea what you're asking. The oath protects certain information that we'll need to know anyway if we're going to help you, Jasmine finished for her. I've dealt with vampire trafficking rings before. Half measures get people killed. For a long moment, Charlotte stood motionless, calculating. Finally, she nodded once, sharply. Fine, but not here. She glanced at the frightened animals. Blood oath dissolution requires blood, lots of it, and I doubt your furry friends could handle the energy discharge. My vineyard, Jasmine offered. Tomorrow at sunset, the cellar has containment wards that can handle almost anything. Charlotte nodded again. Until tomorrow, then. She moved toward the door, then paused, glancing back over her shoulder. Welcome to high-stakes vampire hunting, Wolfpack. Better bring your A-game, unless, of course, you can travel through time, in which case your usual mediocrity might suffice. With that parting shot, she vanished, not walking out the door, but simply ceasing to be there between one heartbeat and the next. Well, Beatrice said into the ringing silence, she seems nice. Jim rubbed his throat where the blood oath had constricted. She grows on you. Like a fungal infection. Mia was still watching the space where Charlotte had disappeared, her jaw tight. I really don't like her. Join the club, Jasmine muttered, already on her phone, typing rapidly. I'm activating some old contacts. If Charlotte's involved, this is bigger than local vampire trouble. Jim caught Mia's eye. You recognized her from the visions. Mia nodded. When you were feverish after the protection trial, you slipped through time, and I saw fragments, her, the oath, the pain. Her voice softened. Why didn't you tell me? I couldn't. Jim gestured to his throat. Literally, the oath prevents even indirect discussion. Well, Bertram said pragmatically, at least now we know what we're dealing with, and tomorrow perhaps we'll know more. What the actual fuck? Mia broke the stunned silence, her voice tight with anger and something else, jealousy. Who was that and what arrangement? Jim rubbed his face, trying to dispel the cold imprint of Charlotte's touch. It's complicated. Uncomplicate it, Mia demanded. Bertram cleared his throat. Perhaps we should focus on calming the animals first. They're still distressed. Beatrice nodded, visibly shaken. He's right. Felix needs an herbal compound to settle his nerves, and the others need attention too. Fine, Mia conceded, though her expression promised the conversation was far from over. Beatrice, what do you need?
Chapter 16. The silver ceremonial dagger felt cold against Jim's palm as he turned it over, examining the intricate wolf engravings that spiraled down to the hilt. The weapon was beautiful, ancient from back when craftsmanship meant something, not unlike himself. Does the artifact meet your approval, Alpha Candidate? Elder Willow's voice carried the hint of amusement that always seemed present when she addressed him. Just appreciating history, Jim replied, resisting the urge to mention he'd seen similar daggers being forged in 1347. Some secrets were better kept close. This is what we're protecting today? The scent of anticipation hung thick in the air as pack members gathered at the clearing's edge. Beneath that lingered something less pleasant, the faint copper-tinged musk that had been appearing at pack boundaries. Vampire blood. Jim's nose twitched. Across the ceremonial circle, Matthews stood with perfect posture, his tailored clothes unmarred despite the morning's humidity. The man hadn't sweated once during any challenge. Unnatural. A few yards away, Reyes paced like the predator he was, muscles rippling beneath his fitted shirt, dark eyes constantly scanning. At least he was honest about what he was. Elder Marjorie stepped forward, her walking stick thumping against the packed earth. The protection trial will test your ability to safeguard what matters most to our pack. Each candidate will be given a sacred artifact to protect for the duration of the challenge. The wind shifted, carrying with it a scent that didn't belong, something rancid and wrong. Jim glanced at Mia standing beside the elders. Her nostrils flared slightly. She smelled it too. "You will—" Elder Marjorie's pronouncement was cut short by a piercing scream from the edge of the gathering. A child's scream. Jim's body moved before his mind could catch up, feet digging into soft earth as he sprinted toward the sound. His enhanced hearing picked up panicked heartbeats, rapid breathing, and the unmistakable snarls of something neither wolf nor human. He rounded a cluster of spectators to find little Lily, the baker's daughter with the ever-present braids, backing away from a pack member whose body twitched in unnatural spasms. Dark veins crept up the man's neck like black rivers, his eyes bleeding crimson at the edges. His teeth, too sharp, too numerous, snapped as he lurched toward the child. "Hey, ugly," Jim called, drawing the creature's attention. "I've known vampires with better dental work, and they're not exactly known for oral hygiene." The infected wolf's head snapped toward him, movements jerky like a marionette with tangled strings. 20 feet separated them. Jim needed 5 to reach Lily. Time slowed, not his time-slip ability, just the hyper-focus of adrenaline. In his peripheral vision, Matthews approached from the left, moving with that too smooth precision. Reyes circled right, already half-shifted, claws extending. The creature lunged at Lily. Jim dove, tucking the child against his chest as they rolled across the ground. Pain shot through his shoulder as they tumbled over exposed tree roots, but Lily remained unharmed. "When I say run, head straight to Beatrice by the blue tent," Jim whispered, setting her upright. The child nodded, eyes wide with fear but understanding. "Run!" She bolted as Jim spun to face the creature, which now focused entirely on him. Up close, the smell was overwhelming. Decay and blood and chemicals he couldn't name. This wasn't just vampire blood, this was something engineered. "You're looking a bit peaky there, friend," Jim said, circling slowly to keep the creature's back to the retreating child. "Tried a new diet because it's not working for you." The creature snarled, black spittle dripping from elongated fangs. "The new order comes," it rasped in a voice like grinding metal. "Blood will purify. Yeah, heard it all before. The 1400s had better apocalyptic cults and they didn't have indoor plumbing." Jim feinted left, drawing the creature away from the path Lily had taken. The thing was fast, faster than a normal wolf, but its movements were predictable. Jim had seen this behavior before in Romania when Charlotte first showed him the hybrid experiments. The early stages of blood contamination created patterns of aggression that followed specific neural pathways. A whirlwind of motion announced Matthew's arrival as he slammed into the creature from behind. The infected wolf howled, spinning with unnatural flexibility to rake clawed fingers across Matthew's perfect suit. Not a scratch appeared on the fabric. Interesting, Jim thought, filing away that observation as he darted in from the side. The creature sensed him coming and twisted again, jaws snapping inches from Jim's forearm. "We need to take it alive," Jim called out. "It's been injected with something." Matthews didn't acknowledge the suggestion, his fist connecting with the creature's jaw with a sickening crack. "It's a threat to the pack," he replied, voice unaffected despite the exertion. "Threats are eliminated." The scent of pine and sand announced Reyes's arrival as the third alpha candidate joined the fray, partially shifted into a powerful beta form. His amber eyes assessed the situation quickly. "The thing's running on vampire blood," Reyes growled. "But there's something else, something I've never smelled." Jim used their momentary distraction to kick at the creature's knee, hearing the satisfying pop of dislocation. As it stumbled, Jim swept its remaining leg, bringing it crashing to the ground. "Pin the arms," he shouted, dropping his full weight onto the creature's chest. Its strength was formidable, muscles straining against Jim's hold with each passing second. Reyes grabbed one thrashing arm while Matthews secured the other with disturbing ease. "Something's approaching from the west," Matthews said, his head tilting slightly as though listening to a distant sound. "More like this one." The creature beneath them thrashed harder, its spine arching at an impossible angle. "They come," it hissed, bloodshot eyes rolling wildly. "Master will—" Its words cut off as its body went rigid, every muscle tensing at once. Then, without warning, it slumped into unconsciousness. "We need to question it," Jim insisted, pressing 2 fingers against its carotid. The pulse was erratic but present. This wasn't a random attack. Indeed. Matthew's voice remained smooth as glass. "Council procedures dictate the creature be contained for examination." Reyes shifted back to human form, his dark eyes narrowed. "I smell more of them at the western border. They're trying to breach the territory." "I'll take this one back to the pack house," Jim said, already calculating. If Matthews went after the others, he'd likely kill them all, and with them, any evidence of his involvement. "You two are faster than me. You can catch the others before they reach our residential areas." Flattery and logic, a combination that appealed to alphas. Matthews's eyes lingered on Jim for a moment too long before he nodded. "An excellent suggestion. Reyes, with me." As the 2 alphas sprinted toward the west, Jim hoisted the unconscious body over his shoulder. The creature was lighter than expected, as though the contamination had burned away something essential. "Need help with that?" Gerald, Mia's beta, appeared at his side, his expression grim. "I've got it," Jim replied, adjusting his grip. "But I need a secure room at the pack house, something with no windows and reinforced walls." "The old wine cellar, we converted it last year after the Rogue Alpha incident." Jim nodded and started walking, keeping his pace steady despite the burden. With each step, he mentally calculated how long before Matthews would realize he'd been diverted from the pack house. The answer: not long enough. The pack house loomed ahead, its stone facade cool and imposing against the afternoon sun. Jim's shoulder throbbed where he'd hit the tree root, but he ignored it, focusing instead on the weight of the creature and what information it might provide. Inside, the air changed, cooler, laden with the sense of pack and power. Jim followed Gerald down a narrow staircase, past the kitchen where traces of the morning's breakfast lingered, and into the depths of the old stone foundation. "Here." Gerald unlocked a heavy iron door that looked decidedly out of place in the otherwise modernized building. "We can secure it inside." The room beyond was sparse, concrete walls, a drain in the center of the floor, and a single metal chair bolted to the ground. Restraints hung from the chair's arms and legs. "Not exactly 5-star accommodations," Jim quipped, lowering the unconscious form into the chair. "Not exactly a 5-star guest," Gerald replied, his expression grim as he secured the restraints. "I'll get Elder Vic, he should see this." As Gerald's footsteps receded up the stairs, Jim examined the creature more closely. The black veins had receded somewhat in unconsciousness, but the skin remained pallid, with an almost translucent quality. Beneath the surface, something moved, something that didn't belong in any living being. The creature's eyelids fluttered, consciousness returning faster than Jim had anticipated. He stepped back, positioning himself between it and the door. "Good morning, sunshine," Jim said as the creature's eyes snapped open, crimson bleeding into the irises. "Feeling chatty?" The creature lunged against its restraints, teeth snapping. "You will all serve," it snarled. "The new order comes with the blood moon." Yes, doom and gloom, very impressive." Jim circled the chair slowly. "Who did this to you? Who's your master?" A rattling laugh escaped the creature's throat. "Master Matthews prepares the way, the pure blood will rule." There it was, confirmation of what Jim had suspected since his return. Now he just needed to get it on record, to make the accusation stick before the council. "Matthews, huh?" Jim leaned closer, keeping just beyond biting range. "And what exactly is he preparing?" The creature's head snapped up, nostrils flaring, its eyes widened with what might have been fear. "He comes," it whispered. A sound from above, the soft click of the kitchen door closing. Footsteps too light, too measured to be Gerald returning with Vic. "We're about to have company," Jim murmured, keeping his voice low. Tell me quickly, what is Matthews planning during the blood moon? The creature's eyes darted to the ceiling, tracking the movement above. The binding, it began, before a high-pitched whine cut through the air. Jim threw himself backward as something sleek and dark shot through the small ventilation grate near the ceiling. The projectile moved with impossible speed, embedding itself in the creature's throat. Blood sprayed across the concrete as the prisoner convulsed, the restraints creaking under sudden pressure. Jim lunged forward, pressing his hand against the wound, but the damage was catastrophic. Whatever had struck had severed the carotid and trachea in one precision strike. No, 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 Jim growled, applying pressure even as blood pulsed between his fingers. Stay with me. The creature's eyes locked with his, a moment of clarity surfacing through the contamination. He knows you know, it gasped, blood bubbling from its lips. Time slips. The final word emerged as a gurgle before the body went limp. Through the open door came the unmistakable swish of red fabric, Charlotte's signature color, as she pursued whatever had launched the projectile. Mia's scent followed, her footsteps light but determined as she raced after Charlotte. Jim needed to follow to help Mia, but first a shadow fell across the doorway. Matthews stood there, his suit immaculate despite the alleged chase at the western border. What a tragedy, Matthews said, his eyes taking in the bloody scene with clinical detachment. It seems our prisoner couldn't provide answers after all. Funny coincidence you showing up right after something kills our only lead, Jim replied, rising slowly. Blood dripped from his hands, pattering against the concrete. Matthew's expression didn't change, but something cold flickered in his eyes. I heard the commotion and came to assist. Reyes is still pursuing the others. Also funny how the creature knew your name. Jim took a step forward, marking Matthews's subtle shift in posture. Called you Master Matthews right before getting a projectile through its throat. The ravings of a contaminated mind, Matthews replied smoothly. You should know how vampire blood affects cognition given your travels. A sharp pain lanced through Jim's forearm, drawing his attention downward. A small puncture mark marred his skin just below the wrist, a bite he hadn't noticed in the chaos of subduing the creature. Unfortunate, Matthews observed, his gaze fixed on the wound. Vampire venom mixed with whatever else was in its system. You should get that treated quickly. The room tilted slightly, confirming Matthews' assessment. Whatever had been in the creature's fangs was already entering Jim's bloodstream. How did the flying creature know we brought the prisoner here? Jim asked, forcing the words out as numbness spread up his arm. No one knew except Gerald and me. Matthew's smile never reached his eyes. Perhaps it followed the scent. They are remarkable hunters. Or perhaps it was directed. Jim took another step, ignoring the growing weakness in his limbs. Like that creature called you master. Accusations without evidence are unbecoming, especially for an alpha candidate. Matthews glanced at his watch. I should inform the council about this unfortunate development. I suggest you seek treatment for that bite before the venom reaches your heart. The room spun more violently now, darkness creeping in at the edges of Jim's vision. Through the growing haze, he watched Matthews turn to leave, his movements too smooth, too controlled. This isn't over, Jim called after him, gripping the doorframe to stay upright. Matthews paused, looking back over his shoulder. For you, I believe it is. Jim's knees buckled as the poison surged through his system, sending him crashing to the floor. As consciousness slipped away, his last thought was of Mia, running after danger without knowing the true predator was already inside their walls.
Chapter 17. The creature's wings sliced through the night air with a sound like tearing silk. Mia's lungs burned as she pushed her legs harder, following the flash of red that was Charlotte ahead of her. The vampire hunter moved with inhuman grace, each stride covering twice what Mia's could, despite her alpha strength. The scent of iron and decay clung to the back of Mia's throat. Whatever this thing was, this hybrid abomination that had killed their only witness, it wasn't natural. The wrongness of its scent made her wolf bristle beneath her skin. "Cut left!" Charlotte called back, her voice oddly melodic even when shouting commands. Without hesitation, Mia veered through a stand of eucalyptus trees, the sharp menthol scent momentarily clearing her head. The cool night air lashed against her heated skin as fallen leaves crunched beneath her boots. Her enhanced hearing picked up the creature's frantic wing beats, growing louder as it approached a clearing ahead. Charlotte was already there, a small crossbow raised in one fluid motion. The bolt hissed through the air, catching the creature's wing. It screeched, a sound that vibrated painfully in Mia's skull, before tumbling to the ground in a heap of twisted limbs. Mia slowed to a jog as she approached, her muscles twitching with leftover adrenaline. The creature was smaller than it had appeared in flight, perhaps the size of a large dog, but with leathery wings and skin that seemed to shift between scales and fur. Its eyes glowed red in the darkness, fixing on her with unmistakable hatred. "What is it?" Mia asked, careful to keep her distance. The tang of blood, both the creature's and something else, filled her nostrils. Charlotte didn't answer. In one swift motion, she drew a blade from beneath her crimson coat and plunged it into the creature's chest. The knife glowed with runes that Mia recognized as ancient vampire magic, similar to what Jasmine had identified on Jim's skin. "What the hell?" Mia lunged forward, but too late. The creature convulsed, black ichor bubbling from its mouth as Charlotte twisted the blade. Its death wasn't quick. It wasn't merciful. Charlotte's face remained impassive, but her eyes burned with a fury that made Mia take an involuntary step back. When the creature finally stilled, Charlotte wiped her blade on the grass with practiced precision. The air around them seemed to pulse with lingering magic, raising the fine hairs on Mia's arms. "We needed to question it," Mia said, her voice tight with controlled anger. "That thing killed our only lead. It couldn't tell you anything useful." Charlotte sheathed her blade, the motion smooth as water. "And how would you know that?" Heat rushed to Mia's cheeks as her jaw clenched. "This is my territory, my investigation." Charlotte turned to face her fully, moonlight catching on her perfect features. "Your territory has been compromised for months. You're playing catch-up in a game you don't understand." "Then enlighten me." Mia crossed her arms, ignoring the way her claws had started to emerge, pricking at her palms. "Or did you just come to Wolf Valley to be cryptic and kill potential witnesses?" A smile ghosted across Charlotte's face. "Is that what bothers you? Or is it that I know Jim better than you do?" The words hit like a physical blow. Mia's wolf surged forward, a growl rumbling up from her chest. "You don't know anything about me or Jim." "I know he left everything behind to protect you." Charlotte circled Mia slowly, each step deliberate. "I know what it cost him." "You're the one who dragged him into this mess in the first place." The scent of pine and snow, Charlotte's unnaturally clean scent, grated against Mia's senses. "Is that what he told you?" Charlotte laughed, the sound like breaking glass. "Jim sought me out. He'd been having the time visions for months before I met him." Mia's heartbeat faltered. "You're lying. Why would I bother?" Charlotte stopped, her gaze piercing. "These creatures," she nudged the corpse with her boot, "have been hunting Jim since before he left Wolf Valley. I've spent centuries tracking them and the ones who make them." "Centuries?" Mia's brow furrowed. "Did you think vampire hunters aged like humans?" Charlotte's voice dripped with condescension. "Jim didn't tell you much, did he?" The wolf inside Mia howled and scratched beneath her skin, demanding release. Her fingers flexed at her sides, telekinetic energy crackling just beneath the surface. The air around them grew heavy, the way it did before a storm. "You don't get to waltz in here in your designer clothes with your perfect hair and your centuries of experience and judge me," Mia snapped. "Where were you when the pack needed protection? Where were you when Jim was poisoned?" Charlotte's expression didn't change, but something shifted in her eyes. "I have responsibilities beyond Wolf Valley." "So do I." The branch of a nearby tree cracked and fell as Mia's telekinesis flared. "I'm responsible for every wolf in this territory. I'm responsible for the humans who don't even know we exist. And I'm doing it without your magical vampire hunting gadgets or your immortal wisdom." Charlotte tilted her head, studying Mia with the intensity of someone who had centuries to perfect the art of seeing through people. You know what I see when I look at you? A woman trying to prove herself worthy of a position everyone thinks she lucked into. The words landed like a slap, too close to the bone. You don't know anything about me, Mia said, but her voice lacked conviction. I know the way female leaders are judged. Charlotte's voice took on an edge of bitter experience. Too soft, you're weak. Too hard, you're a bitch. Show emotion, you're unstable. Show none, you're cold. Every decision scrutinized twice as harshly. Mia swallowed hard. How many times had she second-guessed herself, wondering if the council would have questioned a male alpha's decisions the way they questioned hers? How many times had she worked twice as hard just to be taken half as seriously? And then, Charlotte continued, when you finally think you've found your footing, someone swoops in who seems to have it all figured out. She gestured to herself with ironic flair. Someone who makes it look effortless. Is that what this is about? Charlotte stepped closer. Or are you just jealous? The truth of it hit Mia like a punch to the gut. Of course she was jealous. Charlotte was everything she wasn't. Graceful, confident, powerful, without effort. She'd shared a year of Jim's life that Mia knew nothing about. A year where they'd hunted vampires together, fought side by side, developed the kind of trust that only comes from facing death together. Fine. Mia threw up her hands. Yes, I'm jealous. Is that what you want to hear? I'm jealous that you had him when I thought he'd just abandoned me. Her voice cracked slightly. I'm a psychologist, for fuck's sake. I should be better at controlling my emotions. The tension between them shifted, something unspoken but universally understood, passing between two women who had both shaped their lives around strength. Being strong doesn't mean never feeling, Mia continued, softer now. That's what I tell my patients. Why is it so damn hard to accept for myself? A flicker of recognition crossed Charlotte's face. How many times have you apologized for feelings that men display without a second thought? Charlotte asked, not unkindly. Anger becomes too emotional. Passion becomes hysteria. Standards become impossible expectations. Mia exhaled slowly, feeling seen in a way she hadn't expected. Too many to count. But her wolf didn't care about professional credentials or social double standards. It only knew that Jim was hers, had always been hers, even when she'd been nothing but a deadline wolf with no pack, no title, no home. Even when every other wolf had seen her as broken, Jim had looked at her like she was whole. I love his stupid hair and his stupid sense of humor and his stupid accent, Mia continued, the words pouring out now. And I don't know what happened between you two, but... Nothing happened, Charlotte interrupted, her voice softer than before. Mia blinked. What? Jim and I never... Charlotte gestured vaguely. He was too busy pining for you the entire time. It was actually quite annoying. A startled laugh escaped Mia's throat. You're serious? Deadly. Charlotte's lips curved upward slightly. Do you have any idea how tiresome it is to hunt vampires with someone who keeps slipping through time whenever he gets too emotional about the alpha he left behind? The tension in Mia's shoulders eased slightly. He talked about me incessantly. Charlotte rolled her eyes, but there was no real malice in it. Jim Miracles has loved you through several centuries, Mia Lee. I've lived for over 400 years, and I've rarely seen devotion like his. The admission hung in the air between them, unexpected and somehow more powerful for coming from Charlotte. 400 years, Mia repeated softly. That's a long time to hunt monsters. Something vulnerable flickered across Charlotte's perfect features. Too long sometimes. She gazed down at her hands, still stained with the creature's black blood. Do you know what I miss most after 4 centuries? Charlotte asked, her voice suddenly raw. Connection. Real connection. The kind where someone knows your darkness and stays anyway. She looked up, meeting Mia's eyes. I've had colleagues, allies, occasional lovers. But friends? Someone who knows me, not just what I can do for them? That luxury fades when you outlive everyone you care about. The admission hung in the air between them, unexpected and disarming. Mia recognized the loneliness in Charlotte's voice, the same isolation she'd felt as a deadline wolf, always on the outside looking in. "You've built something here that I couldn't," Charlotte continued, gesturing vaguely toward Wolf Valley. "A community, real relationships, people who would fight for you, not just beside you." "It wasn't easy," Mia admitted. "Still isn't." Charlotte's lips quirked up in a half-smile. "Nothing worth having ever is." She wiped her hands on a handkerchief pulled from her pocket, the elegant motion at odds with the grim task. "You should be proud of who you are, Mia. What you've built here. Don't compare yourself to someone who's lost as much as I have to become what I am." For a brief moment, Mia felt something shift between them, understanding, maybe even the beginning of respect. In addition to Jasmine and Beatrice, perhaps she'd found another woman who understood the weight of responsibility, the cost of power. Then pain lanced through her chest, sharp and immediate. Her knees buckled as she gasped for air that wouldn't come. "Mia?" Charlotte was at her side instantly, supporting her weight. The bond, the soul link she shared with Jim, it was stretching, thinning, snapping like an overtaxed rubber band. "Jim!" she managed, panic rising in her throat. "Something's wrong with Jim." Charlotte's face hardened into the mask of the hunter once more. "Can you feel where he is?" Mia closed her eyes, focusing on the frayed thread of the bond. It pulled north toward the eastern border where vampire territory began. "Yes," she whispered, already pushing herself to her feet. "And we need to hurry." Chapter 18. The moment the soul link snapped like a rubber band stretched too far, ice flooded Mia's veins. Jim was in trouble. She bolted from Charlotte's side without explanation, boots pounding against the forest floor as pine needles and leaves crunched beneath her feet. The metallic scent of blood, Jim's blood, lingered in her nostrils from the soul link, driving her wolf into a frenzy beneath her skin. "Hold on," she whispered, the words carried away by the wind rushing past her ears. "Just hold on." The pack house loomed ahead, its wooden structure casting long shadows in the late afternoon sun. 3 pack members huddled on the porch, their hushed voices carrying to her enhanced hearing before they saw her. "Moved him to the Alpha's cabin. Bertram said the bite was spreading. Never seen anything like it." Mia skidded to a stop at the base of the porch steps, chest heaving. "Where's Jim?" The words scraped against her dry throat. Danny, a young wolf with perpetually disheveled brown hair, jumped at her sudden appearance. "Alpha, Mia, they took him to your cabin. Jasmine and Beatrice are with him. Bertram, too." Her cabin was nearly a mile away, on the opposite side of the territory. The distance had never seemed so vast. "Is he?" The question died on her lips, fear strangling the words. Danny's gaze dropped to the weathered porch boards. "It's not good, Alpha." The cool air stung her lungs as she inhaled sharply. Her phone weighed heavy in her pocket. Call them. Find out. But the thought of hearing the worst over a tinny phone speaker made her stomach roll. Mia sprinted down the path toward her cabin, branches whipping at her face and arms. The overwhelming scent of damp earth and rotting leaves filled her nostrils, the forest unusually quiet, as if holding its breath. Her muscles burned with exertion, but she pushed harder, her wolf lending her strength. Halfway there, her resolve crumbled. She needed to know. Now. With trembling fingers, she pulled out her phone and dialed Bertram's number, still running. Each ring stretched into eternity. 1, 2, 3. "Hello?" The voice on the other end wasn't Bertram's rich baritone. "Jim!" Mia stumbled, nearly dropping the phone. The familiar accent, though strained, sent a wave of relief crashing over her so intense she had to lean against a nearby tree. The rough bark dug into her palm. "You're alive." Last I checked. His attempt at humor was undermined by the weakness in his voice. Though Bertram's angel blood cocktail is making me see some interesting things. Did you know your ceiling has stars? A laugh bubbled up from her chest, sounding suspiciously like a sob. Don't you dare make jokes right now. Can't help it. It's my default setting when I've been poisoned by supernatural hybrid venom. There was a rustling sound, then a muffled groan. Mia. I'm almost there. She pushed off from the tree, legs finding new strength. Just wait for me. Always will. The simple words hit her harder than any declaration. After disconnecting, she ran faster than she ever had, her wolf howling beneath her skin. Her cabin appeared through the trees, smoke curling from the chimney into the crisp air. The scent of herbs, sage, lavender, and something sharper that made her nose itch, drifted from the open windows. Mia bounded up the porch steps in a single leap and burst through the door. The living room had been transformed into a makeshift medical area. Jim lay on the couch, his normally tanned skin ashen. Black veins spread like spider webs from a nasty wound on his forearm, creeping upward toward his shoulder. Bertram stood over him, white wings partially extended in the small space, hands glowing faintly as he worked. Jasmine looked up from a bubbling pot on the wood stove, the spicy scent of her concoction making Mia's eyes water. You made it. Mia crossed the room in 3 strides, dropping to her knees beside the couch. Up close, Jim looked worse. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his breathing came in short, shallow gasps. But his eyes, those familiar green eyes that had always seen right through her, focused on her face. Hey, Deadline. His voice was barely above a whisper, using the old nickname from when she couldn't shift. The lump in her throat made it impossible to speak, so she reached out instead, fingers hovering over the black veins spreading beneath his skin. Heat radiated from the wound, unnatural and frightening. Don't worry. Jim attempted a smile that looked more like a grimace. Bertram's got angel blood. Apparently, it's the supernatural equivalent of penicillin. Bertram's wings shifted, catching the light from the window and casting iridescent patterns across the wooden floor. It's a powerful antidote, but the venom is unusual, mixed with something else. Vampire blood, Jim said, his eyes never leaving Mia's face. Matthews is behind this. He's working with the vampires, trafficking blood. That hybrid was just the beginning. Beatrice appeared from the kitchen, carrying a steaming mug that smelled of honey and bitter herbs. We have the antidote working, but we need proof about Matthews. The council won't act without it. The mention of Matthews sent a surge of rage through Mia, so powerful her vision tinged red at the edges. Her fingers curled into fists, nails biting into her palms. Jim's hand found hers, his fingers cold against her skin. Mia, don't. He's too dangerous to confront alone. You nearly died. The words came out as a growl, her wolf pushing against her skin. And I'd do it again. His grip tightened, surprising strength in his weakened state. But we need to be smart about this. Matthews has been planning this for months. Mia leaned closer, inhaling his scent. Pine and earth now tainted with the copper smell of blood and something acrid from the venom. Tell me exactly what happened after I left. Jim winced as Bertram applied more of the glowing substance to his arm. The hybrid said Master Matthews before he died. Clear as day. But when that flying thing killed him, it took any chance of testimony with it. Convenient, Jasmine commented from across the room, her FBI instincts clearly engaged. Too convenient, Jim agreed. Matthews knew exactly where I'd been bitten before I even noticed it myself. The pieces clicked together in Mia's mind. He sent it, the flying creature. Jim nodded, then immediately regretted the movement, closing his eyes against an apparent wave of dizziness. He's creating some kind of hybrid army. Vampire blood gives wolves unnatural strength, but it also makes them loyal to whoever provides the blood. Like a drug, Beatrice added, adjusting her glasses. The withdrawal is supposedly excruciating. Mia stood, her decision made. I'm going to confront him. Mia, no! Jim tried to sit up, but Bertram gently pushed him back down. He needs to rest, Bertram said, his voice carrying the melodic quality all angels possessed. The venom is retreating, but slowly. Mia leaned down and pressed her forehead against Jim's, the familiar gesture of wolf affection coming naturally. His skin burned against hers, fever still raging through his system. I have a plan, she whispered, her lips close to his ear. The scent of him, even beneath the sickness, steadied her racing heart. Trust me. Jim's hand came up to cup her cheek, thumb brushing across her skin. Always have. But come back to me, Alpha. She turned her head slightly, pressing her lips against his palm, a promise without words. Straightening, Mia looked at Jasmine and Beatrice. Keep him alive. I have a vampire-wolf hybrid to deal with. Chapter 19. The walk to Matthew's temporary quarters gave Mia time to compose herself. Her wolf paced restlessly beneath her skin, hungry for confrontation, but she needed to be calculated. Cold, the psychologist, rather than the alpha. Matthew's scent hit her nostrils before she reached his door, expensive cologne attempting to mask something sour and wrong beneath. She inhaled deeply, confirming what she'd suspected since the first challenge. Beneath the wolf musk lay the unmistakable copper-sweet scent of vampire blood. She knocked once, firmly. Enter. Matthew's voice carried that irritating confidence that had grated on her nerves from the first moment he'd set foot in Wolf Valley. The guest cabin was sparse, just a bed, table, and 2 chairs. But Matthews had somehow made it look like a military command center. Maps covered one wall with red pins marking locations throughout the territory. A silver flask sat open on the table, releasing a hint of that copper-sweet smell into the air. Matthews stood by the window, his perfect posture almost comical in its rigidity. Sunlight caught the silver in his dark hair, giving him an aristocratic appearance that might have been attractive if Mia hadn't known what lurked beneath. Alpha Lee, he turned, a practiced smile spreading across his face. To what do I owe this pleasure? Checking on your competition? Her wolf snarled at his presumption, but Mia kept her expression neutral. She closed the door behind her with a soft click. I had some questions about the challenge today. She moved further into the room, casually glancing at the maps. Territory markings, but with unusual notations she didn't recognize. Ah, yes, unfortunate business with that contaminated wolf. Matthews gestured to the empty chair. Please sit. I prefer to stand. Mia positioned herself where she could see both the door and Matthews. Interesting how that creature knew exactly where to find us, don't you think? A flash of something. Irritation, concern, crossed Matthew's face before disappearing beneath that perfect smile. Territorial invasions have increased recently. We've had similar problems in the northern pack. Mia tilted her head, studying him. Interesting theory, but that doesn't explain how the creature knew exactly who to attack. Matthews leaned against the windowsill, the picture of casual confidence. Perhaps it sensed the competition. Animals can be quite intuitive. Yes, they can. Mia took a step closer, inhaling deeply. They can smell fear, lies, vampire blood. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Matthew's smile remained fixed, but his scent shifted subtly, adrenaline spiking through the artificial cologne. A serious accusation, Alpha Mia. His voice dropped lower, a hint of threat coloring the words. Especially from someone whose judgment might be compromised by personal feelings. You mean Jim? She kept her voice even, analytical. Let's discuss him. Funny how he was the only one injured today. Pure coincidence. Like the arena explosion during the first challenge, another coincidence that nearly eliminated him. Matthew's smile tightened. You seem determined to see conspiracies where there are none. Mia circled the table, trailing her fingers along the edge. Did you know that as a psychologist, I'm trained to notice patterns? Micro-expressions, vocal shifts, pupil dilation. The body betrays what words try to hide. Fascinating. Matthews crossed his arms. But irrelevant. Is it? She stopped directly across from him. Your pupils dilated when I mentioned vampire blood. Your right hand twitched. Classic stress response. And your scent. She inhaled dramatically. Even expensive cologne can't mask that distinctive copper smell. Matthew's facade slipped for a fraction of a second, revealing something cold and ancient in his eyes. You're making a mistake, Mia. No, you made the mistake. She tapped her temple. You underestimated what a deadline wolf learns to notice when they can't rely on shifting. I've been watching you since you arrived, and everything about you is just slightly wrong. A muscle twitched in Matthew's jaw. Be careful, Alpha. Tell me about the blood trafficking. Mia leaned forward, placing her palms flat on the table. Is it just a side business, or is that why you're really here? Wolf Valley sits on a strategic border, after all. You have no idea what you're talking about. His voice remained steady, but the black veins briefly visible at his collar told another story. Don't I? Mia raised an eyebrow. Vampire blood enhances werewolf strength, makes us faster, stronger, almost unstoppable. But it comes with a price, doesn't it? Addiction, dependence, eventual corruption. She nodded toward the silver flask. How many times a day do you need a fix now, Matthews? His composed expression wavered. You're making dangerous accusations without proof. The proof is in your veins. Mia pushed harder, using every technique she'd learned about breaking down psychological defenses. Did you start by choice, or were you forced? How long before the benefits weren't worth the side effects? The rage, the blackouts, the loss of control? Something dark flickered in Matthew's eyes. You think you understand, but you don't. Then explain it to me, psychologist to patient. She softened her tone deliberately, creating an opening. How did someone like you, an alpha, respected, powerful, end up dependent on vampire blood? The calculated vulnerability worked. Matthew's posture shifted slightly, a crack appearing in his perfect facade. It started as an edge, just a drop, before important negotiations. His voice took on a distant quality. The Northern Territory borders 3 vampire clans. We needed something to level the playing field. Mia nodded encouragingly, while her heart raced with triumph. He was talking. 1 drop became 2, then a vial, then... Matthews gestured to the flask. The strength it gives is intoxicating. I could protect my pack better than any alpha in history. But then, they had leverage over you, Mia suggested gently. The vampires controlling the supply. Matthew's laugh held no humor. You catch on quickly. Yes, the price kept increasing. Territory, information, eventually, distribution services. The blood trafficking. He nodded once, sharply. It's a billion-dollar underground market. Supernatural blood has effects on various species. Vampires discovered they could dilute werewolf blood to sell to humans. Gives them temporary strength, heightened senses. Our blood, their distribution network. Mia kept her expression sympathetic, though her wolf raged at the admission. And Wolf Valley? Strategic location. Matthews straightened, some of his composure returning. Your territory connects 3 major underground routes. With the right leadership, it could become the central hub for the entire southern distribution network. With you as Alpha. With me as Alpha, he confirmed, a hint of his earlier arrogance returning. Your pack would be protected, wealthy beyond imagination. The council would never need to know. Mia leaned back, making a show of considering his words. And if I were to go to the council with what I know? Matthew's smile turned predatory. What exactly do you know, Mia? You have no evidence, no proof, just the word of an alpha with obvious feelings for her competition. He spread his hands. Who would they believe? The respected Alpha Matthews with an impeccable bloodline, or the former deadline wolf trying to manipulate the mating challenge? His confidence grated against her nerves, but Mia kept her expression neutral. You make a compelling point. I usually do. Matthews moved closer, his scent, wolf musk and vampire blood, filling her nostrils. Consider a different path. Accept me as your mate. Together, we could build something extraordinary. And Jim? Something dark and cold flickered in Matthew's eyes. An unfortunate casualty. The venom will ensure he's no longer a concern. Mia forced herself to nod thoughtfully. You're right about one thing, Matthews. I don't have evidence. Yet. She turned toward the door. I need time to consider my options. Of course. His voice carried false magnanimity. But don't take too long. The final challenge approaches, and decisions must be made. At the door, Mia paused. You've given me a lot to think about. I hope you make the wise choice, Alpha Lee. The threat beneath his words hung in the air between them. With a final nod, Mia stepped outside, closing the door behind her. Only when she was several yards away did she allow herself a small, satisfied smile, fingers brushing over the phone in her pocket where the recording app still ran. Got you, son of a bitch, she muttered, the smell of pine and approaching rain cleansing the stench of vampire blood from her nostrils. Her victory was short-lived. Looking for something? Matthew's voice came from directly behind her, his hand closing around her wrist with supernatural speed. Mia hadn't heard him approach, impossible for a regular werewolf, even an alpha. The hybrid strength from the vampire blood had enhanced his abilities beyond what her senses could track. Matthew's fingers dug into her wrist, forcing her hand to release the phone. It fell to the pine needle-covered ground between them. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? His voice carried no emotion as he crushed the phone beneath his boot. The crack of breaking plastic and glass echoed in the quiet forest. Amateur move, Mia. I expected better. Mia's wolf surged forward, fangs pressing against her gums, claws itching to extend. She was physically smaller than Matthew's, but she was an alpha too, and this was her territory. You've made a fatal mistake, Matthews. She kept her voice steady despite the racing of her heart. You should have killed me while you had the chance.
Chapter 20. Pain exploded in Jim's chest, yanking him from the hazy edges of healing sleep. The soul link with Mia, the connection that had hummed quietly between them since their first meeting, snapped with the force of a breaking bone. Mia! He gasped, bolting upright on the couch. The antidote Bertram had administered swirled in his system, leaving his senses simultaneously dulled and hyper-aware. The black veins on his arm had receded but still traced faint tendrils across his skin, a reminder of how close he'd come to death. None of that mattered now. What mattered was the sudden, terrifying absence where Mia's presence should be. She's in trouble. The words scraped against his dry throat as he swung his legs to the floor, ignoring the wave of dizziness that followed. Bertram looked up from the herb-laden table, his perfect features arranged in concern. Despite his modern detective appearance, dark jeans, button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up and the hint of stubble along his jaw, the glow of angelic energy still lingered around him. Jim, you're not strong enough. I don't care. Jim grabbed the nearest shirt and yanked it over his head, ignoring the protest from his injured arm. The link is gone. That only happens when... He couldn't finish the sentence, couldn't voice the possibility. Jasmine appeared from the kitchen, her dark hair swept back in a practical ponytail, eyes sharp with understanding. Matthews, she said simply, the former supernatural FBI agent immediately grasping the situation. Where was she going? Beatrice asked, hands already gathering potions from her bag, her sandy hair escaping its clip as she moved with restless energy. To confront him. Jim's voice hardened as he shoved his feet into boots, muscle memory completing the task while his mind raced ahead. She thinks she can outsmart him. Use her psychology background. She's smart, Jasmine pointed out, already strapping on a weapons belt that hadn't been visible moments before. And she knows how to handle alphas. Matthews isn't just an alpha. Jim lurched toward the door, steadying himself against the frame as another wave of dizziness hit. He's something else, something worse. The late afternoon air hit his face as they burst outside, the scent of pine and approaching rain filling his nostrils. Jim inhaled deeply, trying to catch Mia's scent on the breeze, but the lingering effects of the venom dulled his senses. "Which way to Matthews's quarters?" he demanded, already moving toward the main path. "Eastern edge of the territory," Bertram answered, keeping pace easily. "Guest cabins by the old boundary stones." Jim broke into a run, each footfall sending jolts of pain through his still-healing body. The others followed, forming a protective triangle around him. Bertram with his hidden wings, Jasmine with her tactical experience, and Beatrice with her unconventional magic. The forest blurred around them, dappled sunlight flashing between trees. Jim's heart hammered against his ribs, each beat a desperate prayer. Not her. Please, not her. The first flash hit him without warning, a vision slicing through reality like a knife through silk. Mia on the ground, blood pooling beneath her. Matthews standing over her, black veins visible beneath his skin, fangs extended where no werewolf should have fangs. "No." The word tore from Jim's throat as he stumbled, the vision fading as quickly as it had appeared. Bertram caught his arm, steadying him. "What is it?" "I saw—" Jim shook his head, trying to clear the image. "I saw her death. Matthews kills her." "A vision?" Jasmine asked sharply. "Or a possibility?" "It's real," Jim insisted, pushing forward faster despite his body's protests. "The temporal anchors, they don't just let me slip through time. They show me what's coming." Another flash, more detailed this time. Matthews circling Mia, her back against a massive oak. Blood trickling from a cut on her forehead. The sky darkening with approaching storm clouds. Matthews saying, "You should have accepted me as your mate. Now you'll die as you lived, alone." Jim's stomach churned with the certainty of it. Not a possibility, a fate already in motion. "We have to hurry." The path narrowed as they approached the eastern boundary. Jim's wolf clawed beneath his skin, desperate to break free, to run faster than human legs could carry him. He felt the shift beginning, bones lengthening, muscles reconfiguring. "No!" Bertram tackled him with supernatural speed, pinning him to the ground. The angel's eyes glowed with otherworldly light as he held Jim down. "You can't shift now. The venom is still in your system. It could kill you." "I don't care." Jim struggled against Bertram's grip, the panic rising in his chest. "I need to get to her. And what good will you be to her dead?" Bertram's voice carried that angelic resonance that cut through chaos. "Think, Jim. Use what you have." Jim stilled, the truth of Bertram's words breaking through his panic. The temporal anchors, his curse, his gift. "I need to slip back," he whispered, the realization crystallizing. "Just far enough to stop this before it happens." Jasmine crouched beside them, concern etched across her features. "Time travel has rules, Jim. You know this. The paradoxes—" "I don't care about paradoxes," Jim's voice cracked with desperation. "Not anymore, not when it's Mia." Beatrice joined them, her hands already weaving a pattern in the air. "It's dangerous, but I can help stabilize the slip. Create an anchor point for your return." Bertram released his hold on Jim, helping him to his feet. "You understand what you're risking? Temporal displacement, memory fragmentation, being erased from existence," Jasmine added grimly. "If you change too much." Jim looked at each of them, the angel, the former agent, the aspiring witch, his friends, his pack. "I've been living on borrowed time for 700 years, he said quietly. "If I can use that time to save her, it's worth it." Understanding passed between them, unspoken but profound. They had all loved, all lost. They knew the choice wasn't really a choice at all. "How far back?" Bertram asked, practicality taking over. Jim closed his eyes, focusing on the visions, on the soul link that had broken. 20 minutes, just before she confronted Matthews. Beatrice began drawing symbols on the ground with a pouch of herbs from her bag, the spicy sweet scent rising in the cool air. "I'll create a temporal loop like a rubber band. It'll pull you back, but only for a short time." "How short?" Jim asked, already rolling up his sleeve to expose the markings that had appeared beneath his skin when the truth potion had activated them days ago. "Minutes. Maybe less." Beatrice looked up, her expression grave. "And Jim? You can't be seen. Not by your past self, not by Mia. The paradox would—" I know. Jim nodded, the ancient tattoos beginning to glow faintly as he traced them with his fingertip. The markings burned like embers pressed to skin. Keep trying to reach her if this doesn't work. He left the sentence unfinished. Failure wasn't an option. Jasmine squeezed his shoulder. Be careful, Matthews is more dangerous than we realized. I know that too. Jim stepped into the center of Beatrice's makeshift circle. The symbols glowed with pale blue light, responding to the energy of his temporal anchors. Jim closed his eyes, focusing on the markings. On the time, 20 minutes passed. The world began to blur around him, reality splitting into layers of what was, what is, and what could be. His skin burned as if being peeled away, molecule by molecule, the pain so intense his vision went white. Then came the sickening pull, the sense of being yanked backward through reality. Time slipped around him like water, moments flowing in reverse. Fragments of conversation echoed in his ears, distorted and strange. Amateur move, Mia. Fatal mistake, Matthews. Son of a bitch. The world spun, gravity shifting in impossible ways as the slip pulled him through the fabric of time itself. His lungs burned, unable to draw breath in the void between moments. With a violent jolt, Jim slammed back into reality, falling to his knees on damp earth. The forest materialized around him, familiar yet different. The light was brighter, the shadows not yet lengthened by the approaching evening. Time had rewound. He gasped, drawing air into starved lungs, the world spinning around him as his body adjusted to the displacement. The temporal anchors burned beneath his skin, a constant reminder that this state was temporary. Minutes, Beatrice had said. Only minutes to change fate. Through the trees ahead, two figures came into view. Mia walking away from Matthew's cabin, phone in hand, and Matthews following silently behind her, his movement unnaturally fluid. Jim's heart slammed against his ribs. This was the moment. Just before everything went wrong, he had to move carefully, couldn't be seen, couldn't create a paradox, but he could change what happened next. He watched, muscles tense to spring, as Matthews closed in behind Mia. But how could he intervene without being seen? Without destroying the timeline? The realization hit him like a physical blow. He couldn't. Any direct intervention would create a paradox. If Matthews saw him here while the other version of himself lay recovering at Mia's cabin, the consequences would ripple beyond his control. Damn it, he hissed under his breath, the temporal anchors burning hotter beneath his skin as time continued to slip away. He needed a different approach. He needed help. Closing his eyes, Jim focused on the burning tattoos, on the moment 15 minutes earlier. Another slip further back. The world dissolved around him once more, reality fragmenting into painful shards as he tore through the fabric of time itself. The displacement hit harder this time, his body rebelling against the second jump so close to the first. He stumbled against a tree, the rough bark scraping his palm as he fought to stay upright. Blood trickled from his nose, the metallic taste filling his mouth. The forest had shifted around him. Different trees, different position, the light brighter still. And ahead, walking alone on a patrol path, was Reyes. The third alpha candidate, tall, powerful, with deep brown skin and the natural confidence of a born leader, moved with purpose, likely checking the territory boundaries after the hybrid attack. Jim didn't have time for subtlety. The temporal anchors burned like fire beneath his skin, warning him that his minutes were dwindling. Beatrice's rubber band was stretching to its limit. "Reyes," he called, stepping into the open. The alpha whirled, instantly alert, surprise evident on his face. "Jim, how did you—" His eyes narrowed, taking in Jim's disheveled appearance, the blood trickling from his nose. "You should be recovering. What's happened?" No time to explain. The words came out ragged, Jim's lungs still struggling from the displacement. "Mia needs your help now." "What? Where is she?" "Matthew's cabin." Jim glanced at the sky, judging the time. She's confronting him alone. He's going to kill her. Skepticism flashed across Reyes's face. "How could you possibly know—" "Please." Jim grabbed Reyes's arm, desperation overriding protocol. "I know how this sounds, but I'm asking you. Wolf to wolf, believe me, she'll be walking away from his cabin in 7 minutes. He'll follow her. He'll kill her unless someone intervenes." Something in Jim's voice, in the raw truth of his desperation, reached Reyes. The alpha studied him for a long moment, then nodded once, sharply. "Where exactly?" "The path east of his cabin, the one with the old oak." Reyes turned immediately, moving with the fluid speed of an alpha wolf. "Get back to safety," he called over his shoulder. "You look like hell." Jim watched him go, hope and fear warring in his chest. Would it be enough? Would Reyes arrive in time? The temporal anchors flared with sudden, searing pain. His time was up, the rubber band was snapping back. "Save her," Jim whispered as the world began to dissolve around him once more. The forest, the path, everything blurred into streaks of color and light as time reclaimed him, pulling him back to his proper place. Mia kept her voice steady despite the racing of her heart. "You've made a fatal mistake, Matthews." The crushed phone beneath his boot represented hours of planning down the drain. "You should have killed me while you had the chance." Matthews' smile didn't reach his eyes. "Who says I won't?" He stepped closer, the scent of vampire blood stronger now, as if his agitation had intensified it. "I've worked too hard, Mia, come too far. The council will figure it out." She held her ground, though every instinct screamed at her to run. "They already suspect something's wrong with the attacks." "The council," Matthews scoffed, "is a collection of old wolves too blind to see the future. Vampire blood is the future, the power it gives, you could feel it too." "I'd rather die." The words came out with a wolf-like growl, her canines lengthening despite her effort to maintain human form. "That can be arranged." Matthews moved with unnatural speed, closing the distance between them in less than a heartbeat. His hand shot out, fingers wrapping around her throat with crushing force. Such a waste of potential. Mia struck out with clawed hands, catching his face and drawing blood. Matthews snarled, the sound more vampire than wolf, and threw her against the nearest tree with enough force to knock the breath from her lungs. Pain exploded across her back as she hit the massive oak. Before she could recover, Matthews was there, pinning her against the rough bark, his face inches from hers. Black veins pulsed beneath his skin, his eyes taking on the reddish glow of a vampire. "You should have accepted me as your mate," he hissed, fangs extending where no werewolf should have fangs. "Now you'll die as you lived, alone." The storm clouds that had been gathering all afternoon darkened overhead, casting strange shadows through the trees. A drop of blood trickled down Mia's forehead from where she'd struck the tree. "Matthews!" The voice cut through the tension like a knife. Reyes stood 20 yards away, his powerful frame coiled and ready to spring. Matthews didn't release Mia, but his attention shifted. "This doesn't concern you, Reyes. Leave." "I don't think I will." Reyes moved closer, his eyes never leaving Matthews. "Let her go." "Or what?" Matthews' grip tightened on Mia's throat. "You'll challenge me? Even you aren't strong enough." "Maybe not." Reyes continued his approach, measured and careful. "But the council might be interested to know what's really been happening with the hybrid attacks, or what's in that flask you keep drinking from." Uncertainty flickered across Matthew's face, too brief for anyone without Mia's psychological training to notice. But she saw it, the momentary calculation, the weighing of options. "Mia," Reyes called, not taking his eyes off Matthews. "Run, now!" Matthews snarled, his grip momentarily loosening as he turned to face the new threat. It was all the opening Mia needed. She brought her knee up hard, striking Matthews with all her strength. As he doubled over, she twisted free, instinct taking over. The choice lay before her: run as Reyes had commanded, or stay and fight alongside him. "Run, Mia, Jim's waiting," Reyes called, his eyes never leaving Matthews as he shifted his stance. "This corrupted piece of shit needs to be brought in front of the council." The storm clouds overhead finally broke, the first heavy drops of rain beginning to fall through the forest canopy. Chapter 21. Reality slammed back into Jim with the force of a freight train. One moment he was watching Reyes race toward Mia. The next he was on his knees in the damp soil, every cell in his body screaming in protest. The scent of ozone hung heavy in the air around him, the aftermath of temporal displacement. "Jim." Jasmine knelt beside him, her fingers pressing against his wrist to check his pulse. "You're back." Blood streamed from his nose, metallic and warm against his lips. The temporal anchors beneath his skin pulsed angry red, visible through his shirt. Too many slips, too much strain. Did it work? The words came out as a hoarse whisper, his throat raw as if he'd been screaming for hours. Bertram's face swam into his field of vision, the angel's eyes glowing faintly with concern. "Your heart rate is dangerously elevated. The venom combined with temporal displacement, I don't care." Jim grabbed Bertram's shirt, leaving bloody fingerprints on the pristine fabric. Did it work? Is she alive? Before anyone could answer, the sound of rapid footfalls broke through the forest's tense silence. A figure burst through the trees, Mia, her clothes torn, a streak of blood drying on her forehead. Jim! Relief cracked her voice as she dropped to her knees beside him, her hands cradling his face. The scent of her, pine, rain, and something uniquely Mia, washed over him, more healing than any medicine. You're alive. The tension drained from his body, leaving him trembling. You're really alive. Mia's eyes widened as she took in his condition. The blood, the glowing marks, the pallor of his skin. What happened to you? He time-slipped, Beatrice explained, already digging through her bag for remedies. Twice, in his condition, a haunting howl cut through the air, echoing among the trees. The sound carried pain, defiance, and a final terrible challenge. The hairs on the back of Jim's neck stood on end as the howl wavered, then abruptly cut short. Mia's grip on his arm tightened, her nails digging into his skin as her eyes fixed on the direction of the sound. Reyes, she whispered. Jim knew. He'd sent Reyes to face Matthews alone. The knowledge sat like ice in his stomach. We have to go back for him. Mia was already on her feet, ready to run toward danger once again. Mia! Jasmine's voice held the practiced calm of someone who'd delivered bad news hundreds of times. That howl, I know what it means. Mia's voice hardened, but her hands trembled. But I can't just... Another howl rose from the forest, not Reyes this time, but another wolf answering. Then another, and another. The pack was responding, converging. They'll be with him, Jim managed, struggling to his feet with Bertram's help. But we need to get to the pack house, now. Matthews will be coming for you both, Jasmine agreed, her hand resting on the weapon at her hip. We need to gather the council. Mia's wolf instincts visibly warred with her human logic. Run to a fallen packmate or protect the pack as a whole. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded sharply. The pack house. We end this now. They moved as a unit through the forest, Jim leaning heavily on Bertram as aftershocks from the time slips continued to rack his body. Rain began to fall in earnest, soaking through their clothes and washing the blood from Jim's face in pink rivulets. I sent him there, Jim confessed, voice barely audible over the rainfall. I slipped back and found Reyes, told him you were in danger. Mia's step faltered for just a moment. You what? I saw you die. The words caught in his throat. Matthews killed you. I couldn't let it happen, but I couldn't intervene directly. So I found Reyes. A dozen emotions crossed Mia's face in rapid succession. Shock, confusion, grief, understanding. You saved my life by risking Reyes. I didn't know he was a good wolf. Mia cut him off, her voice strangely calm. An honorable alpha, he made his choice. She reached out, fingers intertwining with Jim's despite the awkward angle as they continued to move. Thank you for giving him that chance, for giving me this one. The pack house appeared through the trees, lights blazing despite the early evening hour. Wolves in human form moved around the perimeter, already on high alert. Gerald, Mia's beta, spotted them first, rushing to meet them on the wide porch. Alpha, he greeted, concern etched into his weathered face. We heard the howls. Tanner and 3 others went to investigate. Matthews is responsible, Mia said, her alpha authority settling over her like armor. Call the council. Emergency session now. Gerald nodded, not questioning the command despite the obvious questions in his eyes. Inside, the pack house buzzed with activity. Wolves gathered in small groups, voices hushed but urgent. They parted for Mia as she entered, respect and concern evident in their postures. Jasmine stepped close to Bertram, her voice low but carrying to Jim's enhanced hearing. We need to coordinate with supernatural enforcement. This goes beyond pack jurisdiction if Matthews is trafficking vampire blood. Bertram nodded, his detective persona replacing the angelic healer. I have contacts in enforcement if Matthews has killed an alpha candidate during a sanctioned challenge. It's an act of war, Jasmine finished. I'll get my old team on standby. They broke apart, Jasmine heading for a private room to make calls, Bertram moving to the communications center in the eastern wing of the house. Jim slumped onto a bench in the main hall, his body finally giving out after the strain of the time slips. Beatrice settled beside him, pulling out vials and pouches from her seemingly bottomless bag. Drink this. She handed him a small bottle filled with iridescent blue liquid. It'll help stabilize the temporal disruption. Jim eyed the potion skeptically. Will it taste as bad as it looks? Worse. Beatrice's smile was grim but genuine. But it'll keep you from slipping unintentionally for the next few hours. As Jim choked down the viscous liquid, which tasted like burnt rubber and sea salt, he watched Mia move through the pack house with purposeful strides. Despite the blood and dirt, despite the chaos around them, she embodied the alpha she'd become. Her voice carried across the room as she issued instructions, calm but unyielding. Beatrice followed his gaze, her hands still busy with her potions. She's remarkable, isn't she? Always has been. The simple truth of it settled in his chest, warm despite everything. Beatrice pulled 3 more vials from her bag, these filled with a swirling, smoke-like substance that shifted between crimson and black. She wrapped them carefully in cloth before tucking them into an inner pocket of her jacket. Jim raised an eyebrow. New recipe? Highly experimental. Beatrice adjusted her glasses, a nervous habit she'd had as long as Jim had known her. But effective against vampire-wolf hybrids, theoretically. Theoretically? Well, I haven't exactly had the opportunity to test it. She patted the pocket. But the principle is sound. Vampire blood responds to certain triggers, silver, sunlight, specific herbs. Combine that with wolf vulnerabilities. And you get a potion that targets the hybrid weakness, Jim finished, impressed despite the situation. If it works. Beatrice's expression turned serious. Jim, what Matthews is doing, it's unnatural. Dangerous beyond the obvious. Vampire blood doesn't just enhance werewolves, it changes them on a fundamental level. Into something like him. Jim remembered the fangs, the unnatural speed, the cold calculation in Matthew's eyes. Into something worse. Beatrice glanced around, lowering her voice further. The old texts in Jasmine's collection, they mentioned similar experiments centuries ago. Vampire lords trying to create daywalking servants. Wolf alphas seeking vampire immortality. She shuddered. It never ended well for anyone. Across the room, the council members began to arrive. 5 elders representing the major bloodlines of Wolf Valley. Bertram returned, now wearing the distinctive midnight blue jacket that marked him as an enforcement liaison. Jasmine appeared moments later, her former supernatural law enforcement credentials hanging around her neck. Mia caught Jim's eye from across the room, a silent question in her gaze. He straightened, ignoring the protest from his battered body, and nodded. Whatever came next, they would face it together. The main doors burst open, admitting a group of soaking wet wolves. Tanner, at their head, carried something wrapped in a bloodied cloak. The room fell silent as they entered, water pooling beneath their feet on the wooden floor. "We found him by the old oak," Tanner said, his young voice breaking. Matthews was gone. As they laid their burden gently on the long table, the edge of the cloak fell back, revealing Reyes's face, peaceful despite the violence evident in the wounds that had taken his life. Mia moved forward, placing a hand on Reyes's cold forehead. "He died protecting our pack," she said, her voice carrying to every corner of the suddenly silent room. "He died with honor." The traditional words of mourning hung in the air for a moment before Mia continued, her voice hardening. "And his death will not be in vain." She turned to face the gathered wolves, her eyes glinting with the promise of retribution. "Matthews has violated our most sacred laws. He has brought vampire corruption into our territory. He has killed one of our own." Her gaze swept over the council members, who stood in solemn attention. "Tonight we hunt." The room erupted in growls of agreement, wolves responding instinctively to their alpha's call. Jim pushed himself to his feet, Beatrice's potion already working to stabilize his system. As the pack prepared for war around them, he made his way to Mia's side. "You need to rest," she said softly when he reached her, concern momentarily replacing the alpha authority in her eyes. "So do you." He glanced at the dried blood on her forehead, the bruises forming on her throat where Matthews had grabbed her. "Later." She squared her shoulders, the mantle of leadership settling firmly in place once more. "Right now I need you with me." "Always." The promise came easily, carried on 700 years of waiting for exactly this moment, standing beside Mia as her equal, her partner, ready to face whatever came next. The storm raged outside, lightning illuminating the pack house in harsh flashes through the windows. Somewhere in that storm, Matthews waited, the vampire blood in his veins making him more dangerous than any enemy they'd faced before. But for the first time since this all began, Mia and Jim stood together, surrounded by the strength of a united pack. And for now that would have to be enough. Chapter 22. Lightning split the sky as the pack house doors crashed open with enough force to splinter the ancient oak. The gathered wolves whirled toward the sound, fangs and claws extending instinctively as rain and wind howled through the sudden opening. Matthews stood in the doorway, his imposing frame silhouetted by another flash of lightning. Water streamed from his shoulders, his clothing torn and muddied from battle. But it wasn't his appearance that silenced the room, it was what he carried. Draped across his shoulders was the massive form of a wolf with deep russet fur now matted with blood and rain. Reyes's wolf form lifeless and broken. Matthews strode into the pack house, his movements fluid with unnatural grace. Water pooled beneath his boots as he crossed to the center of the room, the assembled pack instinctively backing away to create a circle around him. With ceremonial care he laid Reyes's body on the floor before straightening to his full height. The scent of death, rain, and something else, something wrong, filled Mia's nostrils. The copper-sweet tang of vampire blood emanated from Matthews in waves, stronger than before, as if he'd recently fed. "I come representing my pack," Matthews announced, his voice carrying effortlessly over the storm raging outside. "As is my right during a sanctioned mating challenge." Mia stepped forward, every muscle in her body coiled with rage. "You murdered a fellow alpha candidate." "Self-defense." Matthew's face registered appropriate solemnity, but his eyes, those cold, calculating eyes, held no remorse. "Reyes attacked me without provocation. I defended myself as any alpha would." "Liar," Jim snarled from beside Mia, his temporal anchors still faintly visible beneath his skin. "You were attacking Mia." Reyes intervened. Matthews turned to the council, deliberately ignoring Jim. "The turned wolf speaks of events he couldn't possibly have witnessed, given his condition." His gaze swept over the elders. "I was returning to my quarters when Reyes ambushed me on the eastern path." "Why would he attack you?" Elder Bertram asked, his angelic nature carefully hidden behind his enforcement liaison facade. Matthew's expression shifted to one of regretful understanding. "The mating challenge creates competitive tensions. Reyes saw an opportunity to eliminate a rival." He gestured to his own torn clothing. I attempted to reason with him, but he was beyond words. The oldest council member, Agnes, leaned forward in her seat, her silver hair framing a face lined with centuries of wisdom. "Serious accusations, Alpha Matthews." "Not accusations, Elder, facts." Matthews reached into his pocket and withdrew a small object that glinted in the harsh light. A silver ring bearing Reyes's pack insignia. "Found this clutched in his hand. Curious, isn't it? My family's silver would weaken me considerably." Agnes frowned, accepting the ring when Matthews offered it. "Silver poisoning is a dishonorable way to challenge." "My thoughts exactly." Matthews stood tall, rainwater still dripping from his clothing. "I'm deeply saddened by the outcome. Reyes was a worthy competitor, but his actions left me no choice." Mia stepped closer to Matthews, her wolf howling beneath her skin. The bruises on her throat had begun to darken, visible evidence of his attack. "You expect us to believe Reyes would ambush you? He was the most honorable wolf among us." Matthews met her gaze directly, something dangerous flickering in his eyes. "Wolves do desperate things when the prize is valuable enough." His gaze lingered on Mia in a way that made her skin crawl. "Wouldn't you agree, Alpha Mia?" The tension in the room thickened, charged like the storm outside. Several younger wolves growled low in their throats, responding to the implicit threat in Matthew's words. "I spoke with Reyes shortly before his death," Mia countered, keeping her voice steady despite the rage building in her chest. "He mentioned no plans to ambush you." "Of course not." Matthews's smile never reached his eyes. "Ambushers rarely announce their intentions." Jim took a half-step forward, but Jasmine's hand on his arm stopped him. The tension between the former Deadline Wolf and the Northern Alpha crackled like electricity. Elder Agnes studied the silver ring in her palm, then looked up at Matthews with eyes that had witnessed a century of pack politics. "The evidence is troubling, Alpha Matthews. Silver is forbidden in challenge combat. Precisely why I bring this matter directly to the council." Matthews bowed his head in a show of respect that fooled no one who truly knew him. I followed protocol by bringing the fallen to his pack. I submitted the evidence of dishonorable conduct. I stand before you in transparency. The council members exchanged glances. By pack law, Matthews had done everything correctly. His story, though suspicious, contained no obvious falsehoods. The evidence, Rhea's body, the silver ring, Matthews' own injuries, supported his claims. The matter requires deliberation, Agnes finally said, her ancient voice carrying authority despite its softness. Of course. Matthews nodded graciously. In the meantime, as one of the final two candidates, I request formal protection under challenge law. His gaze slid to Mia and Jim. Given the tensions that have arisen, the implication was clear: he was untouchable until the challenge concluded. Any action against him would violate the most sacred pack laws, laws that had governed werewolves for millennia. Mia felt the trap closing around them. Matthews had orchestrated everything perfectly: the evidence, the timing. Even Rhea's death served his purpose, eliminating a rival and creating the appearance of dangerous competition. Thunder crashed outside, rattling the windows of the pack house. In that moment, as lightning illuminated Matthew's face, Mia caught a glimpse of something inhuman in his expression. A flash of fangs, a reddish glow in his eyes that vanished so quickly she might have imagined it. But she hadn't. And judging by the subtle shifting of postures among the more observant wolves in the room, others had seen it too. Matthews spread his arms wide, his voice carrying over the howling wind. Why prolong the inevitable? With Rhea's gone, only two candidates remain. His gaze fixed on Jim, noting the blood still dried around his nostrils, the way he leaned slightly against the wall for support. I propose we bring the final trial forward, tonight. Now. Gasps rippled through the assembled wolves. The final trial traditionally occurred during the blood moon, still days away. Impossible, Elder Agnes protested. The blood moon is a tradition, not a requirement. Matthews cut her off with practiced authority. The challenge laws state only that all trials must be completed. They don't specify timing. Jim pushed himself away from the wall, standing straight despite the obvious pain it cost him. Afraid I might recover, Matthews? The Northern Alpha's smile was cold. Merely practical. Why waste everyone's time? He gestured toward Jim's weakened state. Look at you, you can barely stand. The assessment wasn't wrong. Jim's temporal jumps had left him drained, his body still fighting both the hybrid venom and the strain of time displacement. Black circles shadowed his eyes, and the temporal anchors beneath his skin still glowed faintly red. There is another option, Matthews offered, his voice softening with false magnanimity. Withdraw from the challenge, Jim. Accept defeat gracefully. I'm willing to be generous in victory. The implication hung in the air. Surrender and live. Jim's laugh held no humor. Generous, like you were with Reyes? Matthews shrugged, rainwater dripping from his shoulders onto the wooden floor. A regrettable necessity. Your withdrawal would ensure no further incidents. Mia stepped forward, placing herself between the two alphas. The council hasn't even ruled on Reyes' death yet. And they won't need to if the challenge concludes peacefully. Matthews spread his hands. I'm offering a solution that benefits everyone. Wolf Valley gets a strong alpha mate. Jim gets to walk away, clean, simple. Jim pushed past Mia, his green eyes burning with something ancient and dangerous. I accept the challenge, here now. A murmur ran through the crowd. But, Jim continued, his voice carrying despite its roughness, I invoke Clause 17 of the ancient challenge laws. The elders stiffened. Agnes half rose from her seat. You cannot be serious. Bertram moved closer, his voice low with warning. Jim, Clause 17 is... A fight to the death, Jim finished, never taking his eyes off Matthews. Winner takes all. No appeals, no second chances. The room fell silent except for the storm raging outside. Clause 17 hadn't been invoked in nearly 2 centuries, a relic from more brutal times when Wolfpack settled leadership disputes permanently. Matthews's confident expression faltered for the first time. That's archaic. Scared? Jim challenged, something in his stance changing, becoming more predatory despite his weakened state. Or is the vampire blood not enough of an advantage? Matthew's eyes narrowed at the public accusation. You have no proof. I don't need proof for Clause 17. Jim's smile was all teeth. Just the challenge and a witness from each bloodline. Mia grabbed Jim's arm, her fingers digging into his skin. "What are you doing?" she hissed, loud enough for only him to hear. "You're in no condition to fight him." "It's the only way," Jim whispered back. "If he wins normally, he takes Wolf Valley, becomes your mate, controls the territory, but if he kills me outside sanctioned challenge rules, he's exposed." Mia realized, the strategy suddenly clear. Jim was forcing Matthews into a corner where his true nature would be revealed one way or another. "But the cost. There has to be another way," she pleaded, her voice cracking. Jim's hand came up to cup her cheek, his thumb brushing away moisture she hadn't realized was there. "Trust me." Bertram stepped forward, his enforcement badge gleaming in the harsh light. "As supernatural law enforcement liaison, I must inform both participants that a deathmatch places this matter beyond pact jurisdiction." Jasmine moved to stand beside him, her own credentials displayed. "We will serve as official witnesses. Any violation of supernatural combat protocols will result in immediate intervention." Matthews looked from Jim to the enforcement officers, calculation evident in his posture. To refuse now would be to lose face in front of the entire pack, to admit weakness. But to accept was to enter a fight where his true nature might be exposed. "I accept," he finally growled, the words seeming to cost him. The pack formed a circle, tables and chairs hastily pushed aside to create a fighting arena within the great hall. The storm provided a fitting backdrop, lightning illuminating the scene through the windows in stark flashes. Jim pulled Mia close one last time, his lips brushing her ear. "Whatever happens, remember, the anchors show me possibilities, not certainties." Before she could respond, he stepped into the circle, shedding his torn shirt to reveal the glowing temporal marks spread across his skin like a road map of other times, other places. Matthews did the same, his perfectly sculpted physique unmarred except for the rapidly healing cuts from his confrontation with Reyes. No temporal marks there, but as he rolled his shoulders, the blackened veins beneath his skin became momentarily visible, tracing patterns that mimicked a vampire's circulatory system. Elder Agnes stood at the edge of the circle, her ancient voice carrying the weight of centuries. "By the laws of our ancestors, this challenge is set. To the death. No interference. No mercy." She looked between the two men, regret evident in her eyes. "May the stronger wolf prevail." She stepped back and the fight began. Matthews moved first, lunging with supernatural speed that betrayed his hybrid nature. Jim sidestepped, barely avoiding the attack, his own movements hampered by exhaustion and lingering injury. "Already slowing down," Matthews taunted, circling like the predator he was. "Pity. I expected more of a challenge." Jim didn't waste breath on a response, conserving his energy as he tracked Matthews' movements. When the attack came again, a flurry of blows too fast for normal wolves to follow, Jim blocked only what he couldn't avoid, each impact sending shockwaves of pain through his weakened body. A brutal kick connected with Jim's ribs, the crack audible even over the storm. He stumbled, momentarily dropping his guard. Matthews pressed the advantage, landing 3 rapid strikes to Jim's face and torso that sent him sprawling on the wooden floor. Blood spattered from Jim's reopened wounds, the scent of it heavy in the air. Matthews stalked closer, clearly savoring the moment. "Pathetic," he spat, delivering a vicious kick to Jim's side that lifted him off the ground. "This is the wolf you would choose, Mia? This broken, time-lost relic?" Jim struggled to his knees, spitting blood onto the floorboards. The temporal anchors beneath his skin pulsed erratically, flaring brighter with each labored breath. "At least I'm still a wolf," Jim managed, the words raw and challenging. "What exactly are you now, Matthews?" Rage flashed across the Northern Alpha's face. He grabbed Jim by the throat, lifting him off the ground with one hand, a display of strength impossible for even the most powerful werewolf. "I am evolution," Matthews hissed, his face inches from Jim's. The next stage, the future. Jim's feet dangled, his hands clawing at Matthews' grip as his air supply cut off. Around them, the pack watched in horror, bound by ancient law not to interfere. Mia's nails dug into her palms hard enough to draw blood, every instinct screaming at her to intervene. Beside her, Jasmine and Bertram tensed, hands hovering near weapons, but held back by the rules of supernatural combat they were sworn to uphold. Matthews slammed Jim against a support pillar, the impact sending shudders through the entire structure. "Any last words, Time Walker?" he taunted, drawing back his free hand, claws extending to deliver the fatal blow. The temporal anchors across Jim's body suddenly blazed with blinding intensity, bathing the room in otherworldly light. His eyes, barely open, met Mia's across the room, and for the briefest moment a smile touched his bloodied lips. Matthew's hand came down in a killing arc aimed directly at Jim's exposed throat.
Chapter 23. I reject you. Mia's voice cut through the room like a silver blade, sharp and absolute. Matthew's hand froze mid-strike, his claws inches from Jim's throat. The declaration, the official words of mate rejection, seemed to physically ripple through the air between them. As Alpha of Wolf Valley, Mia continued, stepping into the circle with measured strides, I reject you physically and spiritually from this territory, from this pack, and from any claim to me as mate. Matthew slowly lowered his arm, releasing Jim, who slumped against the pillar, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The Northern Alpha turned to face Mia, disbelief etched across his features. You can't. I can and I have. Mia's voice carried to every corner of the suddenly silent room. The storm outside seemed to pause, as if nature itself held its breath. The Alpha's right of rejection supersedes all challenge outcomes. It's the oldest law we have. Elder Agnes nodded once, her ancient eyes watching the scene unfold with something like approval. It is so. Matthew's composure slipped, the black veins beneath his skin becoming more pronounced as rage overtook him. You would reject the strongest mate? Risk war between our packs? I would. Mia took another step forward, her wolf rising to the surface, eyes glinting with gold. And because this rejection might cause harm to you and yours, might lead to war, I invoke the right of Alpha challenge. Gasps echoed through the hall. The right of Alpha challenge was even older than the mating trials, a direct confrontation between pack leaders, traditionally used to settle territorial disputes without full pack warfare. Alpha against Alpha, Mia declared, to the death, witnessed by supernatural law enforcement. She gestured to Bertram and Jasmine, who stepped forward with grim determination. A desperate howl tore from Jim's throat as he struggled to stand, to intervene. Bertram moved quickly to his side, angelic strength restraining him despite his wild struggles. Don't do this, Jim rasped, blood speckling his lips. Mia, please. Mia didn't look at him. Couldn't. If she met those green eyes now, her resolve might waver. As I promised you before, Matthews, she continued, her voice steady despite the hammering of her heart. I play by the rules. Always have. Matthew's nostrils flared as he assessed her, the smaller female alpha standing before him with unshakable certainty. Are you brave enough to accept a challenge from a female alpha? Mia taunted, circling slowly. An underdog? Or will you run back to your territory with tales of how you were bested by a former deadline wolf? The insult struck its mark. Matthew's eyes flashed red, the vampire blood in his system responding to his rage. You've caused harm in my territory, Mia pressed. I believe it with every fiber of my being, though I lack concrete evidence that would satisfy a council. Her gaze never left his face. So I challenge you as an alpha wolf to alpha wolf. Accept and stay to fight, or leave with your tail between your legs. Either way, I reject you officially before the supernatural community. The trap was elegant in its simplicity. By pack law, a rejected mate had two options: accept the rejection peacefully or challenge it through ritual combat. Matthews had no choice but to either fight Mia or sacrifice his reputation forever. I accept your challenge, Matthews finally growled, the words seeming to scrape his throat raw. A circle formed once more as Jasmine stepped forward, her voice carrying the authority of supernatural law enforcement. This challenge will be conducted according to the ancient rites. No interference, no weapons. Wolf against wolf. Mia nodded, her hands already moving to remove her clothing. The ancient rites required combat in wolf form, pure and unadorned. As she stripped, her eyes found Jim's across the room. The desperation in his gaze pierced her heart, but she gave a small nod. "Trust me." Matthews shed his remaining clothing with military efficiency, his body revealing more of the blackened veins as he prepared to shift. The scent of vampire blood grew stronger, a wrongness that made the wolves around them bristle instinctively. Elder Agnes approached with a wooden bowl carved with the pack's ancient symbols. "The ritual wine," she announced, offering it first to Mia as the challenging alpha. Mia accepted the bowl with both hands, bowing her head to the council in respect for tradition. The wine was bitter and earthy, connecting her to every alpha who had come before. She drank deeply, then passed the bowl to Matthews. He hesitated only a fraction of a second before drinking, completing the ritual. The wine would prevent outside interference with the shift, ensuring both combatants transformed fully into wolf form for the duration of the battle. Mia closed her eyes, calling her wolf forward. The shift rippled through her body, faster and smoother than it had ever been. Bones reconfigured, muscles stretched and reformed, fur sprouting across her skin until she stood on 4 paws, her white silver coat gleaming in the stormy light. Across from her, Matthews underwent his own transformation. His shift seemed to catch and stutter, the vampire blood fighting the natural process. When it completed, the wolf that stood before her was massive, black as midnight, with eyes that glowed an unnatural red. Jim's voice carried from where Bertram still restrained him. "Mia, his strength." She silenced him with a low growl. She knew Matthews was stronger, knew his hybrid nature gave him advantages no normal wolf could match. But she also knew something he didn't. The wolves circled each other, hackles raised, teeth bared. Matthews struck first, lunging with supernatural speed, his jaws aimed for her throat. Mia twisted, smaller and more agile, avoiding the killing bite, but feeling teeth graze her shoulder. Pain flared, but she used the momentum to spin and snap at his hind leg, her teeth finding purchase in muscle. The taste of his blood was wrong. Coppery, but with an unnatural sweetness that confirmed everything they'd suspected about the vampire corruption. Matthews yelped, more in surprise than pain, and whirled to face her again. His size was overwhelming, nearly twice her mass, his shoulders level with her back when they stood face to face. He charged again, slamming into her with the force of a freight train. The impact sent her skidding across the wooden floor. Before she could regain her footing, he was on her, massive paws pinning her smaller frame. Panic flared in the pack watching, their alpha outmatched, outmuscled by the hybrid monstrosity. Jim's struggles against Bertram renewed with desperate strength. But Mia hadn't survived as a deadline wolf, hadn't become alpha by giving up when outmatched. As Matthew's jaws descended toward her throat, she twisted violently, using her smaller size to slip partially from his grip. Her teeth found his forelegs sinking deep. Another taste of that corrupted blood, but this time she held on, felt him trying to shake her off. When he reared back, she used the opening to slash at his exposed belly with her back claws. Blood splattered across the floor. His blood. The scent of it filled the room, the hybrid mixture causing several watching wolves to recoil. Matthews howled in pain and rage, coming at her with renewed fury. The fight became a brutal dance of attack and retreat. Mia couldn't match his strength, but she was quicker, more agile. Each time his massive jaws snapped shut on empty air, she darted in to deliver a strategic bite. His hind leg, his flank, the tender spot behind his front leg. Small wounds, none fatal alone, but each carrying something Matthews couldn't detect. With every bite, he seemed to slow fractionally, his movements becoming less fluid, his reactions delayed by milliseconds. The battle raged for what felt like hours, but might have been minutes. Blood, both hers and his, matted Mia's silver fur. A deep gash along her side burned with each movement, and one ear hung partially torn. Matthews hadn't escaped unscathed. A dozen small wounds leaked the strange scented blood, and his massive frame heaved with exertion. The redness in his eyes flickered, sometimes fading to normal amber before flaring again with vampire energy. As the fight wore on, the pattern became clear to those watching. Matthews was weakening. Each of Mia's seemingly insignificant bites was taking its toll, like poison working through his system. With a final surge of desperate strength, Matthews lunged, catching Mia's hind leg in his powerful jaws. The crack of bone was audible throughout the room, followed by Mia's yelp of pain. He used his grip to fling her against the wall, her smaller body hitting with sickening force. For a terrible moment she lay still, silver fur stained crimson. Matthews approached for the kill, his movements now visibly sluggish, but still dangerous. Jim's anguished cry cut through the tension. "Mia!" Her ear twitched. Then, as Matthews loomed over her, ready to deliver the killing bite, Mia exploded upward with her remaining strength. Her teeth found his throat in a perfect killing strike, locking in place as momentum carried them both to the ground. This time she was on top, jaws clamped around his jugular. Matthews thrashed beneath her, but his movements grew increasingly feeble. The vampire blood had given him strength, but it was failing him now, working against him in some incomprehensible way. As his struggles weakened, Mia's wolf eyes locked with his. Through the soul link that connected predator and prey in their final moments, she projected directly into his fading consciousness. In your next life, be careful with little wolf teeth soaked in magic garlic potion if you have anything to do with vampires. Understanding and fury flashed in Matthew's eyes as the hybrid strength drained from his body. One final weak struggle, and then stillness. The massive black wolf went limp beneath her, the unnatural red glow fading from his eyes. Silence fell over the pack house, broken only by the storm outside and Mia's labored breathing. Slowly, painfully, she released her grip on Matthew's throat and stepped back, leaving his lifeless form on the blood-stained floor. Jasmine stepped forward, officially declaring what everyone could see. The challenge is complete. Alpha Mia is victorious. The ritual words released the magic holding them in wolf form. Mia's shift back to human was agonizing, broken bones and torn flesh protesting the transformation. When it completed, she knelt naked and bleeding on the floor, her body covered in wounds, but her eyes clear and focused. Jim broke free from Bertram's loosened grip, stumbling to her side. His hands hovered over her injuries, afraid to touch and cause more pain. "You knew," he whispered, understanding dawning. "Beatrice's experimental potion," Mia nodded weakly. "Garlic, silver extract, herbs that affect vampire blood." Her voice was hoarse from the wolf's howling. "In my saliva. Every bite delivered a dose." Beatrice appeared with blankets, wrapping one gently around Mia's shoulders. "I didn't know if it would work. It was theoretical." It worked. Mia's gaze moved to Matthew's body, now returned to human form. The black veins stood out starkly against his pallid skin, the vampire corruption fully revealed in death. The hybrid strength made him overconfident. He never considered that I might have my own advantages. Bertram knelt beside Matthews, his angelic senses confirming what they all suspected. The vampire blood altered his cellular structure, made him stronger, faster, but also vulnerable to traditional vampire weaknesses. The council approached, Elder Agnes at their head. "You have fulfilled the Alpha's duty," she said formally. "Defended your territory, protected your pack. The challenge is complete." Mia nodded, accepting the judgment, then turned to Jim. His temporal anchors had faded to faint outlines beneath his skin, no longer glowing with dangerous energy. "You knew I would win," she said quietly, searching his face. Jim's smile was tinged with pain and relief. "I saw possibilities. This one I hoped for most." Around them, the pack began to move with purpose. tending to the wounded, preparing Matthew's body for return to his territory, sending messengers to inform the northern pack of their alpha's fate. Bertram conferred quietly with Jasmine, their supernatural law enforcement protocols already in motion. The vampire blood trafficking would be investigated, the corruption rooted out beyond Wolf Valley's borders. But for Mia, for this moment, there was only Jim. Battered and weakened but alive, she leaned against him, feeling his arms encircle her with careful tenderness. "The mating challenge is over," she murmured. "No mate selected." Jim's chest rumbled with a soft laugh. "I think you made your choice quite clear." "Did I?" She looked up at him, managing a small smile despite her injuries. "I don't recall officially selecting anyone. Actions speak louder than ceremonial words." His hand found hers, fingers intertwining. "Besides, there's still that blood moon coming in a few days." "Plenty of time to heal," she agreed. "For both of us." Outside, the storm began to abate, the howling wind calming to a gentle whisper through the trees. Dawn wasn't far off. The first rays of sun would soon break over Wolf Valley, illuminating a pack stronger for what they'd endured, an alpha who had proven her worth beyond any doubt, and a future that belonged to them alone. Mia rested her head against Jim's shoulder, feeling the steady beat of his heart. The deadline wolf and the time walker, an unlikely pair, but perhaps exactly what the pack needed, what they both needed. "In all the futures you saw," she asked softly, "was there one where we both survived this?" Jim pressed his lips to her forehead, careful to avoid her injuries. "This one," he whispered. "Always this one." This has been The Seventh Alpha's Queen, written by D.N. Leo, narrated by Jessica Lee and Thomas Winter. This is Mia Lee, and I'm the alpha in the story, with my significant other half, Jim Miracles. I'd call him my significant other half, but you can refer to him however you like, in wolf terms or in human terms. You know Jim by now, he wouldn't mind. Thank you for listening to our story. Please like and subscribe to our channel so that you can find your way back here easily. If you want more stories from us, don't howl at the moon because DN Leo and her team can't hear you. Instead, let them know at dnleo.com/audiobooks, and FYI, this story you are listening to comes from one of those audience requests on the site. Before you leave, there's an exclusive epilogue for this story. It's free, and the link is available in the description of this video. Or you can also grab the epilogue at dnleo.com/audiobooks.